Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket treadless, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land under the free, and the home of the brave. Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight you in the name of the brave. We are the US of A. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. Stand of the brave, the US of A. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
Dirt roads ain't gold down here. It's hell on earth, anything goes down here. Looking for some holy water at the water hole, but all I'm finding is whiskey and beer. And I'm a sinner to the core, searching like the devil to find the Lord, yeah. Heaven knows I need help sometimes, cause I love to have a hell of a time myself. I'm a sinner, Lord save me, but please pour me up a drink before you take me. If you could turn water into wine, I'm sure you make a hell of a shine, yeah. I can't help it, Lord, I'm sinning every and I pray. Amen. I'm climbing to the top of that mountain. I'm trying to find you, God. Keep trying to be an angel, but I'm still raising hell. Can't make it out this world alive. I just want a piece of heaven before I die. So pass me the apple pie. I'ma drink it all down till the jar goes dry. Baptized in the lake of fire. Should've drowned me when you could, but I'm still alive. I'm coming for your ass like a bat out of hell, and you can bet I'ma take what's mine. Oh, preacher man, don't preach to me. You should pull up a chair and have a drink with me. You sweating like the devil with them lies you told. You better start praying to save your soul. No, I can't help it, Lord. I'm sinning every day. I need your help and I pray. Amen. I'm climbing to the top of that mountain. I'm trying to find you, God. Keep trying to be an angel, but I'm still raising hell.
Hey, morning, everybody. It's Friday. Yeah. So we got Scat Pack, Blackbird, Brian Griffin, Savage, what's up? Awesome. Blue. Let's see, am I scrolling? Eric. Got Eric in the house. Ronnie. Miss Sharon. PA. What's up, brother? Trying to make sure I catch up. Miss Coffee first. Man, I don't want to miss nobody, but if I missed you, I'm sorry if I missed you. So morning. Okay, so we're doing coffee, kind of getting some herbal shit together. So, I don't know. I threw a few songs in. It's going to kind of bounce around. So if you got expectations, I'm going to let you know now they're probably going to get busted. You know, it just, because I don't know. That's just how I roll. I seem to do the abnormal shit. So the genre shall dip in and out. So enjoy the ride. You know, hey, you don't like what plays, then wait 4 minutes and check it out again. I don't know. But so good morning, everybody. So let me get my, let me acquire my medicinal purposes. Enjoy. This is a new one from Craig Morgan and Trace Atkins. Thought it was damn good.
Some folks believe their TV's like the Bible. They think the anthem is just another song. They won't teach the kids to shoot their granddad's rifle. Some don't respect the dirt that they walk on. Well, that ain't gonna be me. I'm gonna put my hand up. I'm gonna stand up for what I believe. That ain't gonna be me. I'm gonna put my boot down. Like God, stand my ground until they bury me. If you're looking for a man to give you an apology, well, that ain't gonna be me.
I see folks that think the whole world owes them something. They look down their nose at those with calloused hands. When a sister or a brother or some stranger is in trouble, they turn their head like they don't give a damn. That ain't gonna be me. I'm gonna put my hand up. I'm gonna stand up
Hey, Canadian, my northern brother from another mother. What's up, brother? Don't work too hard. Keep your head on a swivel.
That ain't gonna be me. Something I've no respect or pride for. That flag that so many died for. Well, that ain't gonna be me. I'm gonna put my hand up. I'm gonna stand up for what I believe. That ain't gonna be
Hey,
me.
DJ, make it a good day. Keep your head on a swivel, sir. Stay strong. Stay safe.
I ain't gonna tap out till they bury me. I won't apologize for being all that I can be. That ain't gonna be me. That ain't gonna be me.
That ain't gonna be me.
That ain't gonna be me. Yeah, PA, I hope you have a good day, brother. Make it one. Be safe. Keep your head on a swivel. Hey, for anybody that gets out and about today, you know, when you get by the store, pick up just a little something extra, you know, just a little something extra while you can. It ain't gonna get no cheaper. And things are looking like we're gonna hit a little rougher times. All right, so I almost got my preparations ready. So got a new one. This one just came out. Actually, I think it was last night or yesterday from Aaron Lewis. Thought this was kind of a good one. And then we'll be checking. So, you know, if you're not a country fan, you know, just either roll with it or see you in about 4 minutes. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? And of course, y'all didn't see that, but I was slapping my chest. Not really, but that was the visual image. You know what I'm saying?
I've been growing older all my life. That don't mean I always act that way. Still ain't backing down from any fight. Just pickier about the ones I pick these days. Still ain't running faster than my demons. I still got my problems with my pride. Still looking for a reason for my reasons. Luckily, I still ain't out of town. And I've lived and I've learned. I've crashed and I've burned every bridge that's tried to cross me. Misspent some days that cost me everything that's anything. And damn sure there's so many things I wish I had the chance to not get wrong. Now that I'm over the hill I'm dying on. It's taken me this long to get up here. Still ain't sure the climb was worth the view. 'Cause up here now I look around. I wish that I could go back down to where I hadn't done some things I can't undo. I've lived and I've learned. I've crashed and I've burned every bridge that's tried to cross me. Misspent some days that cost me everything that's anything. And damn sure there's so many things I wish I had the chance to not get wrong. Now that I'm over the hill I'm dying on.
Hey, morning, Fetty. What's up, brother?
I'm a little older now. I can make it up somehow. I've lived and I've learned. I've crashed and I've burned every bridge that's tried to cross me. Misspent some days that cost me.
Amen, Fetty.
Everything that's anything. And then sure there's so many things I wish I had the chance to not get wrong. Now that I'm over the hill I'm dying. Over the hill I'm dying on.
Man, that's a good song. That's why I wanted to play it first thing. It's a slow starter. We're all good. It's all good in the hood. Yeah, Fetty, I'm with you. I'm glad you're, man, so work, well, hopefully it's not too rough. Hopefully I can entertain you enough to make your day go by. Oh my goodness. I'm going to become a YouTube entertainer. I'm going to put on some tap dancing shoes and a black hat, and I'll entertain the masses. Not really, but it sounded funny. Oh, man. Morning, Anthony. What's up, brother? Okay. A few more. Got your coffee. Pack a bowl. Get a cigarette. Get a cigar. Give me a few more minutes. I got a video I played before. I'm going to show that for y'all again. I think that'd be a good little reminder. We'll shift gears just a tad. You wasn't expecting this one.
Standing in the rain with his head hung low, couldn't get a ticket, it was a sold-out show. Heard the roar of the crowd, he could picture the scene, put his ear to the wall, then like a distant scream, he heard one guitar. Just blew him away. He saw stars in his eyes. And the very next day, bought a beat-up six-string in a second-hand store. Didn't know how to play it, but he knew for sure that one guitar felt good in his hands. Didn't take long to understand. Just one guitar slung way down low was a one-way ticket, only one way to go. So he started rocking.
Because we're going to need some heroes.
Gotta keep on rocking. Someday gonna make that to the top and be a jukebox hero. Got stars in his eyes. He's a jukebox hero. He took one guitar. Hero. Stars in his eyes. Jukebox hero. He'll come alive tonight.
Some good old jam. Yeah, morning, everybody. It's Friday. Did you know that? Hey, gonna have Lackluster Fridays at Mad Shad's channel tonight.
Thought he passed his own shadow by the backstage door, like a trip through the past. That day in the rain, and that one guitar made his whole life change.
You still pouring me coffee. Hey, Jay, I'm good to see you, brother. Good to see you. I hope you're safe. Yeah. I'm great and hope all well, getting ready to sit at the bench and do some welding. Cool, Jay. I wasn't sure where township was with all the tornado hitting. I saw some reports from up there, like 1:00 this morning. Apparently up in Ohio and in Indiana, those tornadoes and shit, and they've let's see, the Indiana State Police Sergeant filed said, "I wish we had more information about the loss of life or significant injuries. There have been many significant injuries, but I don't know the number. I don't know what those injuries are. None of us do." And the last that there was like 39 patients in one hospital for injuries. So there was some trader place or some kind of buildings and stuff that was totally decimated in Ohio. And so that's the kind of thing. Hold on a sec. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, I was just wasn't sure how that hit you, Jay. Yeah, blue tornadoes. That one apparently. Oh, excuse me. All right, excuse me. Looks like it went from basically, what is that, like Portland, Indiana, all the way up through Cincinnati. Excuse me. Yeah, so I don't know. It's like we got Ohio that lives up there, Mad Shad, so many people up around the Ohio area. Ladysmith, you know. I don't price, so I don't know, where everybody exactly lives. But hey, would y'all knock it off? Would y'all just knock it off? Y'all are about to get ready to go out in the damn big pen. That's what I'm saying. Y'all are done gotten so rambunctious and shit now. Y'all are acting like y'all are just going out there with the big birds. Sorry. Damn chickens. Effing chickens. Effing chickens. So hopefully anybody that's in Ohio is okay. So any of the listeners, followers, fellow YouTubers. By the way, man, there was a New York story, which was I don't know. It was I say it's funny. It's just funny the way they report shit. I'll put it like that. It's funny the way they report shit. So apparently on the subway, there was an altercation between two guys, and somebody apparently pulled out their little pew pew, and the other person took it away from them and proceeded to shoot them with it. But I love the way that they reported it. So here's how they reported it, because I thought this was funny. Authorities said Thursday's shooting involved two men who police have not identified. So they've not identified these people who got in a confrontation and then a physical fight aboard the moving train just before 45. Now, they haven't identified these guys, but somehow they know that one was 36, pulled out a gun, and the other guy was 32, and he got possession of the gun. So somehow they didn't identify them, but they know their ages. So basically, we probably have two black guys on a train that shot at each other, and they don't want to just throw that out there for the facts and just there you go, because you don't want to go with the behavior. If you address behavior, then that means you have to introduce accountability, and by God, you can't do that, because then people can't blow smoke up your ass, because then, well, there's accountability. I just thought that was so ironic how they reported that. And it's like, let's see, one of the men who police said was 36 pulled out a gun and brandished it. The other man, 32, got possession of the handgun and fired at the person he was arguing with. The 32-year-old fired multiple shots, striking the 36-year-old. Witnesses told police the man who was shot was being aggressive and provocative toward the other one before the fight broke out. And it's like, well, that's funny. So you know ages and everything, but you don't know a name and, any of that. Oh, okay, sure. Got you. Hey, what's up, Hillbilly? Yeah, coffee. And you got Pittsburgh. I loved it. Some of the channels, and which I couldn't get. Now I see where Indy got it. Indy asked me yesterday. She goes, "Oh, do you know about the Pittsburgh Purge?" And I'm like, "Pittsburgh Purge." And it took me a minute, and then I went, "Oh, is that what they're calling that time frame?" Well, then I realized that there's quite a few apparently channels that call that the Pittsburgh Purge. Yeah, I'm like, that might be extreme, but yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, or you actually, so you picked up side work, Hillbilly, or are you going to be off this weekend, or your side work going on through? Hey, what's up, Sandy? Morning. That usually means they have identified them with the use of computers, but do not have the iron to go. Well, no, see, that's just it, though, Savage. You know that they know who they are because they took that dude to the hospital. They're treating him and shit. And then the other dude got arrested. They know their ages. So what do? Just go, I'm not going to tell you my name, but I'm 32. I got all these bullet holes. I want you to heal me. I'm not going to tell you my name, but I'm 36. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So if you treating somebody and you got their age, you got the rest of their vittles too. Hey, coffee, time to do things and make it a great day, everyone. Alrighty. Police will just play the long game. Wait until you police step in the system that will notify detectives. Oh no, they got him, Savage. They got him. That's why I said when they intentionally don't tell you the other details that they have no problem throwing out there, that's usually a telltale sign. Hey, you grumpy, what's up, brother? When we don't know the races of the perps, we know what race they aren't, pretty much. I need to increase my font. I knew I forgot to do something. It was getting a little, I was having a squint. Yeah, you can't check in a hospital without police around. Right, Savage, that's it. Another reason not to ride the subway. Man, I tell you what, I don't see how anybody can get on them things anyway. I mean, a long time ago, I did a bus, but I don't like them sardine can type things. I see no need. I really, to be honest, over the years now, I don't even like going to a mall because it's just that's too many people. Too many people concentrated in one area. To hell with that shit. It's a homestead catch up kind of weekend. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I was hoping to kind of get out there and finish that coop today, but I didn't get the boards yesterday, and I didn't get the little plastic roofing. So and it's supposed to thunderstorm, I guess, here lately. Right. Yeah, I don't like them highly concentrated people because people are ugly. I mean, people have kind of shown, that that's what I said. Yeah, the person beating the person, that's what's bad. That is a bad physical action. But to me, the sadder part is people hold a phone up and record that. You know, that's what gets me. I mean, because there's been aggression, there's violence, it's always been. But what gets me is the passiveness in people to stand there and record it and watch it. I mean, you think the gladiator arenas were bad because people found all that excitement in butchering, watching somebody get butchered. Well, we're even better now. Now we record it so we can watch it back over and over, and we can get pats on the back because we recorded it, so we can get the likes and the thumbs up and the attention. And it's like that doesn't sound like some kind of mental jacking right there. I mean, you don't just sit at the ring and cheer on those two that decided to go engage in this. This is now society says, oh wow, look, that guy's going to beat the shit out of that woman, and she's totally, in her 70s and helpless. But hey, let me get my phone and record it because this is cool. And then I'm going to upload it. And all these pieces of shit that follow me are going to like it and give me the thumbs up saying how cool that is. And then we think that one person that beat the shit out of that little old lady is bad. You got to think about how many thousands of people click the thumbs up on the person that recorded that video. Like those people don't suck ass. That's why you kind of got to, and here's where this will ruffle feathers. Let's see what you got. Grumpy, was it Wendigo versus US where SCOTUS ruled Leo are under no obligation to protect you? Yeah, I forgot exactly which case it was. And I don't know. I think it goes off. See, there's where locally, I think that was a Supreme Court looking at the judicial law enforcement and the definition of that term and what would that mean. That's my take. I don't know though. Shit. That's all people care about anymore. Likes. That's it. And good morning. They're stroking. I don't know, man. It's just humanity. Hey, I got another funny little story for you. Now, here, you want to talk about some freaky shit. Everybody talks about the government and, ooh, DARPA this and the CIA that. And man, there's people out here that are fucked up, just everyday citizens. So check this out. So there was a dude in Montana and he pled guilty to this. He's an 80-year-old man and he pled guilty to creating a Franken sheep. So this dude actually cloned some sheep to make them bigger. It's crazy. Let's see if I can let me get the so says a Montana man pled guilty to wildlife crimes after nearly 10 years of creating giant sheep hybrids to sell to captive hunting facilities. And then I got to reading this and I'm like, wait, what? And oh, yeah. So this 80-year-old man worked with 5 other people between 2013 and 2021 to create a large hybrid species of sheep, buying parts of the largest sheep in the world without declaring the imported parts. And it's the Marco Polo Argyrelia sheep from Kyrgyzstan, are native to Central Asia. The males can weigh more than 300 pounds and have horns that can span more than 5 feet. That's pretty damn big, son. And it says that the breed is protected internationally by the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. He used a lab to create cloned embryos from the Agali genetic material and then implanted those into emus on his ranch, creating a male sheep he named Montana Mountain King, MMK. So this is a person. So see, people go, oh, DARPA, the government, NASA. What? We got millionaires all around nowadays. This is 2024. And it's like that dude, that was in 2013, this dude in his 70s says, hey, you know what? Let's see what we get when we do this. And so people think China does this shit, which they do. But right here, that was Montana. This dude's like, hey, you know what? Let's just play around with little embryos and see what comes about. It says, according to prosecutors, he also used illegally obtained genetic material from wild hunted Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep. Montana prohibited the sale of game animal parts and doesn't allow Montana game animals to be used on alternative livestock ranches. He faces up to 5 years in prison and a fine of up to $250,000 for each felony count. And it doesn't say how many counts he has. Is that not some weird shit? Oh, well, pretty much, Grumpy, as far as on their level, yeah. Because they want a slice of every pie. Dr. Murrow of Sheep Right Savage. Dr. Murrow. Hey, what's up, John? Fetty says, where's all my 420 friendly folks at in chat? I have a question about the Puffco Peak. I don't even know what a Puffco Peak is, but if anybody knows about a Puffco Peak, in 5 years there will be a new breed, right, Scat? I'm listening while getting ready for the day, and holy crap to that shit. Well, see, and like we think of Bill Gates, it's not just them, man. There's people out here just, they got the money, they'll try it. That's what I said about the drones and all this weird shit flying through the sky. People think it's, if it's not the United States and NASA, then it's got to be aliens. And it's like, first off, there's other countries that develop shit. And then there's private people that develop shit. Hell, I personally think that's how a lot of the damn military shit comes about. Somebody has a bright idea, starts to do it. And then all of a sudden they're like, hey, you know what? We can give you funding for that. You just need to sign this that nobody will ever hear or see about this ever again. And they're like, oh, well, sure, I'll take that money. And making monster sheep will cause other things to starve. It's not supposed to be there. That's it, Savage. It's not part of the natural. So, okay, now that you have those, do those things consume more than what would have been? You know, normally, like in a dumbed down version, would the vegetation grown at a good enough rate to still sustain the normal flocks? But now that this is 2 or 3 times the size of the normal, well, all of a sudden they eat 2 to 3 times as much. Now all of a sudden the natural environment can't grow as fast. So are you going to come up with bare spots? Savage says, free from Fetty. What's up, dude? So apparently Savage knows about it a little bit, something. Fetty? No clue what Puff Code Peak is, but I'll look into it. Is it Puff Puff Pass? People don't respect that Puff Code. John. No, I think this is, I don't know. I was watching Fetty, and I don't know if this is that little volcano looking thing. You know, he was doing something, and it's like, I think it has to do with the dab stuff. And I don't, no offense. I'm not judging nobody else. I personally can't stand the dabs. I can just, the taste. I can taste what they cut it with. Or not cut it, because that would sound all like cocaine-ish and shit. But what they extract it with, that would probably be a more proper term. So, Grumpy, what time you head out for work, Grumpy? Just look at the agencies that don't exist. Right. Introduction of invasive species kills so much. You see it with fish much better as they're in a giant pond. Yeah, Savage. Well, hell, look at Florida with all the flipping ass, the snakes and the iguanas. And then with some of the, oh, damn, what's the fish? That just becomes like, oh my God, so invasive. And dude, they destroy the environment. Dabs is so strong. See, to me, it's just, I just don't like it. It's like I can taste and I'm not saying it is, but like the turpentine they extract it with, that shit just, I don't know. I'm a keep it simple, stupid kind of guy. So a la natural rail. Matter of fact, even all this stuff the newer stuff is kind of funny, because I would just be kind of like totally cool with the good old fashioned stuff. Sensimilia Red, Acapulco Gold, just a good shit. Florida hospital shooting yesterday. Did y'all see it? No. Man, Florida, I'm going to tell you right now, anybody living in Florida, but Bushido, I meant to reach out to him. I ought to send him a little message. I don't know. He's probably already working. Because I would say, man, Florida, son, them Haitians, well, that shit's fixing to get real down there. I mean, yeah, you see our border problems, but one thing about Florida with like the Haitians or the Cubans and shit, dude, that's just boats showing up on your beach kind of shit. That ain't crossing a river either. That's just like, unless you're patrolling the beach, watching for boats to come in, then people just come on up. It's like the California coast shit. They just zoom on up and jump out the boat. I'm cutting my consumption down as I get older. Don't need that powerful stuff. Dab should just be a hot press. That's from smoke kind to rig blinkers. Just flowers for me. Sorry, I was scrolling up a little. I knew I missed some. Pretty sure liquid THC for intravenous use only under doctor supervision. What? Man, I would not even attempt to try that. I gotta say. I would not even attempt to try that. Because see, that's that more playing around with shit that ain't natural. But since and I'm not attacking anybody, but think about that. So if you take a pot smoker, now this is the natural way. We say, well, this is natural. But then all of a sudden we start adding this to the soil and that to the soil and this because we're really going to improve the potency of it. Now think about this. So we do this, but a lot of the same pot farmers that do that will then talk and criticize the corporation world to say, buying all that damn lab grown food. And it's like, well, wait a minute. So those tomato plants are grown in the quasi hut under the hydro, being chemically induced tomatoes. And you're saying that that's bad. They lose all their flavor and it's, but then we grow this. And because we like this. And because now we can make it more potent by adding in Dr. and little Dr. Jekyll and Hyde shit. Well, now this modification is okay. But modifying and fast growing the tomatoes, that's bad and evil. I'm just saying, sometimes you kind of go, isn't there some kind of weird kind of hypocrisy going on here in a way? But I'm not judging, just observing. Morning, Huckleberry. Good buddy, my wife is down there visiting family right now. Ooh, son, is she on the northern part of Florida or down towards the southern part? You don't have to say that either. I'm just, anybody that's talking to me ought to know if I ask you a question you don't want to say, or you just don't say nope. And I'm like, cool. Because I ask things to the world. You answer, you'd be answering to the world. You don't want them to know? It's cool with me. And more, Miss Sandy. I think I said morning, Sandy. I quit everything in 93 at this point. Dried out, mowed grass. We're probably getting hurt. That's why the fish, beaver, muskrat, and other things are dying in the river systems, right, Blackbird? Hey, morning, Dusty. Big Dusty, little Dusty. God, I love that shit in the videos. I really do, Dusty. This big Dusty, and this little Dusty. I love it. Lab grown pot is like weapons grade, good stuff. I'm a medical card holder, so yeah, I got high power clones to grow. Check the rows for the awesome stuff. Oh yeah. Well, I got you, and I'm not knocking. See, that's sometimes people got. Who knows? That might even have been good for a couple emails. So, because I ain't criticizing nobody, man. Let's just see where might that be. Oh shit, that's the bay too, ain't it? Oh, that's on the. Ooh, son. Yeah, that's down there by the West Palm Beach type shit. So that's over on the East Coast side down there in the southern part. Holy shit. Yeah, so, well, here, let me do this. Okay. I need you to go away. Well, that won't go away. Shit. Well, I really wasn't wanting to show all that. Okay, there we go. Let me put it like that. Let me walk her to the door, and then I'll be right back, and I'll show you this. About an hour. Okay, give me just a minute, Grumpy, and I will send you an email. Let me just walk her to the door and catch the time. So let me. Hey, here we go. Y'all can listen to this.
company, always on the run. A destiny, oh, it's the rising sun. I was born, a shotgun in my hands, behind the gun, I'll make my final stand. Yeah, and that's why they call me bad company. I can't deny. Bad company. Till the day I die. Until the day I die. Until the day I die. Rebel souls, deserters we've been called. Chose a gun and threw away the sun. Now these towns, well, they all know our name. The death punch sound is our claim to fame. And that's why they call me bad company. I can't deny. Bad company. Till the day I die. Until the day I die. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. We've all gotta die. We've all gotta die. And that's why they call me bad company. I won't deny. Bad company. Till the day I die. Until 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 the day I
There we are.
There we
I
are.
was steadily clicking on things. Just had to, not in a very fast mood this morning.
Dude, you got me before I even got a chance to read the news of what happened last night. Now, here's a
Hey,
question.
morning, Lady Smith. How are you doing, Lady Smith? Because I tell you, I was watching that tornado stuff going up through Ohio and Indiana, man. And apparently, I don't know, last check I heard was they still don't know the total count of people that are injured or missing and fatalities. They've have several reports from different hospitals. And so it's like about 39 people. That's what I was talking about a while ago. And it's like, man, because tornadoes, man, that's like having some big spoiled kid come in your room like a big can of pixie sticks. And you kind of go, shit, what's left? Oh, man.
Yeah, we got that stuff the night before.
Oh, and I'm gonna show this real quick because I did this before. I didn't know she was leaving when she left, and all of a sudden just boom. So just to put this in perspective, so this little part down here is Haiti. So like this little bottom right corner, that's Haiti. Right up here in the top part where that's blinking, that's West Palm. Well, Hillbilly. The missus is right above, north of West Palm, right up there. So yeah, you figure them little boats are hauling ass from down there in the bottom right, and they're island hopping up, and they're just hitting beaches, man. That's why I want to talk about Haitians and the problem with Haitians. Better watch Florida.
And you know what's crazy is Dominican Republic is on the same island as Haiti, and it's like a magical line that's drawn across that island where everything on one side of the island runs pretty well. Dominican Republic is a pretty well functioning country, but you cross that line and people go freaking insane, start eating each other, and you know, and then now we got the freaking news media. The news media, the guy that's the gang leader, General Barbecue.
Oh yeah,
All right.
BBQ.
The news media said he did not get his name, Barbecue, from incinerating his enemies. He got it because his mother was a barbacoa street vendor. You know who told the mainstream media this?
He did.
General Barbecue. So yeah, they no vetting, no nothing. Oh, he said it. He said it. It must be true. They're going to do everything they can to make sure that anytime anybody thinks about Haiti, they're going to think about those commercials that Conan O'Brien did for it, and they're going to do everything they can to remind people what a bad person President Trump was for calling that country a shithole. Guy,
Oh, yeah.
think he was just a little bit right.
Yeah, and that's what people got me when he would talk. People get so offended, and it's like, whatever, man. That dude's just saying everything people say at job sites, you know, in their living room, at the barbecue, you know, when he would go, no, that's a shithole country. It is what it is. It's a collapse. Morning, T-girl.
The global elite's gonna, I use that term loosely because they're anything but elite, but they're gonna have to get Haiti under control. You know, the Clintons are still involved down there, and if it's going crazy down there, they're gonna have to find a different place to get adrenochrome from. You know, I'm just saying, I'm worried about their health. You know, if that adrenochrome dries up, no telling what'll happen.
Well, then let's go over to South Africa then.
Oh, okay. Or
they've been modifying that over there to suit their needs.
Or with the way the border is, I guess you can just go to San Diego County, right? San Diego's turning into an extension of Tijuana because of that stuff. Yeah, which is a shame.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So you were talking about the lab grown pot. Okay, are they genetically engineering that stuff, or are they just selectively breeding it? Because there's a huge difference there.
Well, see, that's where it gets real, because I'm not a botanist. And, you know, like for me, the old fashioned way was, you know, you take the little napkin, you put the seed right there, and you fold it over, you wait a few days, you get your sprout, you put it down in some soil, it grows, you know. You might do a little trimming just to kind of get it to grow, and then you just get it. Well, this, I don't know, man. It's weird because you get so much of this. Like you used to have a distinction between soil grown natural or like hydroponic. And now it's like, I don't know if that's interwoven because it's kind of a merge, but
Well,
they'll splice and they clone. And
there's a huge difference between doing it that way and like the GMO corn, the bug resistant corn. They literally go in and mess with the genetics, you know, at a micro level within a lab. They go in and they create new things out of using science. But if you're, you know, if you're splicing,
I've wondered that about this because you get people that there's a percentage. So the minute you put a value scale on something, then you know people are always going to shoot for the higher number. Well, how do you do that? How do you, this is 34%, then how do you make it 45%? What did you do to make that 45%? See, and that's what makes my little hairs go up going,
well, you know, it's just like you're
fish
using
sticks.
tomatoes. It's like using the tomatoes. You know, the crossbreed tomatoes versus the heirloom. They're not doing any genetic manipulation. All they're doing is taking two breeds and breeding them together. So you get, it's like chickens. You know, you take two breeds of chickens and get them together. And so, you know, the hybrid tomatoes, you can still grow those. You know, people say, oh, you can't grow those. Yeah, you can. You just don't get the original. And every season after that, you know, every time you propagate it off the seeds, it slowly reverts back to what it was. Whereas with like the crap that Monsanto puts out in the field and all that stuff, that stuff does not revert back because they've changed it at the genetic level. You know, and personally, if they're genetically manipulating weed, dude, I'd stay as far away from that stuff as I could. You know,
Well, see, that's what mapped me about the sheep thing, because I'm like, man, this is some older dude in Montana just decides, hey, because you know it's all cool. Hey, let's make some bigger sheep for these hunting club stuff. But it's not like they just bury the shit. That stuff gets introduced into the food market. Well, while you made something visually cool because, oh, cool, look at the big sheep, but what's the meat? You know, what did you do to the meat? What's the natural growth of proteins of meat when you have decided to play God and you've decided to create something?
well, from my understanding, and I'm not saying he was right or wrong. Okay, so don't think I'm advocating for what he did. All right. From my understanding, all he did was he took the genetic material and made a viable, what's it called? He was doing in vitro on these animals to get these sheep. It wasn't like he was in a lab stitching parts together and doing stuff like that. He just got the genetics and made a clone of it, and then was in vitro.
Yeah, but he did that. He did that putting body parts together. He just did it at a micro level. He went over here and he got this DNA structure and he got this DNA structure. He joins them and puts it with this. So at the cellular level, he did Franken. Instead of sewing the legs of this one and the head of that one and the body of this one, he did it on the genetic level.
See, now I didn't. That's not the way I read how he did it. I didn't.
Because that's what got him about the whole Asia sheep. He went over there because that was the largest. So he went over and got the genes from that largest sheep to bring it over here to put it into the embryo.
The way I read it, he wasn't stitching stuff together at the genetic level. He just got the material and cloned it, like the sheep up Lolly, the sheep up in Canada. You know, he just cloned the material and again, I'm not talking about the morals and ethics of it because frankly, it seems kind of creepy to me. You know, but there's people out there. I guarantee you, there are people out there in labs right now, big corporations that are doing that with people.
Oh, dude, we do it with racehorses. They do it with everything. That's That's why I try to get people. And nowadays, with all the millionaires that we have, because I know it. Everybody thinks that we're all in. There's actually more millionaires than you would realize in the U.S. Well, you figure that's. I mean, what kind of shit would you come up with if all of a sudden you had this big 100 by 50 building out there that had all the tools for whatever was your hobby? You now have access to. I mean, look at the shit that you could think of. If you didn't have the day-to-day stress of paying bills, making a living, stocking the pantry, making shit sure's working, maintaining stuff, if you didn't have all those worries, that's why I think there's people like the Elon Musk. That's why there's like that Jetson One dude who sits there with his millions of dollars and says, you know what, let's make this little flying deal. And so they sit in a garage that he had built with all these cool little new tools, and they get buddies over there, and we're like, me and you, we might sit around a barbecue and talk about fishing and shit. These are people that sit around and go, hey, come on over for a barbecue. Let's build a new frame for this. And it's like, oh, sure, get the pipe out. We don't have to think about ordering steel or all that. Think it, do it.
Well, good for them.
I know, man. I think it's bad.
If I had that kind of money, the government would be knocking on my door on a very frequent basis.
Hell yeah.
Trying to correct me for doing something wrong, because I would.
We want those plans. We'll take those plans.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's a crazy world.
Well, that's it. And it's the greed, because it's like everything else. I mean, we in the towns, Walmart did it with small stores. Well, corporations do that across the board. If you become too successful and there's any corporation that has a business in that field, they're going to look at you as competition, and they're either going to squash you or buy you out. Mm. And if they don't have something in your industry and they see you becoming, oh, wow, that was a good little thought. Oh, they'll come buy you up, or they'll shut you down. They go get their lobbyists to say, hey, you need to make it pass a bill to where you can't use Bob's rubber to make that stuff. Pass a bill that's very bad for the economy or the environment. Okay, cool. Well, guess what? That company that they like, that uses Bob's rubber. Now they make the product and they use Ed's rubber. And they say, and you're shit out of luck.
California and their minimum wage. Did you hear about that? They upped the minimum wage, and Panera Bread Company is exempt from that. And guess who one of the number one donors to Gavin Newsom is? The dude that owns Panera.
Dude, I was going to show that in a little bit, because my little buddy that I like following, the Fat Electrician, he did a little clip on that Panera Bread thing. And I was like, man, I want to play that one. That was a good one.
I don't want to go down a negative path. It's Friday, man. Gonna have a good weekend.
Oh, it's just people.
It's
people.
People are. I'm not going to use that. I'm not going to talk like that. Anyway, yeah, people are people. Let's just put it that way.
Oh man, yeah, we're on a spiral. I mean, it's just, if you've been navigating through the land or water or wherever, but if all of a sudden your little compass starts spinning and you're quite not sure what direction you go, you kind of walk around kind of all confused for a while. And I personally think that's kind of where we're at right now. We're about as confused in the woods right now. At some point, somebody's going to have to find that northern star, and we get aligned.
Right.
Okay.
Check this out. Check this out. As an IT guy, you will appreciate this. So I go into work. We had, the storms that are rolling through Ohio and all those tornadoes over there, that rolled through here the other night, Tuesday, or what's today? It rolled through here Wednesday night, right? In fact, we had a tornado touchdown about 6 miles away from us. So anyway, we go into work and the internet is down. Well, it's not the internet that's down. It's our DNS is down, because we were doing a backup, and as the DNS database was being backed up, we lost power. And in that fraction of a second where it switched over to battery power, it corrupted the DNS database, right? So we couldn't get it to come back up. So we had our vendor out here help, because we contract our network stuff out. So they're frantically working on it, trying to bring it up, because the entire nation's down. And the people that were the most concerned and the most upset about the internet being down or not being able to access it were the very people that for since August have been signing off on the paperwork in order to put a redundant system in so that if the DNS in one place drops out, it's a very simple task to move it over to the backup DNS, you know, because we had almost the exact same thing happen in August. And you know as well as I do that the possibility of that corruption happening is actually pretty small, you know, the chances of it happening in that exact moment. But just the sheer exposure, it happens in an IT environment more than people like to admit. So we had almost the exact same thing happen in August. So we've been working since August to get this redundancy put in, and they haven't done it. And somebody pointed out yesterday that it's like 90% of the problems in this country are the exact same situation, where the people that are complaining the most about stuff that's falling apart are the people that are responsible for it falling apart and not fixing it.
I can believe that. Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. After about the 15th call letting me know that the internet was down, you know, because the secretary out at the clinic or the maintenance guy out at the edge of the reservation, they got to call us and let us know that the internet's down because we're not aware, you know.
So what do y'all do? Y'all run your reservation network with its own DNS?
Yeah.
Is that because they're restricting what people?
Yeah. Well, no, it's just for the local area network. You gotta have the DNS. So we're running our own DNS server instead of like Google DNS. Our camera system for the access, you know, for the doors and stuff, it's actually using Google DNS instead of our DNS. So that the guy that runs that, he was on board getting that stuff running. He's like, I can remote into this stuff from outside, so the internet's working. You know, so the internet was working because that Google DNS was working, but anybody that was hitting our DNS couldn't
wasn't redirecting.
Right. And I'm not touching 500 plus devices and making them all point at Google DNS because one, that's too much work, and two, that's a huge security risk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. So yeah.
It's like seeing a pothole, complain about it for years instead of fixing it. Oh well, that's the county. I wonder how many of that happened over the years in towns where people like grow up and they're complaining about the roads, and then they decided to get into the politics. Next thing you know, they end up on the county, you know, judge or a county commissioner or a city town council or whatever, but then they never rethought about them roads that they grew up bitching about for a decade or better as they were going to school. And
why do we gotta wait for government to fix it?
Because that's the way things are.
Domino's has got a program that if you got bad potholes in your town, Domino's will come in and fix the potholes as part of their, you know, just so they can deliver pizza there. Have you seen that program?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was legit.
It is. They will go in. So instead of some dude having to take a mattress, which I have driven across, some dude taking a mattress and throwing it in the hole because the freaking hole is so big. You know, why can't these private companies step up? Because it's not profitable. I know why. That's a rhetorical question. It's not profitable. You know. But if we can find a way to make it profitable for these private companies to do this, then yeah, they'll do it in a heartbeat. We got an issue here. We got a rock quarry, maybe a half a mile from us, and the road that we live on is designated for no commercial traffic, right? But these trucks, they drive up and down this road all the time because it's quicker. It shaves about 15 minutes off their drive. Yeah. You know, so they cut up and down this road and it tears the road up because it's just unimproved gravel, right? You know, they come out 2 or 3 times a year and dump gravel on it and they grade it every now and then, and that's all we get. You know, and we've got a road that's about a mile south of us that they maintain specifically for the quarry. The county pays money for this road to be in good shape. You know, and so we get up there in the county commissioners and we're like, these people, they use this road all the time. Well, they're not supposed to. But they do, and you know that they do. Yet you don't do anything for this road, and you do everything for this other road that they're supposed to drive on. Why can't you do that for all the roads? If it's going to be like this, why can't you do this for all the roads? Well, you don't understand. No, I understand. You need to be fired, is what I understand.
You need to be jobless.
And it's funny. It's funny. Since the first time we went up there and caused problems, they they've been noticeably more responsive to what people say. I think these guys don't want to lose their jobs. I think they like the power that they have.
Well, see, that's where it's like I think we've lost sight of so much, and it's not just politicians, because see, that's that title thing. That'd be like doing all electricians are bad or all cops are bad. And I just don't, because I don't think that there's crooked ones, because it's kind of like, there's bakeries that actually sell baked goods, and then there's bakeries that are front stores for cartels. So,
Right.
but I think that overall, at one time they used to actually use intelligence when it came to mapping and road. That's why there were weight limits to the road, was because they knew the material that was used in that road. And it's like, okay, this material compressed this thick can withstand this much traffic and maintain its shape. So they design it and it's fine. But then they stop looking, and next thing you know, you end up with the dump trucks, or you end up with the bigger trucks with hauling the equipment, or then you end up with 18 wheelers. Well, now all of a sudden you end up with the waves and the tilts, and nobody goes back, because see, things sound good until all of a sudden you go, if we have to maintain this, now we're gonna have to enforce this, we're gonna have to do this. This sounds kind of complicated. Let's just do this. So it's like we don't fix it. So now all of a sudden you come and you do your few shovels of scoop into the hole. It's not going to fix it, because you can't pack that into that hole to create the structure back. So it's going to be a weak spot. It always will be. And that's why no matter what and we just do it, because now they realize that it's like every other construction job. That's an annual budget thing. So no, don't finish the project. Just get within 80% of the completion. That way we'll use this project for next year's budget too, so we can get a little bit more. We never try to cut back. We try to get more. When you think about, I don't know how many businesses I've worked at over my life and thought about, wow, when I stop and think about that, that was always the goal. That I grew up with that thing. People would say, nah, if your budget, if you got 1.2 million as your budget this year, you need to try to push for 1.4 or 1.5 next year. And so you almost got taught to push for more. And so what happens when I'm a politician? I'm going to look for more. This is what's in my way of thinking.
What happens as a politician is that you cut 1% out of the increased spending, not out of the budget, out of the increased spending for next year. And you turn around and you look at the people and you go, look how good I am. I decreased spending by 1%. No, you didn't. You decreased the increase in spending by 1%. You didn't decrease spend. If they decreased spending every time they said that they did, we would not have a $14 trillion budget right now. Or is it 22 trillion now? I don't know. And after a while, it just becomes numbers, right?
Right. Oh, dude, once we kind of hit the several $1 trillion worth, it's kind of like, okay, it's like right now, if I told you were 2.4 million in the hole, Grumpy, would it be any different if I told you were 15 million in the hole? It's like, nope, I'm in the hole, and that's all there is.
That's right. Oh goodness.
I will say one thing that they've got up there is the lobbyists, man. They get attacked the minute they go into there. I was listening to some of those staff workers and stuff, and dude, you're hammered by people that are paid to hammer you. Like that's their job.
Tim Pool had 3 congressional staffers. They worked as interns, and then the one lady acted as a staffer. But he did an interview with them, and they were given the inside scoop on what goes on up there, and that was exactly what they were talking about. The lobbyists. The lobbyists run Washington, D.C.
Well, that's your paid guns. It's like, because that is their job. And see, that's what makes them totally different. Sure, other people got their hustle and they do their thing in their flow of the other, but that is their job. Their job is to do nothing but go and harass and bombard and talk you into doing this. And if that means we invite you to a party this weekend so we can get a few pictures so that then we can come back next week and say, you're going to help pass this bill or else we're going to show these pictures, then that's cool. That's That's why the lobbyists got to go, dude. The lobbyists got to go.
The one story they told was about
What's
Matt
up, Kiss
Gaetz.
Off? Morning.
They were talking about Matt Gaetz, and Matt Gaetz made the pledge to not take any lobbyist money, right? And he doesn't. Apparently, all his support comes from grassroots support. So
yeah,
he's
there's
not,
like 6 of them that don't take anything.
He's not beholden to the lobbyists. So he went in there, and they want their commission, their seats on the committees, right? And the way they deal them out, I guess he walked into the office and was like, "Yeah, I want to get on these committees," and they're like, "Well, you're new here, and you got to pay your dues, and you got to help out and do all this stuff." And Matt Gaetz literally looked at him and said, "I will write you a $5 million check right now for the congressional re-election committee." And apparently it was like, "So what committees do you want to be on, Mr. Gaetz?" So that's all, because he's on like the intelligence committee and the armed services committee and all the really important ones. But he's on there because he isn't beholden to a lobbyist, and he was able to write a great big check to the party.
Well, yeah, his family's got some money. Well, see, that's because, and that's one thing I've sat here and watched since 16. You kind of watch, and it's like we can even sit here and talk about all these politicians, but it's a multi-layered thing. That deep state, I think there's no specific identifier. I think it's a layered, because it's like that. When you elect your guy and you send him up there, that party's national committee is actually running that party.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the Republican Party, it's the Republican National is and so that's what we've got to break loose of. Because see, that's what takes control of your guy. You send your guy up there, and when he arrives, they proceed to go, "Okay, here's your job. You need to go spend most of your time raising money for us." And see, and that's not what you send them to office for. There's that connect. We got to go back to getting our connect back. That's our guy. We're sending him to do a job, and it's not to work for them. It's to work for us. Well,
it looks like they made headway in that direction, because Rona Romney is out as the RNC chair. She quit last week, maybe the week before. And from what I was reading, the guy that is replacing her is a pro-Trump guy, and the fact that he's pro-Trump isn't necessarily good, but the connotation of that is he believes in America first, and he's going to work towards the benefit of the people, and not the party, and not the system. That's the connotation. Now, whether it pans out, who knows?
See, I wouldn't doubt that at all, Grumpy. I think there's quite a few that go in there thumbs up, ready to rock it, and then they hit that wall. That's them people that haven't been elected. They've been there for a decade or better. That is their home. So that'd be like somebody coming to your place and all of a sudden going, "No, you need to start going and doing this, Grumpy." And you're like, "What? No." And because, dude, it's like the Mike Johnson guy. Yeah, I think when he became speaker, he had all the best intentions. But now that you got to remember, if you're the dude, so you're having, let me do it like this. So you got the little front lines. You got your two sides. You're shooting at each other from your trenches. Every now and then there's somebody wounded. That's cool. This is the battle. Now all of a sudden, you have somebody that just decides to ride out there in the middle of all of it because, hey, you know what? I'm going to be Speaker of the House, and I'm going to do everything the right way. We're going to disclose this. We're going to do this. I'm sorry. Do you think that this trench is firing at this trench anymore? Hell no. They just focused all their shit to that one mofo that decided to ride out there in the open. That's why I think he changed. Some of it started to be a little cater, started a little give into this. I personally think this stupid TikTok thing is about as stupid as can be. Dude, I swear to God, I'm actually on the verge of, I'm trying to work on, I started to write an email yesterday, and then it just, my wording's not right. So I want to make sure my wording sounds where I'm not, I want to bitch you out without bitching you out. But dude, it's like, you're saying America this, America that. You literally are trying to pass a bill that will give that potato-headed piece of crap authority to just all of a sudden go, you know what? You're an extremist. You need to be taken down. What? you're like giving him the power to do the parlor. And
So
it's like, I don't know, blows my mind.
Here's the only two options here. These are the only two conclusions that you can come to through this whole TikTok thing. First off, let me say this. I am really torn on this because TikTok is wholly owned by the Chinese government. All right. It is banned off of government phones. I know that for a fact because I had a government phone. It is banned from government phones. So, and it's proven that the algorithm that they use here versus the algorithm they use in China are completely different, and they push different types of content to the people, and the content that's pushed to American citizens is meant to dumb them down. It is to make them stupid, and it's doing a great job. I mean, for what it was designed for, it's a fantastic piece of social engineering. Okay,
See,
so
now, what if I told you that TikTok wasn't solely owned by the CCP?
okay, yes, technically,
I mean, it's broken up pretty good. I didn't realize it. I used to kind of think it was majority of them, but there's only like 20% that's owned by, I think it was 3 Chinese investors, which then people go, okay, that's CCP.
Any company that the CCP has partial ownership of is controlled by the CCP. Period. I mean, you can't get around it. All right. This is why. Was it Musk? Oh well. Let me finish my first thought first. You know, so getting rid of TikTok would not bother me one bit. The government censoring it, that's a whole nother issue. And I'm with you, man. That is a slippery slope. It's a door we don't want to open. It's every single metaphor that you can think about that we don't want to do, right? But was it Elon Musk? Elon Musk said that he would buy. I think it was Musk said that he would buy TikTok.
I think it was a friend of Elon's.
Was it a friend? You know, and if it became so it wasn't owned by the CCP, and
but see, that's why there's people that kind of come out because Trump is like, hey, you need to stop this TikTok thing, and people are like, oh, well, look at you. You wanted to do it. And it's like, well, when he wanted to do it was different. Because he just wanted to go, look, the communications from this program are going to stop going over there or we're shutting it off. So
right.
Either A, somebody over here buys it and you put your servers over here and Americans can use it, or you take the shit away. Well, now he's trying to say, because see, this is, to me, it's a multifaceted thing. You go at TikTok, one, not only are you handing power over to the executive branch to say, hey, you make the decide on what's good or bad. That's a no. We shouldn't do that. And then the second is when you do this, you're literally handing this 24 election over to Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Because then they get all concentrated power. Yeah, there's X, but that's why they're hitting him so hard. See, I look at things on an attack level sometimes, and not like I'm not trying to freak out nobody or fear porn shit. It's not that. I just kind of tactically, it's like, well, what would be, well, I'm sorry. This dude has a platform that's letting you say things and show things. So that's a target. We just went through an election where they were sent. We actually have gone through COVID, the jab, and an election where Facebook and in the beginning, Twitter monitored everything. That matter of fact, when Parler tried to come on board, they shut that shit down all the way up to the domains level, like as in no. So that there's an intent. So here we are now, and I think this is an intentional push, and I hope the Senate kicks it out, because this is when you take 2020 and you say, man, we ain't gonna be able to do this again in 24. You know what? We need to get this all the way up to the executive branch, and then they can work with Facebook, and then that'll be the only communications. And you figure they already got the networks, the media. So you will literally have state-sponsored media at that point, and that'll be that. Because they're going at Elon to take him down. He's now the most worst thing ever. He's bad, evil guy. Yeah, trying to shut him down. Because if you take X away, you got nothing else. Now they'll tell you what they want you to hear, and that's that.
And we still haven't fixed the problems from 2020.
Right.
Well,
we can't until we take over. We won't be able to address that until we get the power seats. One way or another, I'll put it that way. One way or another, that ought to justify everybody's viewpoint.
I saw a golden oldie yesterday. The Dominion voting machines. You know, the logo or their catchphrase, changing the way people vote. Their logo was literally a red ballot going into the top of the ballot box and a blue ballot coming out of the bottom of the ballot box. That was their literal logo.
I could
So
believe it.
they told people, and then I started reading some stuff and listening to some stuff about Hammer and Scorecard, and you know, the CIA that was active during the 2020 election, and then the CIA somehow that program got transferred to the Chinese government, and the Chinese government used it in Venezuela during their elections at the same time, and changed about 5.5 million votes with it.
Yep.
So Hammer and Scorecard's still floating around out there. The Dominion voting machines are still floating around out there.
See,
The mail-in
it's funny
voting
because
still out.
when the Kraken came out saying stuff like that, everybody said she's crazy. When Rudy Giuliani came out saying that, everybody said he was crazy. When all these other people, who's the dude with the glasses? Damn it, I can't remember his name. He cracks me up. I remember him from way back in the beginning of the internet days. He was one of those crazy little cable channel kind of guys that did the new IBM. Look at this. And it's, you know, the good old AOL commercial kind of things.
Mhm.
Damn, what is that dude's name? I can't think of it. He's a smart dude. He's one of those guys that has like all the pets. Matter of fact, he's the dude that designed the QR code shit.
Oh,
So
yeah,
the whole
okay.
scanner thing. He was the guy that even stood up I think it was in Georgia, when he went into the courtroom and literally said, my team, we've actually hacked into the machine through the thermostat. And they're like, oh no, it's not connected to the internet. Yeah, we did. And then I forgot that dude's name. But see, all this stuff was out. And when you kind of zoom out, let me throw this out at you. Let's see, I'm sorry. So let's see, it was Obama ran for 2 years. So he got 2 terms. Now let me just hyperbole. So these machines were out there. They came on sign. Some sides started to see some vulnerabilities. So maybe, like, I don't know, maybe Florida flipped the Republican thing, you know, that pissed the Democrats off so bad, because it was kind of weird how before 16, the Democrats had no problem coming you out and doing a whole HBO special to tell you just how corrupt these things are. These things are corrupt. They can be hacked so easy. Look at how easy. We've amassed these people. Look how fast they've got into it. 15 minutes they were into it. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. 16 rolls around and all of a sudden his ass won. And they're like, yo, homie, what happened to the machines? Hey, man, there just more showed up. Well, you better work on that shit. And they were thinking that was going to do it for 2020. It didn't work for 2020. And so all of a sudden we had water breaks and we had pizza boxes on windows and we had people being shoved out the door, and then coolers coming in the back and mail-in, drop-in ballot shits by the hundreds of thousands. What do you think's going to happen now?
Oh yeah.
When you really kind of back up, you can see where it keeps going up a notch.
We already had was it the Secretary of State or the Attorney General of Michigan? One of the high-ranking people in one of those battleground states flat out came out and said that they've already got a network of people in these battleground states to take care of issues like this again. They're all still controlled by the Democrat Party, and they're all the same mechanisms and people are in place. And they're basically telling everybody, yeah, we're all talking now. We're all talking, so we're going to coordinate this time. You know, last time it was just a bunch of fellow travelers.
Oh, no, dude. You need to go check that out. Grumpy, go read the Time magazine article. It's called Fortifying the Election. I can get you the link to it, dude. And if you read that article and just replace the word fortifying with stealing, it'll walk you right through what they just did.
I read that article. I know the one you're talking about.
The meetings of Zuckerberg and everybody, the gatherings, the pooling of the money.
Well, I'm still a firm believer that the actual stealing of the election was a bunch of fellow travelers. Yes, people talked that it was a whole bunch of people that knew what needed to be done, all doing it at the same time. It's just like this. Okay, 91 felony counts in 5 different states, municipalities, and locations. Right, 91 felony counts against Trump, all happening at the same time. Proof positive that the judges and the DAs have all talked to the DOJ beforehand. Do you think that the DOJ or somebody in the Biden administration said, do this, go do these charges, do this now? No, they didn't. What they did was they had conversations, and it was like, hey, something really needs to be done about this. And so, we really need to this is what we need to focus on, without specifically saying, get Trump this way. But all
I
these
think it was a
people,
collective thoughts. It's kind of like, well, what do you think you can get him by? Well, man, I don't know. I think we can get him for this. Well, then go for that.
they're
I think it was
all
one of
fellow
those.
travelers. And with, I think it was Levine yesterday was making that comment. He said, with that many felony counts in that many locations, they're not trying to keep him from being elected. They're trying to throw him in jail.
Well, that and they're working on his money. They're trying to drain him as much and bog it down. It's kind of a multifaceted. I think they're trying to tarnish the name. That's not working. And they're trying to suck down his money as much as they can. And they're trying to tarnish the name, collapse the business. And if they can score a lockup, they'll do it.
Yeah.
And I believe that, but I just,
but it's
now
not
what, I will say, let me ask you this. So what do you mean when you say travelers?
fellow travelers.
Like, what is that?
So have you
I'm
heard
ignorant, trust me.
have you heard my ideas on what the system is?
No, I
Okay.
don't get it. Not
So
when you put it like that.
the system, everybody complains about the system, right? The system this, the system that. So
What's
what
up,
is this?
Pete?
What is the system? Nobody can tell you. They can point to parts of the system, the WEF, the Trilateral Commission. They can point to all these things that are parts of the system, but they could never tell you what the system is. I'll tell you what the system is. This is what we are battling against. We're battling against the ideology of global capitalism. That is the ideology that we are battling. And when I say global capitalism, I am not talking about the monetary theory of capitalism, because a monetary theory is neither good nor bad. It has no ethics to it, right? It's just this is the way money works. That's capitalism and the theory of capitalism in a nutshell. This is the way money works. Okay. So global capitalism is an ideology that came about around the turn of the century, and it was put in place to combat international communism, right? So you've got international communism, which believed that the collective is the answer, and you've got international capitalism that believes that the basic theory behind behind global capitalism is everything has a value, even people. Everything has a monetary value, and that value needs to be controlled, right? So think about it. Think about our modern world. What out there does not have monetary value in the eyes of the global elite or the people that they point to as the system? All right, everything. You and I are nothing but monetary values, right? So the system is the infrastructure that was put in place to promote the ideology of global capitalism and combat international communism, right? That's all these the universities, the businesses, all these institutions were made to create people that supported global capitalism and promote it, right? So whenever we talk about the Bill Gateses and all this stuff, the reason why they're replaceable, their value to the system is that they are replaceable because the system is always generating people that promote the system, that move the ideology of the system forward. So if Bill Gates disappears, there's going to be another one that steps up and takes his place. If George Soros dies tomorrow, his two sons are going to step up because they all went through the same infrastructure. They all went through the same schools. They were all taught the same ideology. So they become fellow travelers. They're all pointed in the same direction. They don't have marching orders. They don't have to have marching orders because individually they each know what they are supposed to do to move the ideology further because they all went to the same schools. They all went to the same businesses and they all think the same. So they're fellow travelers, right?
So where does but see, I guess that, and I know this is probably like, damn, Rescue, why you got to do that? But I'm see this.
No, go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
where does the Traveler come in? Like, what's the reference to Traveler?
A sojourn. Personally, I think it's a Bible reference. I think it's biblical, and
Because I've heard it in different tones. It's usually like in a show or something, and it'll be about like either the travelers, like the people
we're
that
traveling. We're traveling on the same path. We're not.
No.
We're not on the path at the same place at the same time, but we're all traveling on the same path. So the people during the 2020 election, the people that were pulling ballots out of coolers in the middle of the night when nobody was supposed to be watching, they knew that Donald Trump had to be stopped, and they knew that he had to be stopped at all costs.
Okay, so like
Just
the
like
travelers are the ones with the prime that they all focused on the same target.
they know what the goal is. They know what the goal is, right? So the people that were pulling those ballots out in the middle of the night when nobody was watching had the same goal in mind as the dude that was putting the pizza boxes up on the windows in Michigan. They didn't have to be told to do it because they knew what to do because they were all traveling the same path. So all you need, that's why I don't believe in grand conspiracies. Sure, there may have been some people at the top in 2020 talking about it, but they didn't have to give marching orders to everybody. All they had to do was put something out there, put something out here, just plant a seed someplace, and the people that think like them would take it and do what they were supposed to do.
But wouldn't that pretty much then just make everybody a traveler? Because
yeah, everybody is a traveler. Everybody is a traveler in a sense.
Because I mean, I would think that people that like, if you believe in the 3 documents and the foundation of our country, you know, you're a patriot, you believe in America, this, you know, our foundation, what we stand for, and that, well, then that would make, like, I could see because that's what I tried to even, I've said this actually since the beginning. They were so easy to focus the hate because everybody's pissed off about something. So if I can get you to think that your problems, this lighter somehow is connected to your problems, and then I do that with everybody else, next thing you know, I end up with fucking millions of people that hate a Bic lighter. Now, over half of that million people have used a Bic lighter, but I've managed through my narrative and my talk and my choice of words, I get a million people to hate this damn Bic lighter.
Bingo. And you just said what I've been pushing for a long time. You know, it's everybody's a traveler. We're all traveling down some path, and the goal is to get as many people pointed in the same direction and on the same path as you are towards the goals that you want. Right now, I'm not talking whether they're good, bad. You know, the moral or ethical values of your goals. I'm just saying, you know, you do that. So you hit it right on the head. The narrative and the message that the people that stole the election was more powerfully ingrained in those people than the narrative and the message that this has to be stopped on our side. Right? It's just and this is why I'm constantly talking about we need to hone our message. We need to make our narrative more clear. We need to paint a brighter picture of tomorrow than what they can paint. And we need to get it out there and we need to push it. We need to have a shared message, shared narrative, and get everybody pointed in the same direction. Right now, the conservative and the patriot side is like a bunch of boats out on the lake, just tootling around in different directions. And what we need to do is we need to get all these different captains and all these different boats pointed in the same direction and moving in the same direction. You know,
not how easy that is, because, you know, I've thought about it, and I think this is going to sound kind of rough, probably. A lot of the things that we criticize, or let me say this better. I feel that a lot of things that people dissect and complain about government officials, government agencies, politicians, you know, law enforcement, those same characteristics that people will complain about from them, in small ways, they exercise them themselves. And so it's that big gray area where you see something and you want to go, yeah, we need to hold them accountable. And somebody reaches over and whispers and goes, well, now if we make that wrong, you know, you did that 6 months ago, and all of a sudden that person goes from, yeah, and it's like, well, they need to stop doing that, because see, now you back off. You start to see where you're connected into some of this. And I'll just say in a Jeffrey reference, politicians lie, lie, lie. How many people walk day-to-day life and lie to people every day? And they justify their lie because, well, well, I'm sorry, but if the lie is a lie and a lie is wrong, then why is it right when we do it amongst 5, 10, 20, or 100, but it's not okay when the politician does it? Is it just because we elected him and now all of a sudden he's supposed to be different than us? When do we walk the same talk that we're expecting to see from them?
You're pointing out something very important, and I'm not sure if you realize it. You're pointing out the fact, and this is gonna piss some people off in chat, and good, they need to be pissed off. You're pointing out the fact that people are intellectually lazy. People, there's not a single person out there that is 100% intellectually honest. Most people on the Patriot side, as well as the pro-state side, they are intellectually lazy. This is why so many people like what the Marxists are pushing, because it allows them to be intellectually lazy. It is infinitely easier for me to point at this guy over here that's more successful than me and go, it's his fault that I'm not successful, than for me to point my finger at myself and say, I am the reason I am not successful. This is what I need to do. Right. So the Patriot and the conservative side takes a lot more intellectual honesty and a lot more intellectual work to hold true to it. Right. And Patriots, this is one of the things that we're terrible at, is we are intellectually lazy, because we like pointing at the leftists and the Marxists and going, hey, we don't like those guys, they do this. But if the guy's on our side, we let it slide. Right. And they take advantage of that. They take advantage of the fact that people are intellectually lazy. I know that the abortion issue is a prime example. You can literally have people say that life is precious, and in the same breath go, but it's their choice. All right. Why, if that human life is precious, why is it okay for that person to be murdered? Well, because it's their choice. Because it takes a lot of,
Dude, the
it takes a
actual
lot
talk
of,
about the human being, their choice, their body, that. And it's like, but what about them then? Because inside there is a body and a person. It doesn't count because it's inside there. Dude, just a weird interpretation of that.
But if you look at the, and I'm using abortion because it's a low hanging fruit. There's you talk about all this stuff. Anything that the left pushes, you can look at it and see how intellectually lazy it is, right? And then it's hard to be critical of people that are on our own side. That the pro-gun people are probably our worst enemies as far as 2A stuff goes. The pro-gun people on the internet, the gun tubers and all that stuff, they probably do more to hurt the cause of the Second Amendment than any 5 politicians in Washington, D.C., because of the stupid shit that they say and they do.
Well, it's almost, I will say, I've noticed some of those shows, because it's that way about some other things too. It's almost like unknowingly you just became a character with a script unknowingly, because it's kind of like, well, Charlottesville from Orange Man.
Mm-hmm.
He did a speech, but they said, well, wait a minute, this part right here, find people both sides, bam. And that became the thing. Well, people get up here and they're meaning well, and they're saying, yeah, 2A this, 1A this, blah, blah, blah. But that's getting clipped and then going, see, look at how radical that is. Look, see that? And they play to that. And they play to the people that are just, and I've said this with here, hell, this is, I don't really care anymore. So it is what it is, but it happens here. Stock your preps, lock and load, get that ammo. Okay, so now what? You better make sure you got plenty of preps. Okay, but now what? Buy more guns. Well, what? We're not addressing any issues.
Right.
We're not trying to come up with a solution. You're actually, what are you going to do when they finally storm across that fucking field and jumping down in here to the trenches? Now you want me to be ready? Well, I'm saying, why aren't we trying to meet them across the battlefield here? You know, why don't we meet halfway? But you can't, because the anxiety, the stress, because everybody goes to the gas pump every other day and they go, oh, God dang, man. They go to the grocery store, gosh dang, they watch the news. What the hell? Or like when our groups, they get into our groups and it's like, you know, invasion and, you know, man, it's constant tension and anxiety. Well,
Right.
that side lives in that too. Theirs was just ours is generated by, we're going to take your guns and we're letting people flood the border. It frosts this group up into a frenzy. This one over here says orange man bad. And they've worked it up. And so, but this, it's so distracted because of that stress and anxiety. If people would, it's kind of like you hit a fire, man. Hell, you freak out. I don't know how to explain that. And anybody that's been there, you've got this fucking panic and fear inside of you. And anybody that tells you that they don't, they're lying. And I'm just going to say it, and I'll say it there. Look at the camera and say you're fucking lying. So everybody has a fear because you're going in and you're not sure what is in there. You don't know the situation. You know the overall. Yeah, there's flames and there's wood. Okay. You don't know, do these people have a fucking camping gas inside there? Do they got some kind of propane tank in the kitchen? Do they got a whole cabinet full of insecticide cans? What the hell? You don't know. And so you go in, well, you've got to calm yourself. You have to calm yourself, assess that, and then you go in there and you hit things as they show themselves. As you pick up things, you adapt. You can't just stand at the fucking door with the hose going, well, when it finally gets to the door, I'm charged, motherfucker. I'm charged. Yeah, I'm ready. There's nothing left. You got a fucking door and it finally catches fire and you hit the hose and you go, yeah, and everything behind that's all gone.
Yep.
And so, and I know that's probably the weirdest, stupidest analogy, but that's just because that's what I can reference to. It's like you know, I'm sure people in combat can reference in different things, but you're going to be scared. You're going to be stressed. You're going to be anxious. You're going to be fearful. And, you know, but you've got to calm yourself and you've got to get on point. You've got to address the main issue and then start working from that. You can't just bounce around like a ping pong ball. What's up? Morning, Frank.
Saturday when we were having the discussion with Hutch, you probably laid out the most beautiful example of what I'm talking about I could think of. And I don't think you realized that you did it. And everybody should go back and find this part. And I can't tell you where it is, but find the part where we're talking about the sanctity of life and as far as biblical, you know, the value of life and that stuff. And you sat there and I watched it happen. You could literally see the wheels turning in your head. You took the idea of the sanctity of life and you work through the process of if I believe that all life is precious, then this idea flows from that, and this idea flows from that, and you work through it, and you work through how believing in the sanctity of life and how precious life is works us to the point where slavery is bad and that abortion is immoral. And you literally, it took you about 2 minutes to walk through it. You know, you were talking, but you walked through the process and you showed exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about fellow travelers. Because now that you've worked through that, you and I are at the same place now. You and I, because you worked through that, we're fellow travelers along that path. And if I say something about something like that, you know exactly where my reference point is. You know exactly where that path needs to lead to now, because you understood the higher meaning, the higher message, the narrative, or whatever you want to call it. But you walked through that, and it was probably the best 2 minutes of that entire morning for me. Just watching you do that. In fact, I told the guys in Bible study last night about that, you know, and it was awesome. But that's what I'm talking about when I talk about fellow travelers and setting the narrative and all that stuff, you know, and the because it's harder, because it's mentally harder, and you have to be more morally truthful in what we want to do. it's harder to get people to come over to our side. But once they understand, they become much more vehement about it. This is the reason why every time I come on here, I talk about building community and becoming food independent and building alternative economies. Because if we get everybody thinking, okay, these are the priorities, these are the things that will ultimately set me free. If we get everybody thinking about these three things and moving towards it, everything else is going to fall into line.
Hey, morning, Actions. And by the way, congratulations. Placed in the top 5 in the roping competition yesterday.
Oh, good
Right
deal.
on.
That's a hard skill. I don't care what anybody says. That is a hard skill. Yeah.
Yep. I'll tell you, people make fun of barrel racing, but you go do barrel racing, and all of a sudden you realize that's kind of challenging.
Yeah, I tell Angela this all the time. It's about barrel racing chicks are some of the craziest chicks in the world, but they're also some of the hottest.
Well, dude, barrel racing, it's like those circle track racers.
Mm-hmm.
People will just see you going, okay, and it's like, yeah, but you got to stop for a moment and think about the speed, the angle, how close they are to each other. I mean, shit goes bad. Well, dude, barrel racing. People think, hey, you're on a horse. And it's like, well, first off, if you've never had a horse decide to try to get you off, then you haven't felt the power of the horse. But and a horse running, son, that's straight up. That's American muscle.
Dude, they're taking those corners, and those girls.
Morning, Greta.
Those girls can reach down and touch the ground. Those horses are leaning so far.
Yeah. Morning, Sherbert. Oh man, yeah, they lean over, dude. They're brushing that barrel. They're so close to shave that second.
Not gonna lie, had I been more into country music, I probably ended up with a rodeo chick. Yeah, so that's.
I'll have to go. I might try to go by and clip that one. I don't know. Maybe I can make that. Hey, that could be one of my first little shorts. I'll go clip that little part.
If you can find it, it was. People may not see it the same way I see it, but I thought it was fantastic, man. I thought that watching that process was fascinating to me, because it wasn't anything you didn't already know, but it was just you putting the links together and linking it all together to come to the conclusion you came to,
I do that. That's what I do, though. I and sometimes that annoys people, but I get called over analytical.
Well, but there's that people on our side are like that. We know we've got these grand ideas, and we know what needs to be done. We don't know how to do it because we haven't put them all together. This is why you need to become literate in history. You need to become literate in the Constitution. You need to work on building your communities and building an infrastructure of support. You need to become food independent, because that is the weapon that they will use the quickest against you to get you off track on all this other stuff. And you need to become financially independent as much as possible. Fact is, we're never going to escape the system.
Well, no, right? See, that's just it. Because I will say, and I was, okay, two things real quick. One, traveler, you're right. Kissoff says, I hate that word. I don't like that word. I prefer God's children. And I'm like, I get you. It had a weird take for me. That's why I just had to ask about, what do you mean by traveler? Because it didn't sink, but I get what you're saying now that you said that. Now, the second thing was like the global capitalist. Okay. See, I think that's where the people and because we weren't always that way. And like the capitalist, we brought the capitalist to the table. The capitalism, kind of be profitable. You can go make yourself successful. You didn't have to be born into a family.
Right.
You didn't, nothing. You could go do this. You could go be creative and successful and build your own. What I don't think that even our forefathers, and we never caught it as humanity, just as the human race, we opened Pandora's box when we did that. Because we now created that once people got to a certain level, then all of a sudden you're better than. Well, now that became a separation. It wasn't the push for freedom and to be self-sufficient and to be self-successful. And now all of a sudden you had a goal to rise above other people. Well, that changed the mind sync. You know, it wasn't about that. I know out down here, whenever most of my stuff is a Texas type history. So I have a Southern, I mean, I've traveled and I've worked in different states, but my upbringing, going to school, things I heard, it's all pretty much a Texas related shit. So it's like down here, man, that was frontier thinking. So it wasn't to be better than that ranch that you passed 20 miles back. That was just, you didn't even acknowledge it like that. You just kind of gave that dude a thumbs up and was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm going to build mine. So you didn't even think it in a competition level. I think the cities brought that shit on. And then all of a sudden, that's where I think we kind of like rose the global capitalists, because we became international. We grew outside our boundaries, and now we've created that global
Okay,
shit.
do
Is
not
that Tiger D-Dog?
do not conflate the monetary theory of capitalism, which is what you're talking about. People creating wealth and accumulating wealth. Do not conflate that with the ideology of global capitalism, because global capitalism does not rely on capitalism itself to maintain control. In fact, we've seen so think about this. Think about your history. So the main enemy of global capitalism was Marxism, international communism. And that's what it was originally started to fight, right? So think about during the 30s, the 40s, 50s, the Cold War era. They were promoting the ideas of American style democracy and free market capitalism. They were promoting all that stuff, right? So the main enemy of global capitalism was Soviet Russia. That was the main enemy. So the main enemy of global capitalism collapsed in 1989. It disappeared. So that battle is over. So what is the next? If you're fighting a war, what is the next step after you win a battle? It's consolidation. You consolidate your position. All right. So then the system that supports global capitalism, remind you, everything's got a monetary value and everything must be controlled. So then we start seeing color revolutions. We start seeing more government censorship, government centralized government. We see a move, especially in the United States government and in the global body, towards a more centralized control system. The very same centralized control system that we fought against during the Cold War, and that was evil. But because that enemy is gone, then the enemy becomes the internal, because the problem becomes internal for the system. So then now they have to control everybody inside the system, not the external threat, but the internal threat. So the individual at this point becomes the threat to the system. This is why we've seen a change from a freedom-minded government and a government that ostensibly was on the right side of history morally through much of the 20th century. Why we see this gradual and then ever increasing shift towards a fascist government. And we live in a fascist government now. By all definitions of the term, we live under fascism, right? And that's where we are. And that is the ideology of global capitalism. And it will use whatever means it has to. It's using the BLM movement and Antifa. Those are Marxist movements. Those are the foot soldiers of the system right now. And it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time until they get activated for this election cycle. All right. So don't conflate the monetary theory against the ideology, because they are
But I think one came from the other, though.
One was used by the other.
Well, but it kind of birthed and created the other.
All the monetary theory of global capitalism, or all the monetary theory of capitalism does, is tell us how money works. That's all it did.
Well, yeah, but no, what I'm saying though is like, instead of just being a successful rancher, like right here, all of a sudden you're now loading up several hundred herds down here to the port and they're being sent off to another country for meat. Well, all of a sudden now we increased our way of life internationally. And that's what I mean by when I think it created, because that became part of the playing field. And when, and this is going to sound really ugly, and I'm sorry, and hell, I might even could get a strike over insulting people or something from YouTube on this one, but we took advantage of stupid people. You have not developed your country, and we're going to come over there, and we talk about China doing it, and we've done it too. We just do it in a different way, you know, but we go over and we've been doing that ever since people.
The ideology created what you're talking about, not the theory. Because monetary theory has no moral. It's not neither positive nor negative. It's just, this is the way money works. And so this is, if you understand the way money works, you can use this theory to harness that the way it works in order to create wealth and generate income. That's all it is.
Wasn't that the whole Knights Templar thing that came up with the whole banking and being able to stash your money here, but then access it somewhere else? Wasn't that? Because see, I could see that in history at some point. You can't, that's why only kings and shit had them treasure troves, because what were you going to do? How can you hold the mob back if you have a treasure chest full of gold and everybody in the whole area knows in that room is a chest full of gold? You got to be the dude with the big army to defend it. So people didn't really have it. But then all of a sudden you had like, and I'm not getting into the rabbit hole of Knights Templar, but I've just, some of the history I've been reading to the past few months, they kind of introduced this whole banking note kind of thing, like deposit your stuff here. And then when you go to Athens, you can access it here. You can use this script paper. So we kind of introduced that back then, and it kind of became a thing. But the minute we developed our freedom and the capitalism version of that, kind of intermingled.
Well, as I said, don't conflate the monetary theory with the ideology, because the ideology is the one that's done all the stuff you're talking about. It took all these pieces and put them together in a certain way so it worked a certain way. You realize, what's one of the biggest movements right now on global scale? There's a huge push towards centralized banking, because centralized banking is good for people. What's one of the basic planks of Marxism? Centralized banking.
Oh yeah.
Because if you control the centralized bank, you control people, the way people spend their money, and what people can and cannot do. So and that put the global banking thing has always been there since the 1920s, whenever they invented the Fed. It's been there. But the idea of a global centralized banking institution, globally, has not been pushed really hard until after the fall of the Soviet Union. That's when it started gaining ground. And again, that's the system consolidating power and addressing threats to the infrastructure in the system. The external enemy is gone, and now they're dealing with the internal enemies. And you and I are the internal enemy to the system. Right?
So you think it's just always been that way?
Oh, there's always been people out there wanting to control other people.
Well, yeah, but no, I mean with our government. So our government's just like, because see, that's okay. So when I say this, I can say this with you, because then you don't take things personal, but
right.
And so, because it's not you. It's so the way that was said, because this is what I hear so much of, is that word government. But then that's such a general broad term, because that's where I think we've lost sight of the deep state per se, because everybody up until here lately thought politicians, that's the government. The government's the politicians. It's the Mitch McConnells. That's the Chuck Schumers. It was now with all this that's come out, the swamp become exposed, as in it's not these elected people. It's all them people behind them that aren't elected. It's these agencies. It's these ambassadors that are over here that are working back in deals with other places and shit like that, and funneling money over through. That's
When I say government, I'm not talking about the individuals.
well,
As
because
I
there's
said,
people that, you know, I've run into it and I've been chewed out and I get emails and how we've been that way. Like even our creation was really just a facade that we really, I mean, I've heard some wild shit, dude.
you know,
And
the
so,
politicians are replaceable. AOC's prove that 100%. They can take a semi-illiterate bartender from the Bronx and make her one of the most powerful women in America.
that
They,
doesn't show you TNA sells. I don't know what does.
the politicians are replaceable, you know, and that's why they fall in line with the system, because they know that they're replaceable, and if they want to get theirs, they have to play ball, you know. So yeah, when I say the government, I'm not talking about any individual. I'm talking about the
Well, and
the lattice.
when do you think it actually, the majority of our government, I don't know. See, normally I would just talk in general terms, but I've
When
come to
did it
realize over a
change?
couple of years, yeah, when did it kind of like become a majority of corruption? You know, because I
So
mean,
it's
there's always corruption, so I can't say, well, when do you think it got corrupted? Because there's always been corruption, but when do you
so
think it?
I think the first milestone was the assassination of John F. Kennedy. I think that was the first milestone. The second major milestone was the fall of the Soviet Union. And here's why. Because John F. Kennedy was probably the last true Democrat, pro-American Democrat. True, purely true. Right? And he was by you know, was he a political demagogue? Yes, he was. He was a party
Hey,
line.
you know, what's up? Later, Blackbird, make it a good day.
But that was when they got rid of him, the deep state, if you will, or whatever it was called back then, that was the first time it changed. It made a big correction.
Think that's
Right.
kind of when they reached out to kind of go, okay, we need to seal the deal here.
And towards the end of the Soviet Union, we saw a big change. You know, we had sitting politicians working with a foreign government to subvert a U.S. president. Ted Kennedy literally was talking with the Soviets during Reagan's second election thing. But when the Soviet Union fell, the onus changed. The enemy went away, so they had to look at where the next threat to their power was going to come from, and they started working. And then the next major milestone, in my opinion, well, the late '90s is when it really got bad. You know, whenever the United States government could not call what was happening in Rwanda genocide, that was the first time I really noticed exactly how corrupt our government was.
Well, hell, then, dude, really, you could even say the 80s then, because we did that shit with fucking Somalia. I mean, you could literally sit there and watch her and butcher somebody else, but it's like, did they throw it at you? Nope. Well, then don't
Well,
do nothing. And it's like, wait a minute, are we not going to call this shit out?
you know, when Bush got up and did his New World Order speech, you know,
Yeah.
the fall of the Soviet Union, that was another milestone. Another milestone was the passing of the Patriot Act, and we let it happen. In fact, I cheerleaded it. I'm not gonna. As much
Yeah.
as I hate to say this, when it happened, I thought it was a good thing.
Oh, me
I
too.
applauded it.
I've owned up to it, man. I watched them, and regardless of popular belief, but I was sitting, happened to be looking at a screen, doing some coding, and had a TV right there, and went, "Oh shit!" Because it was actually, I forgot which news station was actually doing one of them rooftop things, and the back shot was actually of the buildings as the plane goes wham.
Right.
And it was like, oh shit! And then of course all the footage went to it. The missus called me on the phone. I'm like, holy shit! Need to get the kids. Where are the kids? I'm gonna get them to go pick them up because, dude, I thought, holy shit. I mean, you know, anybody that doesn't want to own up to it, that's up to them. This is me. I got no problem. That dude,
Well,
I was sitting in that room in there, and I had that window. And as soon as that happened, I went, holy shit, dude! It's nope. We got to get the kids home. And it was kind of like, okay, what's next? What's next? Kind of waiting to see, because the
my
first thing I
daughter,
thought of was, shit, we literally got attacked.
my daughter's 28, and to this day, she remembers that day, because the first time she ever saw her dad cry.
Yeah.
you know.
Dude,
But
that was,
here's something to think about. So all these milestones.
and see,
Think
but okay,
about,
while we're right there, let me just
okay.
say this. Sorry, Grumpy, but so while we're right there, because see, like, okay, we have that memory. See, now, and I get what you mean by a milestone, because I believe, the staircase you've done, I kind of go with you. So I'm with you. But like, even on 9/11, I'm not sure that the majority of like the House, Senate, and everything really knew what was going on in the back end. I think that they get sold a bill of goods sometimes, just like we do. It's like when we get told like that, damn, we've just been attacked, we need to do something. And of course, everybody's going to be like, hell yeah. Do they get pitched on shit? Now I think that where it's down to real, you can see it because you can watch them so plain as day. You just got a dozen maybe that are there for legitimate reasons. But do you, I don't know. It's like a Rand Paul. Well, not really Rand Paul, because hell, his daddy was kind of solid, but
they
like,
are not in Washington, D.C. because they are the best and the brightest of us. That's
well, no,
not
they're
right
they're
here
your
in
local
Washington.
used car salesman. That's
You know?
that's really, to me, the way I've always looked at it. That's your local used car salesman, because that's the people that always had the time to go out and politic and get your their name in the ring and vote and blah. Who has that time? It's
And
like, if you wanted to run for sheriff, do you have time to go every day knocking on doors and printing flyers and mailing out things? No.
and the day that a majority of them stood behind Nancy Pelosi and applauded when she said, "You have to pass the bill to find what's in it," that should have been a wake up call for every single American, and it wasn't. It wasn't. Here's the thing about those milestones I was talking about. I gotta get off here pretty quick because I gotta go feed the animals. It's so cloudy; it's still dark outside. Anyway,
Yeah.
think about where they're placed along the timeline. So you've got Kennedy. This is Kennedy, and then you've got the fall of the Soviet Union, and then just a little bit shorter bit time frame. You've got the next one, and a little bit shorter time frame. You've got the next one. So these milestones where the system is starting to work against us are coming quicker and quicker. And now you're gonna have about a 4-year gap. It's probably already started. We could probably call it a 2.5-year gap because they already started it. The system is working against us to keep Trump from being elected. Because that is a threat to the system.
Dude, they're scared. There's accountability on the horizon, I think, is the way they feel. There's a change in the air. And for them, just like we sit here and talk about the border and we talk about, all the shit they do, and they got that same fear because of the shit that they know that they've done, that he knows about, that's unconstitutional, is illegal. And if he can get in, because it's like, to be honest, I've wondered how this would go, but what would happen if he does get in and then all of a sudden they
He's not
go,
going to
oh,
be the president. He'll
well,
be
no, I'm just saying, so say he gets in, we get the House, we get the Senate, and then they proceed to look at the election. They lay it all out. You see where the states broke their own constitutions and that the judges didn't want to hear the evidence. So that all gets brought up. It gets shown that, yep, it was stolen. Yep, it sure was. There it is. What does that actually do then to everything that's fucking happened in the last 4 years? So anybody that's he's appointed, because if you go off of any other kind of legal standing, it retros. So, if I've created this mass of money and then you catch me embezzling some, they take all my money, because they go back and they say, well, there you go. You don't just lose what we caught you with right now. We go ahead and retro shit. If you've bought these houses and these cars, we go take that shit. Well, if you committed this crime, and then because while we're trying to prove that crime, you've proceeded to commit all these others, when that one finally comes to light, what happens to all that shit you put into play, the judges you put in? Because, dude, I've watched them Senate things, those confirmations, and that was some circus shit, dude. I mean, I get it. The bread circus thing gets used all the time, but that literally was like, you would literally have 8 people over here on a Republican side asking this person questions, and you could literally watch them face go, well, Senator, I appreciate the question, and I'm That's just not what I recall. You could see the eye connection with, yep, no, okay. And then when they get over here, it's like, oh yeah, I. Not even pay. I mean, it's like, no, this person needs to get in. This person needs to get in. That's one reason why I say people better pay attention locally, dude. There's a direct attack at local judges and DAs because it's going to flip your area. Your area will become Chicago if you don't pay attention.
Okay, dude, I got to get off here. Before I go,
Got you, brother.
Let me just leave you guys with this. Trump is going to be the nominee. There's no doubt in my mind about that. There is a doubt in my mind whether they will allow him to be elected. And if by some grace of God, because that's the only thing that's going to allow it to happen, is if God allows it to happen, he does become president. They are going to do. He will not be able to undo what Biden did, because if the system, if the government, if the powers that be, whatever you want to call it, if they allow him to unravel that, it will destroy this country. And everybody from John Roberts down to the postal frickin' secretary, they all know this, and they will do everything they can to ensure that he does not do that. Right?
Yep.
I want a part of me wants to believe that Trump could be like Milley and come in with a chainsaw and radically change the government like that dude did down in Argentina overnight, cutting 50% of the deep state in Argentina. Part of me wants to believe that that's going to happen. They are not going to allow it to happen. And if he is elected, now I'm not saying don't be involved. This is even more reason why we should be involved in the political process. I will be shocked if he's the president. I will genuinely be shocked if he is allowed to be the president.
What if, so let me just throw this in there, just food for thought. You can carry it throughout the day and then I'll let you go.
Right.
What if, because we've all sat here for the last 4 years and done our little YouTube hours, and we've talked and we've found the BitChute Odyssey clips and we've shown the Rumble things and we've talked how deep. That was the guy that walked it. He gets attacked daily. What if, I'm just throwing this weird ass idea out. What if he's not going to go in like he did last time? What if he goes in with, I don't know, maybe the backing of the Heritage Foundation that has basically hundreds of people ready to go in and fill spots from day one? Well, all of a sudden, do you think maybe the outcome from that one would be different than the one from 16? Do you think it would have, because see, nobody wants to really look at a possibility of, well, what if that does go in? It's an automatic no, because he learned. You're just not ever going to hear it from that dude. I totally understand the egotisticalness of him. He's so egotistical, he'll never own up to being owned or played or nothing. So that's never going to happen. So just, okay, fine. That doesn't mean that dude became a fucking billionaire and a successful New York real estater for a reason. And it wasn't because he was a pushover, and it wasn't because he didn't learn from his enemies. He didn't score The Art of the Deal #1 seller because people read that and actually based off of careers off of that book. So I don't think that dude's going in this time the same way he did the first time. This one will be with a plan of attack. So, but I get what you're saying, because yeah, that's why I think that this is the year of chaos. It's all or nothing.
Right.
And it's really that way for both sides, because they're so fucking radical and out there. If they do pull it off, our lives are going to go upside down. Just like if we pull it off, their lives are going upside down.
The good news is you've got time to build community. You've got
what are we supposed to do
to become food independent, and you've got time to build alternative economy so you can insulate yourself from everything that is going to be thrown at you over the next year. All right. Hey, got to go feed the animals. Got to go pretend I enjoy my job. I want everybody to go out there, live a life done free, man.
There you go. Right on. Amen, brother. Keep your head on a swivel, Grumpy. Appreciate you. All right, now I can try to get caught up a little bit in chat. Sorry, wasn't trying to overlook y'all. Me and Grubby, we get to talking, and I kind of like the in-depth, and I kind of get to thinking, because I try not to waste the conversation. Don't have too many of them nowadays. You don't think that people can be trustworthy? If people don't think that people can be trusted with freedom and self-governance, what makes anyone think that anyone can be trusted with power. I'm not sure I quite understand it, but because I mean, we all have power. We have power. If we woke up and our heart was beating this morning, we have power. We can either go become a Uvalde, or we can go and we can serve food at the food pantry. So, I mean, we kind of got power right from the get-go every day we wake up. And then I don't know, with other self-governance, well, I'm sitting here watching people beat the shit out of people for no particular reason. So it's not looking like self-governance is working very well. Watching a bunch of addicts all around these fucking metro studios, that's not looking like it's very self-governance. A bunch of millions of people on government food and housing. So self-governance isn't looking very wealthy right there. Yeah, I don't know. We've just become so lost. Now, if we can ever get the fortitude of our forefathers back, and that backbone and that way of life, to where, you know, a man looks at his life as his responsibility, and what he puts in, he gets out, then you'll have more successful families. But as long as there's people that are looking at the government to come save the day, it ain't never gonna, because that directive is always going to be changing. What that Moose Man? What's up, Moose? Cherokee, what's up? Remember Trump brought in the first $1 trillion debt operation. Really? So Trump brought in the first red flag laws. I just find that hard to believe, but could be. So he was the first guy to ever do a red flag? Because I thought they had been talking about red flag warnings for over a decade. So I thought red flags have been around for decades. So now that's Trump's too. So Trump has to wear the red flag label. Damn, dude, this is a crazy year, man. There's going to be so much media put out anti-Trump shit. It's unbelievable. I'm praying he's a wartime president and the commander-in-chief. Nobody walks out of a courtroom without being charged with contempt of court. Up early today, getting ready to go set up at the gun show in Durant, Oklahoma. Right on, Moose. And I got it, Savage. Trump did sign the bump stock thing. Me and Bushido's talked about that so many times. Dude, that dude was slid a piece of paper. He probably didn't even understand it. I think, matter of fact, I think there's an interview where he was asked about that, and he's taken that off the table. But then you're not going to hear those interviews. You'll just hear the ones that are going to inflate the people on this side, because that's the job. The job is to make you not like Trump. Trump cannot be there. Trump has to go, and whatever that takes. So that's probably where this red flag thing now all of a sudden connects to him. Because I'm going to tell you, I'm not heavily involved, but I remember hearing red flag laws for the last 10, 20 years. So I don't think that he's the one that brought those up. Could be. Maybe I totally misunderstood that. Rescue we in Revelations, I call what? Every question. We need to go back to the basics. XYZ minimum to stupid on all things. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, on a biblical level, what's to come is going to come. So, you know. Nope, sorry, red flaws passed federal level in 2021. Right, Moose? Kiss off says, Rescue, do you think he will be voted in as president? I don't see it yet. Man, I just, I don't really know, Kiss off. I mean, I'd like to tell you, yeah, because the option's there. The option to fix this is there. So fucking people that don't think that this can be corrected, well, I don't know. It's whatever. I would not want to I wouldn't want them watching my back. I'll put it that way. Because if you ain't got enough drive into you to push to that last moment, then you ain't the dude that's going to hold on to my arm as I'm dangling off the ledge. You're going to oh, my arm's hurting, and you're going to let go. So do I think it can be fixed? Yeah. Do I have like all this faith and confidence that you're going to have a majority of a bunch of spoilt, computer fed people are going to say, yeah, let's do this? No, I'm not sure, man. I got my dark side. My dark side said that no, people are going to sit here and it's going to be like everything else. Nobody's going to respect what they have until actually it's taken away. And then all of a sudden, oh, I missed that. And it's like too late. We had it. Remember? And but I meant to. And there'll be then you just get decades of sorry. Because, life is full of fucking sorries. Trump was lied to by Obama holdovers in the White House and FBI influence after the Vegas shooting. Right, Moose? Oh, there you go, D-Dog. Red flags laws go back to the 30s. So see, it wasn't a Trump thing for red flags. And so what I would say, if you heard that somewhere, then I would question where you heard that from. Because then it's like, well, wait, do they have a purpose for telling you that, or are they just misinformed? So if you don't vote for Trump, who is better to fix what's wrong now? See, to me, it's not. You're putting in, an unknowledgeable person, and then people want to do that's just a one-term president, but that dude's got an agenda, man. He just got exposed to the most corrupt shit. He has seen it at the darkest levels now. And people can I find it funny, and no, I won't do that. That would probably sound insulting, and I'm not trying to do that. But dude, I'm a redneck in the woods that's sitting here looking at a computer. And if I have to be 100% honest with you, I'm not fixing to disclose some fucking secret important shit that nobody knows about. Let me tell you the truth. Because if I found it on the internet, then that means they allowed it to be on the internet. I'm sorry. Can you go show me footage of them fucking popping JFK fucking multiple times from different angles? No, to this day, you still can't see that footage. But yet somehow people believe the shit that they're shown on fucking YouTube or Odyssey or BitChute, as in this is the fact. And it's like, really? So if that was so critical and that was so true on point, would they really allow that out there? Because you can't even watch the fucking election shit being stolen. You can't watch JFK. You can't watch none of this shit. There's none of that footage. So I don't know. If you see it on the internet, then it's been allowed to be on the internet. Unless you actually have the IP or MAC address to that server that's sitting somewhere hosting it that nobody else knows about, then fine, you're on to some shit. I'm sorry, dude. The little National Guard dude that fucking decided in War Thunder to show some shit about fucking things, all of a sudden he got called out. So you think they would let shit just sit here while hundreds of people show this footage and going, yeah, they don't want you to see this. Click, look at this. They don't want you to see this. Click. Wait, where's that at? It's on YouTube. They don't want you to see this. It's on Facebook. They don't want you to see this. It's on Odyssey. They don't want you to see this, but they control everything. But they didn't control that. No, I've got the secret. Ooh. I don't know. I just find it funny. My bad. So if it's on the internet, it must be true, right, D-Dog? It's got to be a fact. That guy made a video of that video that made a video of that video. It's got to be 100%. It's on Rumble. You know it's 100%. Dude, they don't you know what? People do that Rumble shit too. I watched one of these other guys, I forgot which one of them channels. It's a bigger channel. Was it Crowder? No, it wasn't Crowder because he's kind of with that. Damn, who was it? It was one of them bigger channels like that. But they were talking about apparently they were over on Rumble and they got censored. And they were like, yeah, they censor their own way. Because the minute they got put on the market, they're no different. They got stockholders just like everybody else now. They changed. The minute they went up on open market, they went for shares. And you got controlled by shareholders. Hey, morning, Widow's Diary. They have a bill to make something, bill to save secure, but add into Wall Street. It fixed Social Security and double the money. I say bullshit. Yeah, me. Right now, I don't see anything positive coming out of them. They ain't shown no natural behavior to do anything positive. Song of the South. We the people have submissive power only to cower to retaliation consequences. Right? Wasn't that a quote, Eric? Wasn't that a quote from Abraham? If it's on the internet, it's got to be true. Right, Rabbit? Morning, brother. No matter who wins the selections this year, are y'all ready for the aftermath that we're coming to this country? By the end of this year, I do believe this country will be on fire. Oh, yeah, because that's just it. See, that's where they try. And you kind of wonder about the intentional shifting of the conversation. Hey, morning, Miss Angela. What's up, ma'am? It's because it's like, dude, just because he gets elected doesn't mean like everything's all kosher and it's all, man, this fight's just now starting, dude. This fight's just now getting going. So it's just going to be peaking. I mean, the goal is to try to get him in and then keep pushing the fight. So this isn't like elections is normal, like, just vote for him in there. No. You try to push him in there. You try to get some senators in there. You try to get representatives in there. And then you start working your local shit and you keep hammering away to fix the Chicagos and the Portlands and the El Pasos and the San Antonios and the Californias. You fix this shit and you keep educating people to get back invested. We, the people, if you have to have a voice, that's how this works. This works as long as we, the people, stay engaged and not get so distracted and put off with all the little extra foo-ha-ha of running to this fast food place and this theater and then going down to this and there's this event. Meanwhile, we're not paying attention to anything that's happening with our school boards or our local officials. I learned that reading from Latin texts from the founding of to the collapse of the Roman. Yes, I read Latin. What'd you learn, Savage? All the horrible truths I've learned about the internet, I've learned from other sources, such as the Pope isn't even Christian. He's a Jesuit. Big difference. Oh, yeah. I never understood how people, no offense. So anybody that's a Catholic, this is, I don't know you, don't know who you are. So this is not towards you, but I've never understood how the Catholics have always been considered like Christians, because it's like, well, it's funny because it's almost like they do all the stuff shouldn't be doing. Bowing down to people, going to them instead of going to God. You're supposed to go to them. And it's like, what? No, it doesn't sound like where two or more are gathered, I'm there. It's sounding like you're needing to do all this. And because you broke a sin, you need to do X amount of Rosemarys and Hail Marys or whatever. I don't know. In reality, God, the angels, and Satan and the demons are all aliens. Well, I don't know. Actually, in reality, Moose Man, we would be the aliens because they were here and then we got created. So we would be the aliens. Maybe. I don't know. I used to be Catholic, kicked out at 8 years old, thank God. But hey, repent on Sundays. Right, Huckleberry? It's kind of like, no offense to any Baptist, but I've never understood that. And I'm sure other denominations, they all have their magic day. But it's like the Baptist with Wednesdays and Sundays. It's like you can do anything else. You're totally cool. It's just as long as you kind of show up on Wednesday evening and you show up on Sundays. And it's like, see, I don't pick up from that. So I ain't judging. That's, everybody to each their own. I personally do not see that. So makes this a science experiment. There you go, Seven. Hey, and I think after a flood or two, he was ready to be done and gave us a second chance. Hey, Nikki, morning. How's the beach? They don't live here. We do. Well, I don't know. Do they? See, don't they? Isn't this all theirs to begin with? Like, wasn't this God's existence? Is the galaxies? So, people think like heaven right above the clouds in space, but what if heaven is actually galaxies away? What if all that kind of stuff? Who knows? See, that's why, man, you can go there. I go there, I think sometimes. I just don't stay there because I don't make that my mission. I don't make that my principle. Man, I just try to do good on my day-to-day walking in life to make sure I try to be a good person, an honest person, a righteous person. That chore right there, trust me, on a day-to-day basis is hard enough. I don't really, I know there's revelations. I know there's end times. I know there's these prophecies. There's all this stuff. I just don't put that in like, knife hand action. Oh, yeah. God created earth for man and beast to live. I told you after over I ate top of hanging rock. I told you after over I ate top of hanging rock. Damn it, Cherokee. I told you after over I ate top of hanging rock. I just can't, Cherokee. I tried, brother. I just don't know. And then he said, God say it. Damn it. Cherokee done screwed me up. I tried to decipher that, and I think I got hung up. It's kind of like when the record player hits that one little groove and he goes, ka-dee, 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 ka-dee. That's what happened to me. I kind of was reading and I just started to skip. Heaven versus earth. Chores are done. I'm back. Welcome back, Blackbird. Nikki Morin had to start a new channel. Said to you again. Yeah, Nikki, Steel and Tree, that's Eric. He had to create a new one because he doesn't remember his passwords and on the old phone. I tell you after overnight, top of Hanging Rock, God be there. Oh, you're going to tell me after you're at Hanging Rock overnight. Gotcha. Nikki, I said morning nuggets, Mom. So there you go, Nikki. D-Dog says, Nikki, I said morning nuggets, Mom. That would be Nugget 2.0, would it not be, D-Dog? I wonder what if all the time, like planets and solar systems mimic atoms on a macro equal scale, the universe resembles a brain in an MRI. Maybe, just maybe, we are subatomic particles. Life is infinite. Well, see, and we always kind of put this really constraints on things as we read biblical stuff, but what if this is just like, because if you're, I don't know, gets my brain going. We need some music. Actually, I do need to, it's a latrine visit. So, let's see. I did this one. Hey, a little Everlast. Y'all ready for a little Everlast? Can y'all handle a little Everlast? because I do need a couple minutes. The latrine is hollering my name. I'm gonna let the birds out. So, what is Hanging Rock, Sharon? That is the campground in North Carolina where they're having the meetup. I asked God, heat around 160 degrees and rain for 60 days may fix USA. It'll definitely thin out the herd. All right. Hey, I will be back. So let me leave you with a good little message on the screen. So that'll do good. And then we got to put up ghostsdesigns.shop. Because if you want to get some Cluckin awesome merchandise, plus there's other creators and stuff cool there. It's a vet. He's an educator. He's just trying to make a buck. You can't knock that. So I shall return. Give me just a few minutes and I will be right back.
Sitting restless under the moonlight, I know I'm getting ready to kill. They say we're going in with the daylight. I don't want to, but I will. Kills me, and I don't know these men I kill. I pray to God for my salvation, wash away the blood I spill. I try not to think about my family, 'cause it's a little too much to take. Here I got me and I got my buddy. We can't afford even one mistake. Sorry about writing on dirty cardboard. It's the only paper that I can find. Tell everyone I got their letters. Tell everyone I'm doing fine. Late at night when I can dream of, I think about life back in the world. I miss you and Dad, I miss Sister Sarah. I miss my wife and my baby girl. Pray for me, pray for my soul, Mom. Pray for me and all my sins. They say that I got a job to do now, and I'll be back when it finally ends. Do you think I should be fighting? Are you proud? Are you ashamed? I really am trying to do the right thing. I hope my government can say the same. 'Cause I won't know the man that kills me, and I don't know these men I kill. Was born this way. No silver spoon to feed a 401k. On Bourbon Street, the girls will scream, they're calling out my name. Wanna be a white trash millionaire. Ain't got much and I don't care. Count your cash and kiss my ass. The whole damn world gonna know I've been here. Got 2 zigzags and you know I'll share. I'm everyone from nowhere. White trash, white trash millionaire. Some got a castle, a Mercedes Benz, big time appointments and all their fake friends. Some tell me that it's good as it gets. On the couch on the front porch, we're all smoking left-handed cigarettes. Be a white trash millionaire. Ain't got much and I don't care. Count your cash and kiss my ass. The whole damn world gonna know I've been here. 2 zigzags and you know I'll share. I'm everyone from nowhere. White trash, white trash millionaire. Get 'em up high. Now we're gonna go from side to side, front to back, back to front, front to back. Here we go, here we go. I wanna be a white trash millionaire. Ain't got much and I don't care. Count your cash and kiss my ass. The whole damn world's gonna know I've been here. Got 2 zigzags and you know I'll share. I'm everyone from nowhere. White trash, white trash, white trash, white trash millionaire. Ain't got much and I don't care. Count your cash and kiss my ass. The whole damn world gonna know I've been here. 2 zigzags and you know I'll share. I'm everyone from nowhere. White trash, white trash millionaire.
All right. Okay. Back. So, all right. Tended to some stuff. Got that handled. Hey, what's up, deplorable? I need coffee. Been a while since I woke up drunk. Did y'all have a hell of a beach party? That little old beach bar thing looked pretty cool. I saw Jeremy getting down with the Pac-Man. Down with the Pac-Man. So, a good little, I'm just going to share this. It's about a 13-minute little video. It's from Fat Electrician. Some of y'all would remember it as, you know, the most gangster politician ever. I don't know. I just thought it'd be kind of cool to watch that again. Drink 3 raw eggs, Nikki. That will make you feel better. Yeah, that'll always work. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Yeah, critters are all fed. Most of my chores are done. Just got to figure out dinner, see what to pull out the freeze. Hey, morning, Tiger. Morning, William. So anybody I've missed, morning, Matt. Hopefully you had a good birthday. So if I've missed you, so good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it works for you. Looks like chicken store bought. No one I know. All right. So, hey, we're going to watch this. It's about 10 minutes. If you don't want to, I got you.
It's a riveting story. It was really good. All right, we gotta go. I gotta tell the internet about the guy I named you after, okay? You gotta go hang out with Mom now. Today we're talking about the most gangster politician in American history. Ladies and gentlemen, Cassius Marcellus Clay, aka the Lion of Whitehall. Whitehall being his family home that he grew up in Kentucky as the son of one of the richest slave owners in.
By the way, this young man right here is the Fat Electrician. This dude is awesome. And if you like history stuff, he's a pretty cool dude. So it's the Fat Electrician. I will get you a link while we're watching this.
All of America. While going to college at Yale to become a lawyer, he would attend a speech from a famous abolitionist by the name of William Lloyd Garrison, and that speech would change the entire trajectory of Cassius Clay's life as well as American history. It is at that moment that Cassius Clay decided he was not only going to be quietly opposed to slavery, but that he was actively going to fight against it. He would be set down the path to become the most influential abolitionist of all time. Oh god, forgot to do the ad. Hold on. Sorry for bothering the video. Real quick, this video is brought to you by the biggest sponsor of the channel and my favorite sporting goods store, Shields. They've got over 30 retail locations across the United States and an even better online store that I'm going to have linked down below, and if you use my code, you're going to get free shipping. They've got everything you could imagine there. This is where I got this shirt. It's where I got this backpack. All of it was on sale. It was a great deal. Again, use my code down below. You're going to get free shipping. Back to the video. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot to mention, Muhammad Ali's original name was Cassius Clay. Yeah, he was actually named after this guy too. Anyways, back to the video. Bye-bye. If you don't know, at this point in time, there's basically two different camps you could fall into for being anti-slavery. You could be an abolitionist or an emancipationist. An emancipationist is somebody that wants to vote it out over time, over the next 5, 10, 20 years, versus an abolitionist, which is somebody that believes we need to end slavery right now, and they're willing to fight about it. And in the case of Cassius Clay, he was willing to fight anyone, anywhere, anytime. You see, Cassius Clay wasn't just some nobody punk kid that went off to college and decided that he didn't like slavery. This was the son of one of the wealthiest slave owners in all of America. So for him to come out and voice anti-slavery views was a huge deal, and it pissed off a lot of people. So, being that this was the 1820s, what do you do when you're pissed off? You challenge somebody to a duel. So needless to say, the young Cassius Clay found himself partaking in an awful lot of duels, and he never, ever lost. So, obviously, he's pretty good at it, and what do you do when you find something you're pretty good at? You want to keep doing it, right? Right. So Cassius Clay starts challenging anyone and everyone to a duel that dares to oppose him. It became common knowledge in his community that Cassius Clay would be willing to fight the wind if it blew from the west and he wanted it to blow from the east. This man went on a dueling rampage, so much so that by the time he graduated college, he was considered to be the deadliest duelist in all of North America. This guy was putting slave owners in the dirt like he was Johnny Appleseed planting fucking trees. He became known as the deadliest abolitionist of all time. So he graduates from college, goes back home as a lawyer. Shortly after that, his father passes away and leaves everything to Cassius Clay. Cassius Clay immediately frees all of his father's slaves, costing himself $40,000, which is roughly $2 million today. And then he even gives some of the slaves land and money on top of it, absolutely infuriating the pro-slavery people in Kentucky. So what do you do when half the local population hates your guts? You run for public office, and that's exactly what Cassius Clay did. He served in the Kentucky State Legislature from 1835 to 1841, and then finally lost his re-election, to which the pro-slavery crowd breathed a huge sigh of relief because they finally defeated Cassius Clay, or so they thought. Clay immediately starts traveling the country, giving amazing anti-slavery speeches, winning over hearts and minds, and this absolutely infuriates the pro-slavery people because they don't know how to stop him. You can't legally stop a guy from talking to people that want to listen to him, and they can't legally kill Cassius Clay in a duel because he's the best duelist on earth. What do? You've got to illegally kill him. The problem with that is they can't find a hitman that's dumb enough to think that they can take out Cassius Clay, so they have to go to the one crevice of the planet where they can find somebody truly insane enough to think that they can do this job. And that man's name was Sam Brown, an assassin from New Orleans. 1834, Russell Cave, Kentucky. Cassius Clay's finishing up one of his world-famous speeches as he pulls out a burlap sack, reaches into the sack and pulls out a holy Bible and says, "For those of you that believe in the laws of God."
This is good. This is really good. Oh shit, Shane, I wish. I ain't getting no younger.
God, I make to you this argument against slavery, sets the Bible on the table, reaches back in the sack, pulls out a copy of the U.S. Constitution, and says, for those of you that believe in the laws of man, I present to you this argument against slavery, sets the Constitution down on the table, drops a burlap sack to the ground and says, for those of you that believe in neither the laws of God or man, I make to you this argument against slavery, as he pulls out both of his pistols and sets them on the table, which I think we can all agree is gangster as fuck. And at this moment, Sam Brown comes up on stage and shoots Cassius Clay point blank in the chest.
Bam. Was that like some gangster shit? Homeboy to throw down, then he got shot. Man. And once again, morning, everybody. So good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it's working for you. This is a little dude named Fat Electrician. Awesome channel to follow. You want to hear history stuff and done it in a humorous way. This dude rocks. And this one here is about Cassius Clay, the most gangster politician ever. Morning, Mitt. Morning. So, homeboy just pulled out his pistols, and then the dude come up and just shot him. Check this out. Homeboy's a gangster, dude.
Luckily, Cassius Clay never leaves home without his trusted Bowie knife, which resides inside of a metal sheath. And that metal sheath would catch Sam Brown's bullet, saving Cassius Clay's life. At which point, Cassius Clay would draw his Bowie knife and charge Sam Brown. 6 of Sam Brown's friends in the audience tried to stop Cassius Clay. He would fight his way through all 6 of them, making his way to Sam Brown, promptly stabbing him in the chest, and then turning him into a Mr. Potato Head by cutting off his nose, lopping off his ear, and gouging out one of his eyes. Then the 6 men recovered and were able to peel Clay off of him. Not knowing what to do, knowing they couldn't stop Cassius Clay forever, they panicked, probably for fear that Cassius Clay was going to start shoving this guy's facial features up his ass next. They did the only thing they could come up with to get the two apart. They picked up their friend Sam Brown, threw him over a 7-foot-high stone wall. He fell down an embankment and into a creek bed to finally get Cassius Clay away from him. Somehow, Sam Brown survived, but not only was he lucky for that, he was also dumb as fuck because he then decided to take Cassius Clay to court because apparently after Cassius Clay stabbed him the first time, they were even on the whole assassination attempt thing, so Cassius Clay should go to prison for mayhem. So Cassius Clay calls upon his older cousin, one of the best lawyers on the planet that had never lost in open court with over 40 years of experience, Henry Clay. Henry Clay goes into court and his entire defense for his cousin is, and I quote, "Your Honor, this is just standard behavior for a Kentuckian." And the judge is just like, "You're innocent. Free to go, that's it. Best court case ever." Literally walks in and just goes,
I thought this was America. Huh?
This is
Isn't
America.
this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
So after Cassius Clay was found innocent, Henry Clay decides that he's going to run for president, and Cassius is going to help him campaign. Cassius is going to tour the country, giving speeches, saying, hey, you know, vote for my cousin. Here's the rule with that. Henry Clay told him he's only allowed to tour the northern states because he's actually legitimately concerned that if he sends Cassius to the south, he's going to shoot so many fucking slave owners in duels that it could be considered voter fraud. So Henry Clay ends up losing the presidential election, and Cassius moves on to his next life adventure, which is becoming an author and writing anti-slavery news articles.
How do you like that election interference? You just go down and start shooting all the slave owners. 2024? Can we figure out a different adaptation?
The problem with that was none of the newspapers were willing to publish him, so he says, fuck you, I'll start my own newspaper, The True American. Now, as I'm sure you can imagine, starting an anti-slavery newspaper in fucking Kentucky in 1845 was not very popular, and his business would receive death threats pretty much every day, some of which were written in blood. So Cassius Clay, in true Cassius Clay fashion, says, fuck it, I guess we're gonna fight about it. He then proceeds to up-armor his entire business and his printing office. He covers the entire front of the office in a large
Yeah, check this out. Check this out. This is the the printing office. He's fixing to make that a little mini fort.
iron sheet. He installs several cannons down corridors, stocks the entire thing with loaded guns, and rigs it to explode. Here's the thing, he also doesn't expect his employees to fight to the death for him, so he installs an escape hatch and instructs them to escape if anything goes down, because he's going to fight the entire mob by himself. How's he going to do that? As soon as you walk in the only door to get into that printing office, you find yourself in a long, narrow corridor with iron on each side, just wide enough for a single man to get through. Cassius Clay is going to stand in that narrow corridor and fight the entire mob one man at a time. Literally the mentality of, if you have a problem, take a number, I'll kill you in a minute. This man recreated the entire battle of fucking Thermopylae with 300 Spartans, except he's gonna do it all by himself. If you think fucking with John Wick's dog is a bad idea, the last thing you want to do is fuck with Cassius Clay's printing press, because this man is determined to defend the freedom of speech with the right to bear arms at any cost. Obviously, this escalates to Cassius Clay defeating an entire mob single-handedly. Right? Wrong. The mob, being full of, you know, super brave pro-slavery men that know they're doing the right thing, do the honorable brave thing and wait till Cassius Clay is bedridden with typhoid fever so they know he isn't going to show up. They show up to his business at night and burn the place to the ground because they're a bunch of fucking bitches. Now, Cassius Clay recovers from typhoid fever. He reestablishes a newspaper in Cincinnati, Ohio, which is an anti-slavery stronghold. The only problem with that is, being an anti-slavery stronghold, there's not going to be any conflict, and that's fucking boring, so Cassius Clay moves on to another life adventure, volunteering in the Mexican-American War. While serving in the Mexican-American War, he would be a captain leading a group of Kentucky soldiers, and they would be captured pretty much immediately, and he would spend the duration of the entire war as a POW. While serving as a POW, some of the men under his command would escape, meaning that the Mexican military was then going to put the rest of his unit to death.
Now this is straight up. This is man. This is righteous right here.
Cassius Clay said, hey, don't kill my men, just kill me and my other fellow officers. We're the ones in charge. It's our fault that those men escaped. It's our responsibility. Please let the lower enlisted men go home. The Mexican military was so impressed by this that they decided to spare everyone, including Cassius Clay, and he would return home a war hero. Returning home from the war in 1848, he didn't really know what to do, so he starts giving his famous speeches again, this time leveraging his newfound title as a war hero. So obviously it doesn't take long for him to piss everybody off. He faces yet another assassination attempt. This time, 6 brothers from a wealthy slave-owning family show up, the Turner brothers. They show up with clubs and knives and guns, and they beat the living shit out of Cassius Clay with the clubs. They stabbed him multiple times. Cassius Clay whips out his trusted Bowie knife, starts opening up these brothers like they're fucking Amazon packages, making his way to the lead brother and stabbing him an excessive amount of times. We don't know how many times, but we do know it was a lifetime supply. Killing the lead brother, ending the assassination attempt, Cassius Clay would fall to the ground, nearly dead, and this would be the closest anybody ever came to actually killing Cassius Clay. When he was asked about it later on in life, all he said was, I felt the utmost indignation, which translates to, I was fucking annoyed. This man almost died from an assassination attempt, and he has the same attitude towards it that I have towards fucking fruit flies, okay? This dude is so metal, he deserves his own spot on the periodic table of elements. Cassius Clay then makes a full recovery from his injuries, starts giving his speeches again. 1853, he donates a large chunk of his land to John Fee, who uses it to found Berea College, the first co-educational and multiracial college in the South ever. Fast forward to 1860, Cassius Clay is giving speeches in Illinois where he meets a politician by the name of Abraham Lincoln, and they get along great. Cassius Clay is then slotted to become Abraham Lincoln's vice president. However, he's a little bit too Cassius Clay to be an actual big-name politician like that, so they give the job to Hannibal Hamlin, and Cassius Clay becomes the ambassador to Russia. 1861 rolls around, the Civil War breaks out. Cassius Clay is in Russia. Cassius Clay not only convinces Russia to not side with the Confederates, but he convinces Russia to tell Great Britain and France that if they so much as recognize the Confederacy, Russia will go to war with them. And this was a humongous step that nobody talks about in the winning of the Civil War. And it is 100% because of Cassius Clay.
See, did y'all catch that? Here, you want me to rewind that? That might be too far. Right in there. Let's try that again.
Longest step that nobody talks about in the winning of the Civil War. And it is 100% because Russia to not a big-name politician like that, so they give the job to Hannibal Hamlin, and Cassius Clay becomes the ambassador to Russia.
Civil War type shit. So check this out.
1861 rolls around, the Civil War breaks out. Cassius Clay is in Russia. Cassius Clay not only convinces Russia to not side with the Confederates, but he convinces Russia to tell Great Britain and France that if they so much as recognize the Confederacy, Russia will go to war with them. And this was a humongous step that nobody talks about in the winning of the Civil War. And it is 100% because of Cassius Clay. Fast forward to 1862, Abraham Lincoln wants to appoint Clay a major general in the Union Army. Cassius Clay publicly refuses the President of the United States, saying that he's not going to do it until the President signs the Emancipation Proclamation freeing the slaves of the South. Cassius Clay is literally the man that bullied Abraham Lincoln into prematurely signing the Emancipation Proclamation before he wanted to. and nobody talks about it. Fast forward again to 1865, the Union wins the Great American Scrimmage, the slaves are freed. Cassius Clay has achieved his lifelong goal at the age of 55, bringing an end to slavery in the United States of America. He then goes back to Russia again to serve as ambassador until 1869, and while he is there, he helps to broker the purchase of Alaska. This man is probably the most influential person in American history that you've never heard of. After returning home from Russia, Cassius Clay would live out the rest of his days in Whitehall until the age of 80 years old, where he would be declared clinically insane, in hindsight most likely due to a severe amount of PTSD, as well as potentially dementia. He didn't die from it, he lived on for quite a bit longer. He just picked up a new hobby of fucking with the local sheriff because he was crazy now. Over the course of the next decade, Clay and the sheriff would have multiple run-ins that would be concluded when the sheriff and 7 deputies were repelled from Whitehall when Clay utilized his home defense cannon that he had at the top of his stairwell. At that point, the local sheriff would inform the local judge he will not be returning to Whitehall to tangle with Cassius Clay anymore unless the judge was willing to dispatch an entire company of the local militia to accommodate him. Then in 1900, 2 men would break into Whitehall, and Cassius Clay at the age of 89 would manage to kill both of them, one by gunshot and one, yet again, with his trusted Bowie knife. Then in 1903, at the age of 92, Cassius Clay would die of natural causes, or as they called it back then, general exhaustion, which is the most gangster way on the planet to go out. Literally just, I'm tired now, peace. And then he left.
I'm pretty tired. Think I'll go home now.
In conclusion, when it comes to famous historical household names, there's always another man or woman lurking behind the scenes in the shadows that's deemed too rough around the edges to be in the spotlight, yet they contribute just as much, if not more, to the movement. These men and women are willing to do horrific things for terrific reasons, and when it came to Abraham Lincoln and the abolition of slavery, that man's name was Cassius Marcellus Clay, the most gangster politician in American history. Thanks for watching the video. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch at thefatelectrician.com.
Some of the best
Quack
stuff
bang.
he's got is at the end. I love some of his little clips here at the end. Oh, that was all the one I saved of that one. So now I need to, bam, move from studio. All right. Now it's just me. Dude, is that dude's pretty cool. I like that dude. There you go, Savage. Yeah, man. I mean, you just think, and you think about the things that you don't, I don't know. You go back and listen to those kind of stories. I think that's why I don't know. It was a different world. People were different, people were more hardened. I mean, they were still soft people, but people were just more hardened back then. We didn't have so much at our feet, so we really appreciated what we had. And, we took it's like your word was really your bond. That was what your signature was, your word. Were you worth your word? And it was just different character of men back then. And now it's like, OMG. Like when he talks about the bombs we have, he's got some hilarious descriptions. Oh yeah, Mayhem. He cracks me up. That dude's pretty solid. I could sit here and play his shit all the time. It's just that then he'd probably get pissed. So far, he's never gigged me, so I've never gotten anything saying, hey, don't show my shit. So that's cool. He seems like a cool dude. I guess I could take his banner off now. I'm tired of nut hugging and I ain't got to broadcast his shit so much. People these days don't have any honor or morals. Yep. So morning, everybody. Good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening. You know how it goes. And yeah, I saw that deal you put up, Kiss Off. I saw that little interview with the QAnon dude and Tucker. I mean, I get it. And that's Tucker's approach. And I guess he's coming with this like, oh yeah, dude, you already knew it was a setup from the get-go, just because ever since the election, the Republicans told them that they were going to do it in January. So that was all set up. They was not hardy, they common sense working people. We have today's trashy, stupid people. I ran into this on the way to the JOB. There are a lot of men in history that have balls of steel. That's it. It's called hypocrites. Well, no, I don't even know if it's so much the hypocrites. Well, I say I don't know exactly what you're talking about, William. Nowadays, I don't know if it's so much hypocrites as it is. You get, I don't know. There's back then, you didn't try to keep up with the Joneses. You appreciated what you had. You worked hard for what you had. You were, and by you working hard for yours, you also respected the other guy, you know, and so you treated them with respect, and they treated you with respect. It was a two-way street. Somewhere along the way, man, these people started going, "Oh, I don't have nothing." And somebody gave them, and now, you know, you got 2,500 different models of TVs. You got, you know, thousands of different models of makes of cars and transportation, and, you know, a million different styles of homes. And so there's too many. Nobody cares. Nobody even takes pride in where they live. Hardly, when you think about it. You don't hardly hear a home ownership. Now, if you say home ownership, they tell you how you don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. What? No, oh, you didn't know he was a vet, Kiss Off? Oh, yeah. Francis Scott Key. Yeah, he's a good one. Got a bunch of asparagus popping out too. Hell yeah. A lot of them are pastors. Excuse me. Wait, what is this rabbit? I like to bake it in the oven with olive oil and sea salt. Okay, well, I can see that. Oh, spinach? Ooh, no, never thought about. I was thinking about you were thinking about the asparagus. But then you said you do the same with kale, and I don't know. Mino Save. Right, Tiger, that's me. If I pay for it, I own it. So, yep, I own my properties. That's it. You know, I may pay the taxes on them, and that's show me where in the world you're not going to go. You know, everybody wants to criticize America and the way we are. Show me where it's better. That's all. Hell, point it out. Show me on the map where the U.S. hurt you. You know, just show me where the better country is. That's all. Hell, email me that 15 times. Oh, we got a knife. See some split wood and pull out a company. Yeah. Shit. Good Bowie knife, buddy. Asparagus going on a grill wrapped in bacon. There you go, Rabbit. There you go. See, now that I could see, just not the kale. Ew. Seafood. No. Texas is the better country. Right? Hey, we fixing to be there, ain't we, Bug Out? By the way, did y'all see what is it? Damn, Paxton just got doing something else. He's got some election cases. Damn, he just got through hitting somebody else. Who was that? Oh, the takedown of the Houston pharmaceutical opioid distribution network. And he also filed suit on Colony Ridge. So the little bullshit place. Stop reading them emails. No, I don't mind. I don't care. I used to get, I used to kind of like, damn. Now I just, you know what? Actually, the when I get emails, then you're triggered, man. I mean, if you're not like telling me something useful, like and I don't mind, feel free to email me if you got something to say. Hey, morning, Miss Metal. There you are. I wonder where you was at. And I don't mind if you even kind of go, hey, it's like, okay, what I say earlier, or like what Grumpy said, something about talked about, life. And man, if I said something, or I tell you what, I just said that earlier about, Baptist on Wednesdays and Sundays. Well, if you think that there's also a Tuesday, well, then email me. I don't care. But it's just it's the ones, I don't know. Now I don't give a shit. Hell, if anything, not only did you apparently sit and listen to me talk, but then you even took time in your day to email me. Kind of got to give kudos to that, So what do you think about the border wall suggestion with Oklahoma and Texas? Hey, morning, Moonsprout. I wish we could just, I wish we could just put a border wall up down here and then we get our shit in order and, but if we've kind of got to shoot it on up to Oklahoma, we could do that. We are the, what is it? The seventh largest economy in the world, the state of Texas. We got our cool little gold bullion Texas depository. We do have most of the resources here. So I don't know. If shit's going to fall apart, I'd rather be in a strong economy, at least that can stand a chance of bouncing back, than having the Texas gold bullion depository kind of is a nice little comforting thought. But dude, if we don't, I don't know. I get it. In a civil war that's, I don't know, I guess it's learning from the past, and look at how many people and what all happened from a civil war before. And now we're in this day and age. It ain't going to be so, like, that was gnarly back then, but it won't even be that simple, because this will all of a sudden have religion. It'll have social media followings. It'll have all kinds of connotations. So it'll be it's different. I see land fortifications of the state being developed more intensely. Yeah. Well, things are starting to, it's becoming obvious. That's why, I was glad he's going after the Colony Ridge. They're acknowledging what's happening. It's just, see, we let things get so embedded with Fed shit that now it's kind of worming and weaseling your way through to find these, put a stop to shit, and then we can, I don't know, man. This is going to be bad. You can just watch people. Dude, I watch people not get along over a fucking joke. I watch people split apart over a joke. So it ain't just like some big serious shit sometimes that causes that. So it's like this whole Civil War throwdown, got the mag. You better be careful of that shit. Do you wear the right shoes? Do you comb your hair the right way? Do you say the right words? Because, man, that can flip in a script, because we're just not, this isn't the same. We're so multinational, diverse. We are a melting pot. So I don't know. I know Florida, man. I'm Florida. I feel for people in Florida because that Haitian stuff is fixing to hit them hard. Hey, Frank, have a great day, sir. I appreciate you being here. It's good to see you, Frank. By the way, Frank, if anybody likes some musical stuff, Frank plays, sings, he puts out music, does a good job. Check out his channel. He's got some pretty cool stuff. Keep your head on a swivel, Frank. If you go to the store, pick up something extra. It ain't getting cheaper tomorrow. Everything is so polarized. I know. Well, see, it's this media world, and once we were kind of handed this digital platform to just interweb, it's a different world nowadays than it used to be. Used to be you didn't get polarized on what happened in the next town so much because you were worried, you dealt with your town. Then you would read papers to hear what was going on maybe in the next town or something, or somebody might come from over there. Now we've gotten to where we worry about another country before we'll worry about ours. Not really. Most of people would care about here, but this is what you're told. This is where they get the mindset to go, Ukraine. I don't know, man. Just not sure where we're headed. I had someone stop talking to me because they didn't like my choices. They still won't talk to me, even though I realized my mistake and I have apologized. Well, hell, that's kind of weird, man. I got people that turn their back on me because I won't turn my back on somebody that's helped me. Explain that. Person says a bad joke, I won't turn my back on them because they've helped me for over a year and been a friend for over a year, but I won't instantly flip on them. So all of a sudden, then I get the back turned to me, and it's like, well, that's kind of shitty, isn't it? But it is what it is, man. That's why I just look out and I kind of, as I zoom out on the world, and I'm going, man, I don't know. Everything's so just fractured. It's craziness. Yep. My wife's whole family ghosted me since she passed. Yeah. See, you know what, Rabbit? Me and the missus have even talked about that because I've told her, going, you realize if anything ever happens to you, I'm going to get accused, regardless of whatever it is. I'll just get accused anyway. Because those people are 30 plus years down the road, and they still hate me because I went to jail before they even knew I lived. It had nothing to do with them or nothing. It was because of that. So yeah, it's crazy. So I feel for you, Rabbit. I know Frank Terrizzo from Indy's show. Yeah. People stop talking to me all the time. I don't give a fuck. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Right? Yeah. Actually, it just it's, I don't know. Some circumstances I don't care. And then some you just kind of like, damn, man. You just feel, it's like, well, shit. Ain't nothing but a thing. I got you, Rabbit. That's me. That's, excuse me, for about the first 15. Well, for the first 10 years, man, they just had their way. And I tried to just get along to go along, and and it's like there, it just didn't work. All right, Savage, keep your head on a swivel. You get out and about, pick up something extra. I appreciate you hanging out. Blackbird, I didn't apologize for being me. I apologize for making the wrong decisions. Yeah. Well, that's why, and that's the thing. Man. I mean, everybody screws up, everybody makes a mistake, we're human. I guess I could play that song or get banned in Russia that way. Something about that I'm only human song. I don't know. Bam. Insta ban in Russia. Hey, morning, Latina. Latin A. Latina. I don't know. Latin A. It's Friday. Did y'all know that it's Friday? It's flipping ass Friday. It's fixing a thunderstorm, I think, down here, or at least that's what they say. I'll be back. All right, Sure Bear. All the way wrong in decision. But mayhem, my wrong decision was asking their opinion. I don't know, man. I mean, dude, I screw up. It's just like, it's like emails that I get. If you take something like personal, just tell me, hey, man, was you talking to me? And I'll go, nope. Or if I was, then I'd say, yeah, but. How are you? But I was banned on you. Said NWA. Oh, damn. Now, was it the NWA with the hardcore word at the beginning of that? Yes, it's Latin A. Cool. Okay. Sounds like they have some fear when they get changed. Well, I just, I don't know. It's just like I try to control my talk, depending on who I'm around. That's just, I've done that before YouTube. It's natural. If I was out amongst like crew people and we're just off to ourselves, cuss up like a sailor, talk lines of shit, get around in some populated areas where there's people around or something, well, then not so much, it just, I don't know. And so here I said that even way back when I began, people used to give me shit because I just not into the whole cussing thing so much. And I remember I used to get accused of goody two shoes or some shit, and they'd be like, whatever. It's just what the words I choose to use. If I'm screwing around or joking, then you drop the F-bomb or whatever. If I'm actually serious and trying to make a point, then I don't, because now I want you to really pay attention to the point I'm trying to make. So it just kind of cracks me up, man. This whole digital experience has been an experience. Been a trip. Probably over there on Prepper Nation, Cherokee. I think this is their show. Mrs. Metal, I'd rather be asleep, but I'm well, thank you. Hope everyone is well. If not, how can I help? Hey, who is it just came in? Somebody just come in? Devil Dog Prepper. Currently at work. Hope all is well. Right on. Yep, sunny side up this morning. Thought I'd get on and BS with y'all for a little bit. See how it goes. I don't guess I'm going to get to work on that coop today with the thunderstorms because that's not light rain. That means it's going to rain and going to end up with a little river running underneath the carport. So then that actually sucks because that puts me down probably for the weekend, depending on if it rains too hard, I'll be down for the weekend because I get stuck the minute I go off the ramp. Suck ass. I won't be able to get out about. I can't finish the coop, which means that I can't move his ass over to there. Oh, yeah, I did, Matt. I'm sorry. You know what? I could try to move outside, at least to sit out there for a few more. I can show y'all what it looks like. I got the wire wrapped all the way around it and stapled on the bottom. Got the floorboard in on his part that's going to be. And then I started cutting some of the wire off. I just got to get the other pieces of wood. I was hoping I need to call my son, see if will stop by and pick up those little panels for me with his truck. Because I will say I need to make a little side door. So I think I'm going to take some scrap wood and make a little access door on the side. I don't know. Right, I'm worried about my garden when I'm out of town. Yeah, I hope it don't get raining too hard. And thanks, Mitt. Thank you for asking. Oh, and I guess I can, before we go outside, I could always show you the chickens. Hey, Nikki, I got a question for you. So is there like a certain thing I'm supposed to look for before I can put them outside with the others? And before I can take out that little brooder hen thing? So you didn't think I'd get that right, did you, Tiger? The brooder. Because it's the brouhaha. Dur. See, I remember. Some shit I decide to retain. Just depends if I want to. Be back. Pause it. Okay, we have to pause the stream for Cherokee. We just need to pause everything. Everybody just stop what you're doing until Cherokee gets back. Just picking. Get an automatic. See, I thought about that, D-Dog, but there's two main things with that. One is I'm not quite sure when I'd program it and then I'd power it. And then the second is that would cost money. So we try to do things without the monetary association to it, if at all possible, because that fundage is limited, X amount of dollars. No, we're putting ours out when we get back. It's warm enough. Okay. Oh, so cool. We're warm enough now. So like I can go put them, because I was going to put this cage out inside the other cage, for a few days? Would that be good enough for a few days? Or without BB being in there, would it be okay for me to just turn them loose in there with the hens? Or do you think the three girls would beat the shit out of them? Because that would be cool, man. That would be badass. Ooh, put him out there with the girls. I got to get his shit finished. Then I get him out. I wonder if the girls would beat him up if I put him in there. We're going to get on D-Dog when we build our new coop. You're going to get on. I have tomatoes, transplant, and cabbage ready for the ground. Ooh, the bigger hens will beat the shit out of them. Oh. Well, so then, but that's okay. If I can put that cage there in there. And then I'll put a little, I'll have to put some plastic on top so that way the big ones don't get up there and shit on them. We're gonna. Oh, okay. Never mind. I just got caught up there, Tiger. So I got it. You were going with the door opener thing too. Okay. My bad. My bad. I got to start driving rescue. So if you want some company, I'll come up if you want. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. And then I'll make a little, while we're talking, I can actually move over to the tablet and, yeah. Okay. So, let me just do it this way. Swing. Wait, what? What was that? What was that? Why do you tell me these things? I don't care. All right. Bam, bam, bam. I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring chat. Well, I mean, I am, but not ignoring you. I'm just looking down at something else. It's not ignoring. It's called preoccupied. And I sure hope my buddy gets to feeling better. Someone hasn't been feeling good. I would keep them separated until the chicks are good size. Okay. Okay, I got one my aunt had her house built around her storm door in the living room. It was cool. No, that would be no. Poor old Huckleberry shooting blanks. By the way, all messages are live chat. And on the video, make sure there's a little red dot next to the word live. If not, click the word live, and then we'll see you when you get here. There's Mr. Mayhem.
Hello. Sorry, I'm eating. I thought I would be done eating by the time I got up here.
Oh, that's okay.
So,
Chow down.
I'm eating a
waffle sandwich.
Yeah.
So did you make that, or did you just go in the truck stop and buy that?
I went in the truck stop and bought it.
So you just pissed off money and bought artificial made food while you sit in the prepper community and tell people to get their shit together. Okay, just want to make sure you had the facts right. Just want to make sure you had the facts right. That's all.
And actually, I didn't piss away my money. I used my Love's points to get it.
Oh, because you had already pissed off enough money to earn some points.
Yeah.
Because ain't nothing for free. No, I'm just picking anyway.
Well, for me, it kind of is because I get the points by getting fuel at the truck stop. I don't spend the money. My company does.
Well, this is true. So now that's a plus.
Yeah. So it technically kind of is free money for me. That's why I like the Loves, because you get lots of points and you can use it on a lot of stuff. Only thing you can't use it on is cigarettes and alcohol. That's it. Yeah, you could tell where I'm at because of that little thingy right there. That's the yellow and red.
Yep.
That's a loves.
The loves. Plus,
The
oh, well, not to
loves.
mention, you can actually, wait, oh, right there. You can actually even see the heart above
Yep.
loves.
Yep. There you go. Move forward a little bit. See it? Right.
Yeah.
Right there at the top,
Bam.
everybody.
Oh,
Bam, right there.
Mayhem
And you got
with
to
a
be
little,
careful with the loves. You got to be
yeah.
careful because some of them are not truck stops; they're car
Hey,
stops.
sometimes you can get shit Ajax won't wash off.
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh, yeah.
Loves, love.
I
Apparently,
love the loves.
yeah, Bug Out Adventures must love the one up around her, Lubbock. I will say the
Oh,
love.
love it.
Have you stopped at the Loves that's up in Lufkin? Since you've come down 59, have you ever stopped at that Loves?
No,
It's
yeah.
not too bad of a
No, yeah.
Loves. It's
No.
the country version of a Loves, but it's
Yep.
always, it used to always be clean.
Yeah, that's the problem with truck stops is there was one that was opened up in Perry, Oklahoma, and it had only been open for about a week. And I kid you not, because truck drivers are such nasty, well, mainly the fat, lazy a-holes.
People,
Yeah, they're so lazy. Like, if you're gonna pee in a bottle, throw it away. You know, don't be dumping your bottles out on the concrete because it don't go nowhere. So
dude, nobody wants
a
to
week
walk in that
after,
shit and then get in their truck.
yeah, so a week after the Loves in Perry, Oklahoma opened up, I was like, ooh, I'm gonna check this out. They've got that. They have like a Arby's, I think. Yeah, they had an Arby's, and I was like, ooh, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna take a shower. I'm gonna get some Arby's, and I'm gonna be back out on the road again. And I got out to go take a shower, and I was like, oh, ooh, oh. It smelled like it had been there for years already.
Damn. Hey, Rabbit said, you ever stopped at any of the Byrne Brothers truck stops up there in Nebraska?
Byrne Brothers?
Yep, Byrne Brothers.
No, I don't think I have. I've gone to the Sap Brothers. I've gone to the Flying J. I've gone to QT. I like QT. They're pretty good. They're not like a normal truck stop. Might have like 15 parking spaces. Let's see. What's the
Bug Out Adventure says her favorite is the Loves, the one on 45 North near Willis. Lived in their truck 5 months there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one over.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So Willis, that's the one up out of Conroe over there.
Yep.
Shit, dude, I wouldn't want to. I don't know if it's because see, that's why I think there's something about your local mentality changes. Because I'll say that I've been in places and I never thought twice until all of a sudden I would get closer to home, and then you like get over because you know where I'm at, so you take Conroe, dude. See, I go over to Conroe and I'm thinking, man, no, the hell with that truck stop. I wouldn't go there.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's bad Bug Out Adventures, but it just because it's Conroe. So I think of Houston and the city and people and but yet I could drive up to flipping Missouri and go to Loves and wouldn't think shit about that because you don't know that area. So you don't get that same vibe. See, I know how close that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Rescue, can you ask Mayhem if he's ever stopped at the I-80 truck stop in Walcott, Iowa?
Yep. The world's largest truck stop. Yep. I've been there, and next time I go through there, I'm thinking I'm gonna do a live stream, and I'm gonna walk through the whole thing and show everything.
Oh shoot, what is that Latin A? If anyone has oranges, please try making use of the whole fruit. Make a smoothie with a banana, orange, and vanilla yogurt, ice, and any type of milk smoothie. Delicious and nutritious.
Delicious and nutritious.
Sounds good. Oh, by the way, I think I told y'all yesterday the little Sonic secret. So if you got a Sonic by you, you can get a water and then just add the peach, mango, blackberry, or like lemon. those are the ones that are sugar-free flavors. Then all of a sudden you have a nice, sweet flavored drink with no sugar. None of that crap. Very useful. I like the natural stuff.
Guess who showed up in the live stream last night with me and John?
Uh-oh. Who?
Our girl, Nixie.
Oh, yeah? So did you get educated on how your life is really happening over here that you're not aware of?
No. She came in to let us know that her channel was taken down. Her other channel, the one with the 3 X's. And
she didn't blame you, did she?
No. She just said it was taken down for some reason. And I was thinking to myself when John and Mark Miller were talking to me about it, I was like, well, of course. I went over to her channel, and the videos that she posts are not her videos. They're somebody else's. So somebody got wind of it and reported it. Not me. I'm not an asshole like that.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, and you can, because that's why I laugh, because that's what happened to me with that Australian dude. Dude, if you show somebody else's video, they can, if they know where to look in studio, then that you can go see. Like all the videos I send you, I can go show you, and I can go see it. I mean, in my studio, who that was and how many subscribers they have. And they get to say, people have shared mine, and you can go in there and say, well, I don't want them to. And then that's when YouTube says the thing. So, I mean, so it could have happened if she was busy showing other people's shit. If you're not going to give them credit, or if you're going to,
and it wasn't like she had one or two videos. Like every single video, I think she had like 11 videos, and all 11 were produced by somebody else.
Well, and see, and it wouldn't surprise me, because I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if there isn't some people do that on purpose, because then they can just get their channel and they get that whole the sympathy sub. Is that what you'd call it?
Right. Yeah.
Got taken out.
You know what?
I'm speaking the truth. And it's like, no, you're showing like 40 channels other shit, and they all were like, hey, you need to stop showing our shit. And you're like, no, that's the only thing I know to do.
It's fair use. No, it's not. Not unless you put up there that it's fair use. And like, that's the thing that people don't understand. They're like, oh, I could just take this and put it up here. And it's like, no, fair use means that like you do not share it in its entirety. Like what you did earlier, where you stopped it a few times and you were like, yeah, did you guys hear that? That's fair use.
Yeah. Well, you're supposed to be commenting on
you have to change it. Yeah, you have to change it from the original. So if you're just sitting in the corner and every now and then you stop it and you talk about it and you're like, wait, you move it back, it's not the original anymore. And that's what people get wrong.
By the way, let's see. Well, first thing is rescue. Tell Mayhem I used to live in Davenport, Iowa, just down the highway. So Eric said he used to live in there. And then
sweet.
Showing. Okay, Bug Out Adventures had she's got videos from over there, I guess, on that adventure at the Loves. And then Dusty said they do 2 are attack chicks. Oh, okay. Yeah. Man, if y'all haven't seen, Dusty and them have hatched, they got 12 was the last count. And man, they're cool.
Yeah, 12. Wow.
What's up, Angry Joker? Morning.
Angry Joker. And a house.
Using all my videos, yeah. Well, and it's like, I don't care if people use my shit. It's just like whenever I see that, I don't really care. I don't even care that there's some channels out there that like to clip shit, and then they go and they like to make fun and comment. And say, man, whatever. If that's what trips your trigger, do you, boo? I don't care. Yeah. But it's just, I like the Australian dude. That one really cracked me up, because I got smacked, and it's like, dude, we were actually bragging about you. It was one of an Aussie brought you up, and we were looking at your shit. So
yeah,
we weren't like even talking shit. We were actually bragging about, oh, check that shot out. That dude, man, that was scored. And it's like, wow. But see, some people are so into that monetization that like, and if you can't show it, only they show it. That way they make the money. It's kind of like the music shit, you know. Yeah, we know everybody likes our song, but if we let you play it and everybody hears it, then we don't get to make money off of them. We want to make money out of all of y'all. And it's the same shit with, that's why some of them people that do all that, you know. I'm allied to good and nightmare to evil. How can I find Mayhem's channel? Somebody would be nice enough to drop Mayhem's channel. And if it doesn't happen here in a moment, then I will try to do that momentarily.
Yeah, or if you're a mod, you could go up and find where I commented and click on that and go to channel.
Everybody's a mod. Just for that reason. How can I find? So rescue Ashaggy Do. That would be you. When are you going to be old enough for a full beard?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Who asked that?
D-Dog.
Oh. D-Dog.
I just saw this raccoon run through the parking lot again. How do they pass by at the same time? Seems like it's on its way to work. It's the Matrix. It glitched for a moment. So it looks like a different raccoon, but it's the same one as before. Morning, Shorty. Thank you, Angry. Thank you, Rabbit. The Matrix.
Seriously, dude?
Right. Seriously. I'm back. Phone call came in.
God, it's so... It's the way people drive, man. Oh my gosh. People learn to drive.
Well, where are you headed?
Oh damn, somebody I'm heading back home. I'm in Iowa right now. I'm about 15, 20 miles from Percival, Iowa.
You headed home for the weekend?
Yeah. Heading home for the weekend. And I'll tell you what, Percival, Iowa is a very interesting place because they in 13 years they've had 2 floods. I guess it's the Nebraska River, I think it is, that's over there. Right after, and I'm actually surprised it's not happening now. I guess because we haven't had very much snow. But 13 years they flooded twice. The Nebraska River overflowed, and it was 4 foot deep, and they still they both times that they did it, they rebuilt the Sapp brothers. They rebuilt the pilot that was there, and as like a badge of honor, they put the pictures up. They framed it all over, and they even have a line inside the building, like right outside the bathroom, that shows you how far up the water got. It's an interesting place.
Rabbit said the Iowa stands for idiots out wandering around. That's good.
That's a good one. I like that one.
Oh, Dusty said we delivered big boats to the lower 48 in Canada.
Nice.
Boat deliveries.
Yeah.
Man, I remember, gosh, how long's that been? Probably 15 to 20 years, probably. It's been a while. But, dude, I remember around here, it was so funny. We were out for a ride. We were riding around the lake because it's actually a 2-county lake size lake. So going around the lake is actually a quarter of a day trip. But and somebody literally, for the Lake Livingston, you just have to look up on the map. Lake Livingston, it's a good sized lake. Don't get me wrong, it's a good sized lake. It's never appeared to me to be like speedboat worthy lake. You know, I always think of speedboats out in the large bodies of water, like, you know, the flipping oceans and shit, you know,
Right.
and because that just seems like a drag strip for a speedboat. You know, it's like if you're on the lake, it's like, whoa, slow down. Okay. And dude, we watched a truck. It was one of those cross country condo units, you know, where you can tell they got the walk-in rig from the side. You know, it's the bathroom,
Yeah.
shower, the whole 9 yards, dude.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
dude,
The $90,000.
they're delivering this cigar boat, and it was a badass looking boat. I'll say, man, it was massive, badass. I think it was 6 engines on the back of that thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, damn it. But we were watching it go in, and it's like, holy shit, dude, can you even put that in the lake right there? Like, I mean, I don't know. It was, but they got it in there. I don't think it stayed long though, because we only saw it. And then people just commented about, where did it go? Where'd it go? We didn't see it. And it was like, yeah, I have a feeling they realized that that was a bad decision.
Mm-hmm.
Way too much power for a little lake like that.
Yeah.
Kenneth's words were 6 hours. Once took plastic off boats, searched the truck.
You ever seen those half boat, half submarine, like jet ski thingies? Whatever they are, they got like a windshield over them, and you can make it look like a shark or, you know, a whale or whatever.
Yeah, and
yeah, those. Yeah, and you could go in and out like that. I'm like, I want one of those. What do I need it for? I don't know. I just want one.
One cigar boat was 300,000. Birthday present millionaire. Oh yeah, see Dusty, that's what I'm talking about. And shitloads of big bucks. Yep. Thank you, D-Dog. There's Dusty's new little chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets.
Deplorable says there's a lot from Michigan. I'm thinking we all move there. We could have our own state. I think, well, in Michigan, don't you kind of got to like fight the Muslims for that now? Because haven't they already taken over like either a quarter or half?
Yeah. That's one thing I've noticed about the North. It's so weird how you go from the South and you got like a whole bunch of Mexicans, and it's slowly like they lose a lot of the melatonin, and then it goes right back into it and changes to Muslim. And I'm like, that's odd.
Wasn't that where a lot from? Isn't that why Ilhan Omar and shit got in? Is because that's the majority of that district where she's at was brought in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then she shouldn't even be in office at all. She committed immigration fraud.
Yeah, that's the one that married her brother, isn't it?
Yep.
Freaking pervs. And see, and then you look at him and you go, wait a minute. I thought you were some radical Muslim and stuff, and you mean to tell me you married your sister and then you let her become the boss of you? I thought y'all were like so anti-woman shit.
Yeah. But you know, and then a lot of them come over here and they want to implement Sharia law, but then it's like, dude, you can't come over here and pick and choose what you want and what you don't want. Can't do that.
You're gonna put in Sharia law, and yet your person that you put in is a female. How's that gonna work out? You ever go to Pennsylvania?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been to PA many times.
That's where Kiss Off and Chuck.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I like Hershey's. Only reason why I like that is every time I go to pick up the chocolates, they give me a free box of chocolates, and they set it out too. They're like, "Which would you like?" They'll have like, they'll have the Reese's out. They'll have the Hershey's chocolate, Hershey's with almonds, and it's a whole box. you know, like a 12 count. And I'm like, yeah, let me get the Reese's. Next time I go, I'll get a pack of Reese's for Milky.
I ain't leaving Texas unless I'm dead or meetups. There you go, Bug Out Adventures. Oh, John says we apparently have we're on to stuff because he says I've been listening. You guys know everything that's going down. Y'all are a spy agencies.
Oh yeah. Oh, didn't you know?
Alamo, man. Don't you know? I've got these pine trees out here tuned in.
Yeah. Heck, I've had a lot of people
and it's connected to NASA, and these are. Haven't you seen those 5G towers that describe like trees? Where do you think they got that idea from? I've been doing that around Southeast Texas. I can listen. I know things. Hell, I got the interwebs.
I've had people say, "Oh yeah, this guy's a Fed." I'm like, "How am I a Fed?" Yeah, this whole thing. This is not really a semi truck. This is the tactical FBI truck, and we're on our way to you, the viewer.
Coming to a town near you.
Coming soon to a town near you.
Dusty says, "Have you delivered to the government underground yet?"
Yep.
See, I didn't go in. I delivered. I did a drop outside one, and then I did a. Where was that other one? There was another one that was pretty nerve-wracking, dude, actually, because they scanned my shit and went through my shit to such detail. I was even tripping, dude, like as in they could tell the little pee bottle I had underneath the sleeper bunk.
Yep.
Sitting there type shit. And I was just like, whoa, what the? Yeah, that was a trip.
Yeah.
Oh, Kissoff says that Hershey's 2 hours away from where they're at.
Oh, nice.
A box of chocolates.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
Truck drivers on Purple Channel like on CB. That's Cherokee.
Oh, Cherokee. Yeah. I have thought about starting to do some videos about like the stuff that I cook on the truck.
Portable cooking.
Yeah, portable cooking kind of thing.
Like mobile meals. You could Mayhem's mobile meals. The 3 M's.
Yeah, 3 M's. There you go. I like that. Because I have a crock pot, I have a toaster oven, I have a microwave, and I have a hot plate.
Hell,
so I have different ways.
Says he's only an hour away from Hershey. Oh, and by the way, Kissoff is sending you an email so that way y'all could end up meeting up if you go up to Hershey or get around Pennsylvania.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
We had a grill. Oh, Dusty.
And just so Share Bear knows, if Share Bear's still here, I did make it through Chicago just fine. I'm good. Obviously.
All in one piece.
All in one piece. Yep.
Still got your truck intact and everything.
Mm-hmm. Which is kind of funny because I am missing something, and it's like really weird. It's one of the lug nut covers on my truck. I'm just missing one, and I looked at it. I was like, "Whoa, where did it go?" Because it's not like I smashed into something. Because if I smashed into something, it would be like a few of them missing. I'm just missing one.
Well, if you hit a bump or
just
something,
one.
It could have rattled. That one could have been loose, or it could have been somebody attempting was going to go see about pulling them off, but you moved or rolled over, and the cab moved, and they said "phew," and they took off. So all they snagged was the one.
Right.
Let's see. Somebody said Rescue Mayhem is pulling the tactical house of debauchery. Right. Deplorable says, "What are you hauling?"
Right now, I'm hauling Lala yogurt.
Ah.
Yep, it goes to Arlington, and then another stop in Terrell. Terrell is the Walmart distribution center.
Oh, okay. You coming down to Texas?
Yep.
Angry Joker's 5 minutes from Harrisburg, and then Greta says I'm an hour from Hershey.
Dang, a lot of people from PA.
I know. Well,
Jeez.
DOT will know your ass now, Mayhem. Missing lug nut cover check. Right.
Right. Yeah, I'd be like, really? Really for that?
Oh, damn. Call her out like that, D-Dog. Hell yeah. So D-Dog just called Kiss Off out. Says, Kiss Off, I see the way you are. I've been through Pennsylvania 3 times so far this year. I understand. Uh-huh. He picked up on that unwritten message.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn. Hey, what's up, Snooks? Happy Friday morning to you. Whoop, whoop.
Snooks. What's up? Good old Snooks.
Yep.
Oh, there we are. There's Percival.
PA is the capital of zombies. That's what Cherokee says.
Capital of zombies.
Oh, damn. Kiss Off says, D-Dog, that's why we own caution signs. So you didn't want to hook up with D-Dog, so you didn't want to meet D-Dog.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Kiss Off will pick and choose.
Yeah, man.
And you, D-Dog, you lose. No, I'm just kidding. I know what it is. Kiss Off and them are trying to get free stuff off my truck. I know that's what it is. Hey, if you come by here, man, maybe they want some yogurt.
Yeah.
I'm
Hey,
either
let's go show you the backyard, Mayhem. Come check this out back here. All right, let's go unload.
Yeah. I'm really messed up if after I'm done in Terrell I got to go to Biagi Brothers because Biagi Brothers is 100% beer. So if I go to Biagi Brothers after I'm done at Walmart, I'm in trouble because everybody will be like, "Ooh, stop by here, Mayhem." Oh yeah. Hey, did you know like you were 5 cases short? No, I did not know that. It's so funny too. Like it's weird how when I do deliver places, if something is damaged, they'll throw the whole thing away, and it's like it's not even damaged that bad. Like the product's not damaged. It's just somebody drove accidentally a fork into the box, and the product's fine. And they're like, just throw it away. I'm like, really? And then if they're missing like a case or two, they don't make a big deal about it. They just mark it down. They're like, missing 2 cases. And I call up work and I'm like, yeah, they were missing 2 cases. And they're like, oh, okay. I'm like, you guys really don't give a shit? Like they don't even check my truck to make sure I didn't take the 2 cases or anything. I'm like, this is weird.
Was
Not
angry
saying that I
another
do.
Super Troopers Mayhem would pull?
That's lock the troopers in the bed of the truck or in the trailer. That'd be funny.
Well, there, Tiger says, Kiss Off is wanting some of that free Hershey's chocolate to tease Chuck with. I know, trying to push him over the diabetic edge.
Right. Just remember, don't go for the sugar-free chocolate. I'd rather have diabetes.
Snook says, if you got any pizzas, to do a side trip to Florida, please. Which, by the way,
okay.
Snooks, man, I hope you're kind of paying attention to what's going on down there. I feel for y'all in Florida because I have a feeling y'all are fixing to have a nice little Haitian problem.
Yeah. Florida's always had like a Cuban Haitian problem.
Yeah, but it's the kind of like since their shit's like all upside down right now, and you get old Barbecue, Mr. BBQ, who come out and did his interview. Grumpy was telling me apparently he did an interview and he's saying that his name, that name didn't come from him eating people. It came from something about his mother nicknamed him that or something. And it's like, yeah, okay. Because everybody wants that nickname. What's up, BB Barbecue? And you just happen to know on people like thighs and shit. I don't know.
Yeah. That's not normal behavior, buddy.
Yeah, ignore the fact that those two things kind of go hand in hand. Wow, and somebody calling him barbecue and he eats people. Wow, I don't know. That sounds kind of weird. Yeah, but it's not that, and it's like I don't know. Kind of looking that way.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could understand.
Make it a good day. If you go to the store, pick up something extra.
See you, Blackbird. Yeah, I could never eat a person unless it was like a dire survival situation, like that's like that soccer team that crashed into the mountains. Yeah. I could understand that.
Well, that's why I just adopt the mentality is like, okay, I don't eat people, but I don't eat onions per se.
Right.
I don't eat a lot of things now, but then I got lots of choices right now. So, but the more the choices get removed, here's what another counter to that. So to dissect my menu, I don't know. I can say I don't eat people right now. I can tell you that I will survive. So now, if those roads ever cross, well, then okay, there we go. But
right. Yeah,
I learned a lot channels and see some people of color channels even freaking out about the Haitians. Well, yeah, they've also been broadcasting how, they released all the prisoners and out of prison and, they're coming to the U.S. And, well, first off, it's just, I'm not saying it's not happening. I just think the way it's being delivered is hyperbole because, one, for the past 2.5 years, we've had over 160 something countries coming across that border. Just what was that, a year and a half ago? There was 14,000 Haitians underneath an underpass that I guess people kind of forgot about, but they were here. So what's bringing this to make it seem like, is the fact that now they're in civil unrest over there. So there will be people just like what happened in Cuba when that shit went down. They will be getting in boats and they will be coming to the nearest shore, which if they come through the islands will be the U.S. because that's what they'll try to get. It won't be the southern border over here. It'll be Florida. And that's why I think, and Snook said something about DeSantis is watching it because they know that's why that's becoming a thing. I don't do the freak out thing. I just, like for me, I got Colonial Ridge, the whole 30. Actually, now I will say I watched the interview. Glenn Beck went and he was interviewing the school administrator over there in that county. And he goes, they say 30 to 35,000, but I'm kind of going to go to 60 to 70,000 because he's kind of going off of what he normally sees as a school person with population. So I'm kind of going, okay. So we've got our issues, but that will be like, this is slowly being hidden under the rug and where that's going to be a frontal assault kind of thing, because that'll be like the boats hitting the beach. And next thing you know, you got 20 Haitians that are hitting the shoreline and then trying to hide amongst people and doing whatever that takes to hide so they don't go back. And that'll be different than the people that have come through Ecuador and up that way that have basically been NGO funded all the way up with debit cards and phones and maps and communication and transportation. And that's what'll make it different.
Yeah, I remember I was in high school whenever, because I was living in Miami. I was going to high school in Coral Gables, and I was in high school when we had the huge Cuba, the Cubans, getting whatever they could and floating over and coming over to Miami, and like we had a huge Coast Guard presence there. We had huge Homeland. Well, it wasn't really Homeland Security at that time. But we had, a lot of departments out there trying to stop the Cubans from coming over. And the only time that I went out and I protested was when little, I think he was like 5 or 6 years old, Elion Gonzalez, his parents had died on the trek over. He had no parents. He had no family over in Cuba. All his family was over in Florida. and the FBI sent in SWAT team to go and get him out of his home. And I was like, no, why would you send him back to Cuba with no family whatsoever? Just leave him here. So me and a few of my Cuban friends were protesting that, but man, it was a huge crisis, and they were sending a whole bunch of people back, and they were letting some stay. It
Yeah.
was so I have a feeling it's gonna be a lot like that with the Haitians.
Oh, it'll even be worse because this administration's setting the whole tone, you know, of just come on, we got you, you know, so that'll, they know that like
Yep.
they're not getting a message from the administration like, hey, you know, I don't know, man, we go over to America to get out of here, you know, but we're gonna, they already see that, well, yeah, there's part that's not going to be too welcoming, but that the administration is like, hell yeah, come on. And there wouldn't be, it wouldn't surprise me. Now, I don't know how many we're flying out of there now,
Right.
but I wondered how many we were actually flying out of there up until the embassy closed. Kind of makes you wonder.
And you ever notice how like right before election year, it the immigration, the illegal immigration just kind of upticks a lot, and there's like so many different countries that are trying to come over here, like, and it makes me wonder, like, this is the worst I've ever seen, and it makes me wonder if they already know in their mind that Trump's gonna win.
Well, dude, they see, like, if you look, that's where those Haitians came from. See, those Haitians were actually stopped in, what was that, Brazil or some shit?
Yeah.
Because Clinton was supposed to win. And when she didn't win, they had to stop. The plan didn't go as we were planning on. So you need to just hold up right here. We got to go plan for the next 4 years so we can steal that again. And then we'll come back to this. And so that's why the minute he did, dude, people forget about those 90, what they say that was, 90 something executive orders that he sat down day one signing, one after the other.
Oh yeah.
And that was to open everything up. Just by God, open the taps of everything up. And
yeah, I want to say it was 91. Or am I thinking of
something like that? And that made a big impact because see, right before that, if you look at the charts and the numbers and the data, we were at the lowest illegal immigration that we had been at in the longest time, decades. The prior year. And so that's, this is all straight up intentional.
Yeah.
Let me see. Somebody said something. Rescue, they tell us the parents died, but maybe someone killed them, or maybe the kid had relatives there in his homeland. Wait a minute, what did I miss?
Are they talking about the Elian Gonzalez one?
Maybe that's what it is. Florida does not want the Haitian.
I mean, that's a good possibility. They could have killed the parents. They could have been lying to us. You know, that was.
Oh, okay. The Haitian
was
anti-vaxxed, and then he was assassinated.
Yeah. That was my first time ever participating in anything that you would consider political. Because in high school, I was not political. I didn't give a shit. I played baseball. I was focused on my grades. You know, I didn't give a shit. But I had a bunch of Cuban friends on my baseball team. Good players. Oh my God, they're so good. And they're like, hey man, we got to do something about this. So the whole baseball team went out there before school started, holding up signs, you know, keep Elian Gonzalez here. And we were saying, they were chanting, Cuba sí, Castro no. Cuba sí, Castro no. Like, yes to Cuba, but no to Castro.
Right. Well, that's why, and it's just, and I saw, who was it? Somebody said I think it was deplorable how we've had illegals for eons, and Ever since we've been established, we've had people that have, wanted to come here, and some people did it the way we go, hey, you need to do it this way. And then some people are like, I'm just going to skate on by right here. Some people came over on work visas and then went, man, I don't know, this is kind of cool. I'm kind of digging going to Taco Bell and Burger King. I don't think I really want to go back. I'm just going to stay here. And they're like, well, but if you go apply, they're going to make you go back until you finish the process. And they go, then I'm just going to stay right here under the radar. So yeah, we've always had it. We've just never had it where it has literally been funded by the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, a whole political party of our administration, organizations that are snagging tax dollars to fund it. That's the part that's all rare. Like, Red Cross and all these NGOs didn't have all these camps in place built, 6 years ago. They built these in the last 3 years. They started on day one, the minute they stole it. And that's why they've known that the pressure's been on since they stole it.
Yep.
I knew it was a slippery slope to let one illegal in, then they would push to let them all in. I said no to letting the kids stay in the USA. Well, see, and that's the hard, I'm not familiar with that particular thing. I'm just going to go off of the highlights of the thing. So I'll say that right from the get-go. So although that won't matter, I'm sure this will be good for an email or two. But
I'm sorry if everybody gives you an email about this.
If there was a kid over here and his parents were over here, and then they killed the parents, or the parents unalived and no more, and then if the issue became if that kid should go back to that country where they came from because they were here illegally or not, then I would say they need to send him back. If I will say with a happenstance would be if there are no relatives or family members over there, then you could put him in the system here. So then I could see that, because then there is nobody. And unless that's a first world country, he's going to get no proper care. So you're basically sending him into the lions. So that wouldn't be cool. But I would think that if he has relatives, that's it. You go back. If it's an aunt, an uncle, a cousin, some connection to your family, you go back. What's up, Vaughn, Eric? Good to see you. Ain't seen you in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, they could have been lying to it. Like our local dudes could have been lying to us about it, the whole thing. But
I guess
teenagers
and empathy, people want to go, it's a kid, no, just let them stay here. But that once again, at some point, it's kind of like a speed limit. Here, 70 mile an hour is on the sign. So technically, when you go 71, you're speeding. Now, people complain because they'll get mad. Well, it's just 5 miles over. It's just 4 miles over. But there's got to be a stop and a start to things. Otherwise, you end up with too many variables. So if you're going to say immigration, then you would have to be kind of firm on that.
Yeah. And, I was young, and now I look back on it, and I see, the veil has been released from my eyes, and I'm like, oh, I think back at it. I'm like, oh, was I in the right or was I in the wrong? Because I look at it and I go, if he didn't have any family back there, you're just sending him back to Castro's system, and he's going to be in the foster care or whatever they call it over there. And it's probably not the best idea. But then, he has family, aunts and uncles and stuff here in Florida. Why not? But if they were lying to us just to get the sympathy, I'm like, have him go back and go through the whole system. There's a system.
More than money.
It's really not that difficult. The only reason why it's difficult nowadays is because of all the illegal immigration here. Because I have a buddy that's married to a Mexican woman, and she's trying to get her citizenship. And he's told me several times she was like first in line, and then they go to the appointment day, and now, you're moved back to 26th in line. Come back.
Well, see, that's what these are all doing. All these illegals right now are shoving all the legitimate ones to the back.
Yep.
And so, see, and that's in all honesty, and I think it might have been Chip Roy that brought it up. And we really need to go into a pause, and it's not to sound anti-immigrant or nothing, but you got to stop the flow, and we need to stop. Then we need to process what's here. We need to start cleaning
Right.
it up. We need to process it. We need to clean up the process of legal immigration and what that
Exactly.
entails and the process of that. And then that's your actual immigration. All this shit that they talk is nothing but word salad crap to steal more tax money.
Right.
Latin A says, Rescue, can you please ask Mayhem his school teachers push the kids to protest? Did your school teachers push kids? No.
Nope. No, they did not. They actually told us not to. But we did it before school and we did it after school, so they couldn't control us on that one.
So many been here, had so many babies. Yeah, that. Well, see, and that's something that could be fixed. I mean, because you can go ahead and clean up, and you can say, well, you know what? People in the last, you could take this little time frame. People, you've been born within the last 4 years. Nope, you and your family are going back where you came from.
Yeah.
So you can distinguish that. We make them see, they say things and then we kind of act like you got to take it. You ain't got to take it.
Right. Yeah. It's
D-Dog
a
says,
good analogy.
Twice, first getting on the highway, the other getting off the highway.
Yeah. A good analogy of that is if you have a busted pipe in your basement, right? And it's just leaking water everywhere. A plumber will tell you the first thing you need to do is you need to stop that leak, because if you're down there trying to, show a bucket with a bucket trying to get the water off the floor, I mean it's a never ending stream of water coming out, and you're never going to get anywhere. So your first thing to do is stop the leaky pipe, and then once you stop the leaky pipe, then you can sort out the rest of the water that's in your basement. And that's exactly how illegal immigration is. If we stop everything at the border, oh, sorry, you can't come in, we got to take care of this. And if it takes a while, well, hey, if you really want the citizenship, it's worth the wait, right?
Rabbit said, shut the flow off first, then you mop up. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
See, and that's where I guess and I've got my little, little hopium vision and kind of go, oh yeah, see, it could be this. And so it's like America, man. If we go back to our core principles and we go back to being prosperous like that, and instead of going to these other countries for conflicts and stuff, how about we go over there and we go, you know what? Let's show you how to farm. Let's show you, let's look, what do you got available? Instead of trying to take people's shit, why don't we show them how to use that for their benefit? And then it's kind of like working with your neighbor. Grow your farm. But if your neighbor needs a bushel of fucking corn, you hook him up with a bushel of corn and he plants his field. And then next thing you know, homeboy gives you a bushel of fucking potatoes. And you're going, wow, this is kind of working out. It's simpatico.
Yeah, it's like there was a comedian, I can't remember his name, but he was talking about all these commercials, 10 cents a day could help this starving child in Africa. He's like, well, first of all, what you need to do is you need to move away from where you are. You're in the desert. Of course you're not going to have any food.
Well, and them commercials. So by the time, if you drive to the post office to go mail that money off for that kid in Ethiopia to get the meal, you probably just drove by, depending on how far that was to the post office, 1 dozen, 2 dozen, 100 different kids that could have handled a good meal. That's why I see, man, you get told that's why they tell you that we're bad, but at the same time, they want us to say, but we need to take care of everybody. No. What we need to do is it's just like you would do for your area. See, the area, they want you to think that the government can fix it. No, you can get up off your ass and fix stuff. You don't have to have the government come in for you.
Yeah.
And we do that here. It's just like, we should be talking with each other and helping your neighbor grow or do whatever. And, you share the information. It's like here, hell, I got chickens. Why? Because of the community. working
Right.
on my garden. Why? Because of the community. It's interaction that way. I don't want you to come down here and do my garden for me. I don't want you to come down here and build my chicken coop. I want you to give me
Yeah.
suggestions. I want you to spend time with me, maybe talking to me while I do this, but I want to
Later.
do it. It's having that drive, man.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I started my 501c3 for search and rescue is because last year I was at home. I wasn't doing much of anything, because I had the injury. Of course, by that time I had the brace on, and we had a tornado that ripped through northwest Arkansas. It started in west Little Rock and went up, or no, it went northeast. I'm sorry, northeast. And we went to a little town called Wynn. And when we got there, we noticed that there was fire departments from like Memphis there, and fire departments from Missouri there. And we're like, wait, and they had a pretty good search and rescue team, but they were all from out of state, you know. And we got back afterwards, helping them out, and we were like, hey, let's go ahead and start the search and rescue organization. And I did some research, and we have 75 counties in Arkansas. 75. 12 of them had search. Yeah, 12 of them had search and rescue. Like the county search and rescue. All but two. They all stopped because of funding, I guess. Yeah, they all stopped. So we had no search and rescue. And then after the tornado, about when we were starting to develop, Crawford County started up again. And then there was two other counties that started funding their search and rescue again. So we only have 3 search and rescue plus mine, which is 4, and it's privately owned. And I'm reaching out trying to get funding, and we finally got a sponsorship with Nutrient Survival, which will help us out a lot because we'll get 15% on our sales, or the sales if people use our link. And it was one of those, like, you see a need, you fill a need, and sometimes you have to start with a grassroots organization, and because these counties should have the funding. They should have the funding for a small search and rescue operation.
Well, no,
they
wait a minute.
don't.
Where's that funding supposed to come from?
It's supposed to come from it trickles down. It's supposed to come from the state, and goes out to the the counties. But the first ones that get that funding is usually education, fire rescue, police, stuff like that. So by the time they have
where does the state get it?
Federal, or from their or from our state tax.
Oh, it's that evil T word.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was kind of leading you in. I led you into that, but I was just being.
Oh no. So that's why we
taxes, and I'm not saying taxes are all great and awesome, but there is a purpose for them. They just have to be used righteously.
Right. And that's why I think grassroots organizations, whatever, anybody out there, if you see a need in your area, that's where we talk about starting locally, right? Rescue, we always talk about local. Get involved locally. If you see a need in your area, start a grassroots organization and rely upon the community to help fund you, because that's what we do. And everything, every single dollar, every single penny is accounted for, and it goes towards uniforms, goes towards gear, and it goes towards getting everybody certified in the areas that they need to be certified. CPR, AED, get search and there's 3 levels of search and rescue certification. So we get our guys and gals certified in all 3 of those. They even have a mount one, but I'm not doing that because that's horseback, and most of us don't have horses, so it's like no. And then they have the canine, which we're gonna start doing, not with Daisy because she's already too stupid to do it. No, she's smart. She has a very low she has a very low attention span. Like I have a feeling if I trained her, she would be like on the trail, and then all of a sudden she'll she'll smell a rabbit, and she'll be like, "Ooh, rabbit, go this way," and we're like, "Wait a minute, where are you going?" You know, she,
Damn.
but yeah, so that's one way you could do it because yeah, I've never trusted the government to take care of anything, and even local governments. I don't trust them to take care of situations. And a prime example is the
Well, it's like
75
that.
counties and 12 counties had search and rescue, and they all shut down.
Well, see, that's because people stopped paying attention where they are. It's like, okay, in the old days, you would have families that they came, they found that place, they developed it. Kids grew up there, they found places next to it, and so they built houses. That was their area, so that was their town, their county. So they were interconnected. Back in the day, you'd call it, oh, it's that good old boy club. Well, there was something to be said about that because then they were at least talking. You got to keep them. And I think this is where the globalists, the elites, those corporate people, they see the strength in that. So you got to fracture it, and you do that by getting them to then sell out and move. And next thing you know, you end up with renters, and you have people that are, landlords. Well, we own several houses, and well, then that's part of the problem because people aren't focusing on God, and I don't know how many people might have rental houses. So if you do, I'm not targeting you because I don't know who has what. So this is not directed at anybody. Mm-hmm. But if you take somebody, because we know a family here, and they're to me, they're part of the problem that we have because they were one of the older families that decided to go and keep buying up places for rental property. So now they own a good portion of rental property. Sounds good and like, oh, that's cool, they're making a living. Yeah, but by doing that, there is a whole little chunk of that city down the road that's a whole stretch of their houses. Well, guess what? It looks like Skid Row almost. Why? Because they don't give a shit about taking care of those houses. You pay rent, cool. You don't, we kick you out. Somebody else will. And that's their mentality. See, and so to me, that's part of the problem because then that's what that Colonial Ridge will do over there. See, because if that financing, you're promoting a failing system.
Right.
What's up? Morning, KP Heathen. Cherokee, the last I understood, I think that she was not feeling good. So she's been under the weather. He was asking about Sophie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask that too. I haven't seen her in a while.
Last I'd heard, she was under the weather.
Yep, it happens. It happens. And then like, like, yeah, it's easy because I do have a group too, the Pew Pew group. But like,
wait, you have a Pew Pew group? I go to church too.
Yeah.
What are yours? Ours are mahogany pews.
Wait. Yeah. So, I thought about it, and like my main focus right now is the search and rescue organization because honestly, in Arkansas, we are such a red state. Of course, we have Little Rock, which is a blue city, and we have Fayetteville, which is blue city. And it's mainly a college town, so you can understand where the blue comes in there. But as of right now, there's really no need for the Pew Pew group, because there's no call for it, and there's some that live in the state that's all they want to really focus on. And it's like, yeah, hey, good, that's good. You guys want to get together and you guys want to, do the training and everything. But that shouldn't be your main focus. You should focus on the areas where um, that's slacking, really.
How long did you
And
spend
right
in
now,
basic training, Mayhem?
how long did I spend in basic training?
Yeah.
It was 10 weeks, and
how
then
long was your AIT?
9 weeks. So a total of 19 weeks in Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Wait a minute, 19 weeks. So wait, how long were you in the service?
I was in from 2003 to 2011, so 8 years.
Wait a minute. So, well, God, that must have been some majorly boring shit. I mean,
oh no,
you had 19 weeks, and then what? I mean, didn't you just repeat that 19 weeks over and over again? I mean, wasn't that all you ever did was just that basic and AIT? I mean, surely you didn't do other
pretty
shit,
much.
Right?
Pretty much until we deployed. Yeah, it was either you had days where you either sat around and did nothing, and you were just like, which was bad for me and my buddy Chris, because we would, don't ever have sit around and do nothing, because we'll find something to get into and get in trouble for. But then we had.
That's my point, though. Think about that. You did 19 weeks of training. Mm-hmm. And then you go spend years performing different roles of this job. So let's really break this down. So fine, we're going to get invaded by Asian people, Hispanic, whatever. Pick your culture. I don't give a shit.
Right.
So we're being invaded.
Yeah.
Okay. How long do you have to go to basic before you feel like you understand this? So it's like if you're doing, I get the pews, and so I'm not knocking that. So anybody wants to go hammer at me on it, feel free, whatever. But
here comes the emails.
So that's what I mean. It's like if you're canning, and like if you already have some firearms and you got ammo, then the next, I think on that chain of stuff, then the next thing is okay, do you know them? Do you take them apart and put them back together? Do you clean them and oil them? Do you actually go and do you use them? And so that's a thing. Okay. But then at some point, there's more than that. So then it's okay, well, canning or getting your food together. Cause I think it might even be Bear Independent that said it, or maybe it was PJ that said that. But once you open the little prepper bucket, the timer clock started. Yeah. Because if we've reached a point to where you're now, this is your survival is in what you've prepped, there's a timer clock that just went, because at some point that prep's run out. And then what? Yeah. So that's what the shit that gets me thinking. So, okay. Yeah. And that's why I'm a solution person. I'm not a let's wait to the very end. We lost him. He hit a dead spot. There he is. Wait, he'll get it. We'll get it. There he is.
Hi, sorry about that.
No worries. But it's like, at some point you want to go, okay. And I think, well, we are a bunch of adults. We all sit around and we talk about our gardens. We talk about, our canning. So we understand this. So then what's our next step? Well, this is where just spending time with my grandkids is what kind of kicks in. And I go, this is it. When I'm holding my grandson, who's not even a year old, I'm thinking, this is where it starts. So this is where the change happens. So this is because this is going to be the 20 years from now. So what is it? What are we wanting 20 years from now? What are we wanting 15 years from now? Because these are the ones that are going to carry that message. What message are they going to carry? Are all they going to know is basic? Is that it? We just taught you basic. We never sent you to AIT. We never sent you to any other training. I got to the point, Cherokee. Are you just behind the times? Is there a red dot next to the word live? If not, you click the word live so you'll get caught up. That's to the point.
Another good point too, and this another good point too is I kind of discovered this. We had wilderness survival training that we opened up to the public on February 17th. And I will tell you this, I'm kind of disappointed because I brought out a life straw, right? And I asked everybody who has a life straw, and a lot of people raised their hands. And I asked everybody, how many of you have actually tried your life straw? You know, and I had a bucket full of water that was dirty. You know, it wasn't like real nasty, nasty dirty, but it was just muddy. It had leaves in it. It was brown. And I said, all right, I need a volunteer to step forward and try out the live straw. Not a single person would do it. So I got down there and I did it. And I was like, wait a minute. You trust this, but you don't trust it enough to test it out. So it got me thinking, how many people are preppers that buy the gear because somebody suggested the gear, but never try it out themselves? Because you don't know how. Yeah, and it's like, and that's why I said to always make sure that when you get something, test it out. Because I've tested. You know, how many people have the commando wire in their bug out bag or their get home bag or whatever? Test it out. See how long it goes. I tested it out. I cut down a tree, and I was in the middle of a project of building a lean-to, and before I cut down the second tree, it broke in half from the friction. So that made me go, whoa, no, this isn't good. So I went and I got one of those ones that is the chainsaw blade with the handles, and I've used that multiple times. And I'm not saying don't get the commando wire, but I'm saying you got to test out the commando wire and see how long it's going to last, and don't rely on that being in your bag, because it will break. And you're out there with nothing else but that broken commando wire. How are you going to build a lean-to? How are you going to get your firewood? How are you going to do a lot of things with something that's broken?
Jerky says, how many showed up for the wilderness training?
For the wilderness, we had 14. We had 14 people.
There you go.
Yeah, 5 of them were from us, 9 of them were from the public, and 4 of them joined us after the training. They volunteered to be.
Morning, Miss Bonnie.
They volunteered to be in our search and rescue organization.
See, and I guess, and it, I don't know, man. You just kind of, because I just want to, I'd like to. You just don't hear a good push in a positive direction. I mean, there's collective little stuff, you know, and I don't know really how to say what I want to say without sounding really crude, which I don't really want to do that, but it's like,
say what you got to say. I know what you mean.
Dude, you know, going to prison, it takes a whopping fucking 14 days, and you all of a sudden, you know about 12 ways to unalive a motherfucker.
Yeah.
So within 14 days, and depending on where you're at and which type of system you go to, within that 14 days, you could even have seen half of them implemented right in front of you. So does that really take a lot of thought? See, I think the thing with like the military training is because there's the overall structure of the military, because, and I could be totally wrong, so you'll be one to tell me if I'm totally off base with this, because I have never been in combat and never done that. So I've been on the illegal side of things. So, hey, man, but I've always viewed it like this. The military is an organization. So your attacks and tactical plans are all done based off of this massive organization being behind this action. So, and I've always kind of gone, you know, you hear so many stories on how many times this platoon, this squad, this company, hell, sometimes even this fucking battalion was sent to do something and was going, these fucking people have fucked this all up. What are they expecting from us? Because it sounds like a bunch of dysfunction. So I take that and I go, see, this is where I think I get the training. You go out here, but it's like, to be honest, dude, I've seen some of these trainings where it's like, okay, you're training at a range, and if it's really taking you months upon months upon months to be able to put a crosshair on a figure then maybe this isn't for you. Maybe you need to go back and peeling potatoes, and maybe somebody needs to feed the troops, you know,
Yeah.
because it really shouldn't take that long. And so
No.
after you do that, what's the next thing? Well, that's where I get to that. How are we going to change our character to where we start sending a different message? You know, and I'm not trying to preach to nobody, but and I'm not saying just this channel, just you people that listen to me or whatever. This is my overall just day-to-day thinking. It's like, how does that happen? Because we've changed to get to this point. Like back, our founding fathers did not have this fucking mentality. So how did we lose our mentality that we had from that fortitude to where we are today? Well, it wasn't the big bad evil government that caused everything. They offered stuff and we took it, you know, but I think until we have more self-ownership and we start realizing where we went wrong, I'm not sure how we correct it, because it's kind of like when I talk to my kids, I laugh and tell them going, you know what? In 30 years, nobody's ever done anything wrong. And it's like, I got to thinking going, yeah, you don't even hear anybody talk about that anymore. You hardly ever hear anybody go, oh, wow, shit, that was shitty. And then change. You don't hear that talk anymore. I don't even hear it with my kids or nothing. Nobody says, well, I'm sorry. And then changing of a character, which means you don't really acknowledge it. But yet we want accountability from these elected people because they get put in this position. And I don't know. Maybe that was too deep for today. That was too deep for a Friday. My bad. My bad.
No, hey, I got to tell you, last weekend I had my daughters and the whole weekend, and just my, because they're 10 and or not 10, 8 and 6, you know, and just their willingness to learn what daddy, you know, because they know daddy has firearms in the house, and they know daddy's part of a search and rescue organization and whatnot. So Saturday, we were cleaning up, and they found my 5.56 rounds sitting on my nightstand, and they were like, "Daddy, what's this?" And I sat down and I told them, and then I was like, "Oh, this is a teachable moment right here." So I went and I got my AR, you know, and they're like, "Daddy, how does?" And I pointed to the back, and I said, "You see this?" And I broke it down to him. I said, "Okay, this is the cartridge. This is the bullet. Together,
make it a good day. Appreciate you. Be safe. Keep your head on a swivel out there." All right, sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, you're good. So I said, "This is the cartridge. This is the bullet, and this together is called a round." And they're like, "Oh, how does it fire, Daddy?" So I took my AR apart and I pulled out the bolt carrier group, and I showed them, and I said, this, and I showed them the firing pin, and I said, "This hits this in this big old circle right here, and that's called the primer, and this is called a firing pin. It hits that, and it builds up gases inside, and it shoots this bullet out this end." And they're like, "Oh, cool." And then Sunday, I was outside working, and they were outside playing, and they wanted to walk around with my compasses, and their binoculars that I bought for them. And they're over there, and they're just looking at so I taught them how to read a compass, and then I hear my daughter, my oldest, go, "Let's build a fort." So I was like, "Ooh, teachable moment." So I grabbed a tarp and I showed them how to make a lean-to, and they had so much fun. I wore them the fuck out. But they had so much fun, and afterwards they were like, "Daddy, can we get a backpack like yours? Because I have a 24-hour search and rescue backpack, And they're like, "Daddy, can I have a backpack like yours?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, sweetie." And I was just so proud of my kids. They were so immersed in that, and then it got me an idea that I'm going to make a series of videos for the search and rescue channel, and making fun ways for parents to actually teach their kids survival techniques, but it's under the guise of just having fun. Like the first video is going to be called Treasure Hunt, and it's going to teach them map reading and using a compass. The next one is going to be, building a fort, which is going to teach them how to make a lean-to or any kind of structure. And so, yeah, like my girl's only 8 and 6 years old, and they already wanting to learn all this stuff, and too young to learn.
No,
But I had a lot of
interesting.
fun with my kids.
Well, and that's good. See, it's because you got to make it a point to like, because it's going to take like a remapping. That's what I've noticed with my grandson. It's, which actually with the missus, we tell it's kind of like going back to when ours were little. Only
Mhm.
now you kind of go, let's teach you to think a little and see things a little more open. Let you think this through, teach you how to do that process. Because learn that through raising ours. Hell, nobody ever tell you. There is no book on that shit. So you won't.
Right.
And it's just,
Yeah.
but that's seeing. So you think of now and you go, wow, look at the outside influence and sources. So then, okay, well, how do I counter that? Well, then I've got to be more cautious. Well, by being more cautious, I need to just like, that's why with my granddaughter, because she's more active. So like with the chickens and talking about how they grow and how the feathers develop, it's understanding, that life, understanding the eggs and how that came to be. And I didn't explain that to my kids, but I understand where you need to understand life and where that comes from. And because now I see where that's been dehumanized, be desensitized to life. You're not connected to the actual sanctity of life anymore. Well, that's because nobody really sees that. Nobody talks about that. Hell, nowadays they're sitting there telling kids that you can be any gender you want to be. So
Yeah.
there is and then they're watching adults that go have abortions left and right. So they're not even acknowledging a baby as alive. So, and it's like, wow, if this is the outside, because I know what I did with my kids as far as like language and stuff, they still had outside influence.
Yeah.
And so then you think, wow, so that's just little things. Now with my grandson, it's just, I just enjoy his time because hell, he doesn't do nothing. He just giggles and make sure he's happy.
Yeah.
It's like with my granddaughter, and that's
Yeah.
what I've thought about now. Okay, what am I going to do as they get older? How would I? And that's why, like, if I can get this garden stuff going, getting the chickens, I'll just kind of teach them not so much to grow the food, but why. Why is that important? Why do you want to have the chickens? Not just having chickens, but why would you want to have them? Why would that be important? Not just planting food, but why would you want to plant food? Well, that's self-sustainability. It's not, we don't want to go to the movies because it costs too much. It's, well, we don't really need to go to the movies. We can find something to do right here as a family that would be entertaining. So it's changing the way things are thought because we were slowly led into this. And now the slaughterhouse is right at the end of the cattle pen. So if we don't do something, we go into the slaughterhouse.
Yeah. And my oldest said something that was very mind blowing, and it's very, very prevalent of today's society. My daughter, while playing out in the woods and everything, she said to her sister and to me, she said, "Pretend I'm a boy," And I'm like, "Okay, honey, well, I'll pretend you're a boy." She goes, and I'm like, "You're not a boy, right?" She goes, "I know, Daddy. I'm just pretending to be a boy." And I'm like, "Whoa, oh!" She just threw the whole thing out. She threw the whole thing out. She just dissected their whole thought process.
Right.
They're pretending, and but she knows she's a girl. She likes to play with boy stuff.
I'm gonna be the devil's advocate though. So something to be cautious about would be, don't let them do that subtle thing, because that could also be flipped as a subtle thing. Like, no, those adults that you hear screaming about that, they don't understand that, you're experimenting, you're pretending that you are, so you can see how that feels. Oh, I could see where they could play that shit, buddy.
Yeah.
Evil people. Right, Rabbit says because chicken is tasty.
Yeah, chicken is tasty.
Yes, it is. Grilled, barbecued, wrapped in bacon, cut open. Ooh, chicken breast sliced open with mozzarella and American stuffed inside it, wrapped with bacon. And when you're done, you take an orange marmalade glaze and pour over the top. That's some shizzle right there, buddy.
But yeah, my oldest, she always says some things that, she'll say things like, to her younger sister, she'll be like, pretend I'm the younger sister, your younger sister, or pretend I'm your mom, and I'm like, yep, that just proves that a lot of these people have not grown up. They're still playing make believe. They're pretending to be everything else. They're not really that. They're pretending.
Well, see, it's the way that they did. You look back, and I don't know. You look at how they just manipulate the shit out of language. It's just words that you used to say, and it's like, but wait a minute, that's what now? And it's like, okay, no, right? Bonnie's like what's wrong with being a tomboy? A lot of us were.
They're right. Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like that was. Well, okay, look at this stupid shit now with this Hannah chick, the girl that does the noodling, and her dad, and they do this fish, and they got a channel. It's popular. That's like some kind of fucking thing now, and it's like, I'm okay. Wait, what? So no, but you just kind of see how this is, because I grew up that way. I mean, shit, dude, you had girls were tomboys. Hell, you'd have them. Riding horses or swimming. I mean, girls did girls. They climbed trees. Right. They did just things. There was no big. It was when you were around adults. That's when you kind of had your little boys and the little girls, because now the little girls had to act all like a girl or something, and the boys would have to be all cleaned up. But now all of a sudden, that's like a news issue. This is like a reporting thing. Is girl is catfish noodling in river, trying to act like a boy. Girls doing boy things. Like, I'm sorry, what? How did we get here?
Yeah, no.
GTP, what's up, brother?
Yeah. She knows she's a girl. So what if she's noodling? That's what she likes to do. Fuck up. Leave her the fuck alone.
Brian, this is where you were on your own, sir. This is where, I'm sorry, brother, but you were on that road all on a solo trip. He said a lot of us guys grew up as tom girls.
But no.
Right, that would be a
maybe
no.
You.
That would be a no.
No.
No. Yeah, I can honestly say I totally understood why girls might want to be tomboys, because boys were cool. I can honestly say I never had any desire to be a tom girl.
No, I've never even heard that expression before.
Right, kiss off, it'd be a FAFO.
Only dolls I played with were the the GI Joe, the big dolls. Like, that's not girly.
Okay, Brian.
That was cool.
I see things differently now, Brian. I must say, I see things differently. I will fess up.
You might want to retract that, Brian.
It's like, damn, I thought Brian was cool, but now Brian was a tom girl, and it was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What? I never met nobody that was a tom girl before.
Yeah. Since tomboys, they like to do boy stuff. Like, they like to climb trees. They like to ride horses. They like to wear boys' clothing. Right? So what does that tell you about a tom girl?
He says, oh, come on. How many guys looked up their sister's Barbie's dress? Well, see, then you're saying, well, see, wait a minute, that's that word salad thing. So now you're saying little boys were tom girls because they were acting like lesbians. So they wanted to peek under Barbie's dress. So they had to be, they were a tom girl because they were really a gay girl that was wanting to look under Barbie's dress. I don't know how that works. I just don't see how that works.
Yeah.
I don't see how any of this works.
I don't either. So I'm a tom girl because like my daughters have a whole bunch of naked Barbies all over the floor. Is that what he's trying to say?
Well, that would make you a tom girl.
I guess. Yeah, that makes me a tom girl. Wow.
Dusty playing in dirt a lot, motorcycles and fishing, but Dad always said,
Yeah.
"Kid, you clean up well." Hey, that was my
No.
daughter. Shit, my daughter.
No,
matter of fact,
okay.
we used to make fun of her, dude. You could go out there and take a half a cup of water and go out here and pour that half a cup of water in on the ground, let her out the door, and she would go find that one spot and commence to just digging in that muddy spot, little wet spot, to make the biggest, and then it would all over the top of her. And just laugh. She didn't care. Hell, she changed her front brakes and shit. Matter of fact, it's funny because if you were to call her fucking some kind of like a gender miscommunicated person, like she's a girl that really is a boy, oh, she'd probably punch you in the mouth, but then she'd go back to being mom. So she just, she's the tomboy.
That's like my daughters. Sometimes I think they sneak watching Hutch or something because they don't like shoes.
Oh,
they'll go outside and they're like, "Oh, get your shoes on," you know. They'll get their shoes on and
oh man,
they'll be playing outside. It'll last about 5 minutes and then their shoes are off. What the hell are you doing in the yard with no shoes on? It's better, Daddy.
Right.
No, it ain't.
You're grounded. Getting connected back to the soil. Welcome back, Share Bear.
And I joke with them all the time. Have you guys been watching Hutch? They're like, who? Like, never mind.
Barefoot guy.
He's the barefoot guy.
Cherokee says, for a reminder, Hanging Rock, North Carolina, 15th through the 25th March, Meetup 2024.
Yep.
Yep, you only got, that's starting today.
Yep, that's starting today.
Starting today for the next 10 days in Hanging Rock, North Carolina. Meetup 2024.
Only way I could get out there during this time would be I get a load out there. That's the only way.
Dusty says, I can do dresses and heels well, but feel comfy in my Levi's and cowboy boots or Sandys. And see, I'm going to hope that was little Dusty too, because if that was big Dusty, then it's like, damn, that's like a Brian category. It would throw me off. So I'm hoping that was little Dusty.
Heck yeah, my girls are like that too, Dusty. Oh man, they'd love to dress up and be princesses, but man, they're comfortable in their cowboy boots and Levi's. Playing in the dirt. That's one thing I have to watch out whenever I'm taking them somewhere after it rains. I'm like, all right, we're going to go to church. And they're in their church dresses and there's mud puddles all over the place. And they're like, you avoid that mud puddle. We are going to church. They'll see that mud puddle and they'll want to be in it.
Stay clean, dagnit.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell them, hey, you stay clean. And then once we get back from church, you can get in that mud puddle all you want, but you got to change your dress.
Nothing wrong with horseback riding, Bonnie.
No. Nope, I love horseback riding.
Man, it's actually funny. I got to say now that is kind of funny around here because you see that quite frequently around here. You literally see people riding down the side of the road, and it's funny as shit because the reins are wrapped around the horn right there.
Mhm.
and they're literally sitting in the saddle with the phone,
Oh my God.
and it's like, oh yeah, and they look over and then they wave at you, and it's like, damn man, really, you can't even enjoy riding a horse?
Yeah, that doesn't happen around where I live. They're paying attention when they ride horses. And it's funny too. Yeah, I always point out to the girls whenever I'm driving down our dirt road. I'm like, ah, yep, there was a horse here. And they're like, how could you tell, Daddy? I was like, there's their poop.
Oh yeah, Rabbit. These aren't the Amish down here though. These are just redneck with horses.
Mm.
And it's just like we got people that having in the town down there. There's people that have horses right in the center of town just because it's still grandfathered in and because they can, and that's exactly why they did it.
Right?
They don't ride them. They don't do shit with them. They just put them there as an eyesore to all the people that want to make the city a city kind of thing. And it's like, it's like tough shit, homie. This is Texas. This is how we roll. Oh yeah, Bonnie. I do think you took their conversation wrong. They were talking about how hot the farm girls was. So
Mm.
Huckleberry was like them little wild farm girls, and then Rabbit's like, yeah, especially the ones with the horses. So
Yeah.
they were actually talking about how hot the little cowgirls are to ride the horses.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're some hotties. Country girls are hot. Woo! But don't mess with farmer's daughter. No. Don't mess with the farmer's daughter.
And Dusty says my first motorbike, Honda 50 Mini. I broke the throttle cable, but had same end as front brake. 7 years old, I fixed it. LOL. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that the Honda? Because that's when I was my first bike when I was little for my birthday was a Honda MR Elsinore 50. And I remember the first thing I learned was how to adjust the throttle on it because I didn't catch it when the guy showed my dad, but on the throttle, there was an Allen screw. And you would take it out and you could slide that little bar. Well, what it was a plate to keep the throttle from going any farther.
Mm.
And I looked at that and I took it off, and it was like all of a sudden I could go. Matter of fact, the first day I got it, I creased the fender of it because I plowed into the back of a truck because I was all excited and just waving, wasn't even looking. And plow. To the day I got rid of that bike, it still had a white crease in that plastic fender.
Mm. Fun.
Try a red-headed preacher's daughter. Oh, hell yeah. Learned a lot. My inside slide thing broke. And fixed it. Get to running.
Really? Wow. That doesn't sound good.
Was that your truck?
Yeah, it's a pothole. No,
Hey,
you lay down there.
Can you hold the fort down for a minute?
Yeah, I can hold the fort down for a minute.
All
Or
right,
two.
sir. I will be right back.
All right. Yeah, so now I've got the reins. God dang. Come on, Kansas. Or no, I'm sorry. I'm not in Kansas. Come on, Missouri. Fix your roads. Missouri needs to fix their roads. If you guys think that driving a semi truck with air ride suspension is very comfortable, it is not. Yeah, you definitely feel every bump. They try to make it as comfortable as possible, but I'd rather have hydraulic suspension than air ride suspension. And they also have the chairs that are air ride suspension too. It's not fun though. It is not fun. So here I am now. I'm coming into St. Joseph, Missouri. So hopefully everybody's having a good day today. It is Friday. What are y'all's plans for the weekend? My weekend is I've got to go to a engagement party. Anybody ever heard of an engagement party before? I've heard of a bridal shower and a baby shower, but I've never heard of an engagement party. And I don't know, are you supposed to like bring a gift? Because like, come on, it's like you got the wedding gifts, or is this just an attempt at this person getting more gifts than they should just for getting married again? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really looking forward to it. I'm gonna be socially awkward. Yeah, that is right. Mayhem can be socially awkward, especially when you're like, about the person, about the bride, I would say. The groom, he's awesome. I like him a lot. I'll be hanging out with him if he's there. I don't know if he's going to be there. I don't know if guys are supposed to go to that. I don't know these things. What is this whole modern day stuff? More reasons to get more gifts, I guess. All I remember is I've heard of a bridal shower. I've heard of, I've heard of, baby showers. Never heard of an engagement party. Woo! Yay! We got engaged. Good for you. Want a cookie? That's what I'll bring them. I'll bring them some cookies. That's my gift. I won't know what anybody says in the chat until Rescue gets back. I'll remind him to read what everybody's reply to my question about an engagement party is. Because I don't know. Is that something modern? That's got to be something modern. Because I talked to my mom about it. My mom's never heard of it before either. Mm. So I'll be doing that, and then St. Patrick's Day is on Sunday, which if you guys haven't seen it already, make sure you guys go check out on John Mosman Productions or mine. We did a live stream yesterday, the truth about St. Patrick's Day. It's very interesting. We got it all wrong, just to let you guys know. We shouldn't be wearing green. We should be wearing blue. And his real name is not St. Patrick's. But yeah, if you guys would like some useful knowledge, John and I go live every Thursday at 8 p.m. Central Time, the only time zone that matters. So that's 9 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Mountain, 6 o'clock Pacific. Yeah. I know there were a few in here that were there. I know if Lady Smith is still in here, she was there last night. I think Kiss Off was there. Virginia Roots was there. Mark Miller was there. Zach was there. Who else was there? I think Teresa came in for a little bit. Yeah. So it's just something we like to do. We like to do deep dives and stuff like that. It was fun. And we learned a little bit about the Ides of March, if you guys have never heard of that. That happens, that's from March 12th to like March 20th, I think. And today is also the anniversary of Julius Caesar's assassination, just to let you guys know.
Ooh.
Yeah, March 15th, he was assassinated.
Hmm.
So So I told them I couldn't see the chat, so you'll have to see if anybody replied to my what is an engagement party, and is that a modern thing?
It's just a formal announcement. My daughter had one. Family only came to it.
Mm.
Let's see. Share Bear says they have a party for everything anymore. A gender reveal, engagement, bridal shower, baby shower. It's stupid, LOL. I'm with you on that. You know, I could probably do the party thing, you know, and having these little parties and all these, if shit lasted. The ironic part about this, the real idiosyncrasy of this is some people will spend shit 30, 40, 50, $70,000 on like a wedding, and it doesn't even last 2 years. And it's like, oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, man, maybe work more on the core and not the picture. Hey, what's up, Lady Smith? Welcome back.
Right. Yeah, because I was saying I've never heard of an engagement party before. I said I've heard of a bridal shower, a baby shower. Engagement party is kind of new to me, and I'm like, is it customary to bring a gift, or do you save that for the wedding? I don't know. I joked. I said I'm going to bring them a thing of cookies because I was like, oh, we're having an engagement party. We got engaged. Good for you. Want a cookie? So I'm going to bring them some cookies.
And no WeChat thing went sideways somewhere along the way. No, you don't think chat would go sideways with Huckleberry and Kiss Off and Rabbit in chat? Heaven forbid. It's funny. Rabbit says the Ides of March are upon us, because I was actually just looking over at the almanac, and that says, beware the Ides of March. Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. William Shakespeare, 1564 to 1616.
Yep. Yeah, and the Ides of March is actually the time where in Rome you settled your debts. So it kind of reminds me of like filing taxes in April 15th, you know?
Right.
Kind of thing. Yeah. That's what the Ides of March is.
I tell you what. The Ides of March has long been considered an ill-fated day. Julius Caesar was assassinated on March 15th, 44 BC. Historians note that it is likely that a soothsayer named Spurania had warned Caesar the danger would occur on the Ides of March. William Shakespeare included the phrase, beware the Ides of March, in his play Julius Caesar. The Ides were the 15 days of 4 months. Martus or March, Maius or May, Quintilis or July, and October in the ancient Roman lunar calendar. They were the 13th in all other months. Originally Aprilis or April, Lunis or June, Sextilis or August, September, November, and December. Ianurarius, yeah, Ianurarius or January, and Februarius or February were added later. The words Ides March come from the Latin word idus or idus, idus, which is possibly derived from an Etruscan word meaning to divide. The Ides were originally meant to mark the full moon, the halfway point of a lunar month, but because the Roman calendar months and actual lunar months were of different lengths, they quickly got out of step. The ancient Romans considered the day after the Calends, first of the month, Nuns, the 9th day before the Ides inclusive, or Ides of any month, as unfavorable. These were called dietary. So there's some food for the day.
Yeah, I was talking about
if you
mine and John's. Mine and John's live stream last night was the truth about St. Patrick's Day, and we talked about the Ides of March.
There we go.
Yeah.
What do you call
Me-
a baby rabbit? Baby rabbits are called kits.
No.
The advice of the day. No one wants advice, only collaboration. Corroboration. Cooperation.
I don't know. Cooperation, maybe?
Yeah, cooperation. That's it.
Yeah.
No one wants advice, only cooperation. The home hint of the day is red maple is easy to cut and split, relatively easy to dry. It doesn't burn particularly hot, though.
Mm-hmm.
Word of the day is sunfast/slow. When a sundial reading is behind, it's slow, or ahead of fast clock time. Sunfast or sunslow?
Yeah, survival tip of the day is you can take a hatchet and cut away at the bark of a pine tree, and then once you get to the white on the inside, you cut it real thin. You can cook it up and eat it, and it will give you nutrients. Yep. You could eat it raw too, but
that for white pine, yellow pine, which pines? Any pine?
It's any pine. And when you gotta make sure you get to the white trunk. If you go past the white part of the trunk, you don't want to eat that. It's the white part. It's not very deep in the bark.
Ah.
Yep.
Ooh, here's a puzzle question for you.
All right.
So what is lengthened by being cut at both ends?
What is lengthened by being cut at both ends? I don't know. That's a good
ditch.
riddle. Oh. Ah. That's a good one.
Yeah. Hey, Andrew Jackson was born in 1767 on this day. Our glorious 7th U.S. president.
Yeah. Spreading some knowledge.
Yeah, let's see. Hey, old Sly Stone, the musician, was born this day in 1944.
Nice.
Ooh, Eva Longoria was born this day in 1975.
Ooh, Eva. Yeah.
Let's see who kicked the bucket. Well, nobody that sounds really familiar to me, but Stereotl Onassis, the shipping magistrate in 1975, died, whoever the hell that was.
Yeah.
Dr. Benjamin Spock. So damn, Spock died in 1998.
Oh, no, not Spock.
Yep, Dr. Benjamin Spock. He was a pediatrician. I have no idea why they felt the need to put his name other than it does sound kind of cool to say Spock. It's like, oh, wow, there really was a Spock, sure enough. Here's a dude named Sylvester Pat Weaver, the creator of the NBC's Today and Tonight Show. He died in 2002.
Oh.
Hasta la taco. It's probably a good thing you didn't stick around to see what you created now, because it's a clusterfuck.
Yeah. Well, I think about 2002, it started to, I think around that time, it started to become a clusterfuck.
Hey, in 1820, Maine was admitted to the Union as the 23rd state.
Oh. Learn it.
In 1875, what is it? Roman Catholic Archbishop of New York, John McCloskey, was named the first American cardinal by Pope Pius. And then I forgot which number that is. It's one of those Roman numerals.
Oh,
Let's see. Oh, the first escalator was patented by inventor Jesse W. Reno of New York City in 1892.
mhm.
Ooh, Pancho Villa, man. So the
Yeah.
U.S. troops entered Mexico in futile search for the revolutionary bandit Pancho Villa on this day in 1916.
Yeah. You know that when you said that about the escalator, it reminds me of Mitch Hepburn joke. He's like, I like escalators because if one breaks down, they just become stairs.
Right? Hey, Elizabeth.
Sorry for the convenience.
Yeah, at least it works when it breaks, too.
Right. Yeah.
An elevator, not so much.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see. Woodrow Wilson held the first presidential press conference after being in office for only 11 days in 1913 on this day.
Oh,
So
excuse me.
this day in 1913 was the first presidential press conference.
Mm. The first one ever.
But wait, that was in 1913. I thought that they've had control of everything ever since we got here. That was
Right.
the 1600s, and then they controlled the 1700s. So how did that happen?
Uh,
The American Legion,
Yo.
founded by war veterans in Paris in 1919 on this day.
Ah.
Oh, My Little Chickadee, featuring Mae West and W.C. Fields, was released in 1940, the first motion picture.
Nice. I seen that one.
Wait a minute, this doesn't sound right.
What?
Okay, do you know who Wilt Chamberlain is?
Yeah.
Was he in the 60s? I thought he was later than that, but this says basketball star Wilt Chamberlain scored his 4,000th point of the season, averaging 50.4 points per game in 1962.
Yeah, I think he was 60.
Hey, on this day in 1971, the U.S. government eased restrictions on travel to China by U.S. citizens.
Ooh.
Holy shit, Eric. I just dropped off 3 years worth of W-2s and expenses to my accountant. Why aren't you just every accountant's favorite person?
Right. They're going to love you.
What Lay Smith says, Dr. Spock, I recall Mom telling us, no Dr. Spock here to save you. Yeah. The Southern, you sure can. Welcome to the wild side. Oh, Greta says Aristotle was married to Jacqueline Kennedy.
Ah.
Ooh, in 1972 in New York City, the film The Godfather premiered on this day.
Oh, yes. I love that movie. You come here on the day of my daughter's wedding and ask me to kill a man I do not know.
Actress Elizabeth Taylor married Richard Burton, and I love how they did this in brackets. They said for the first time.
Yeah.
On the 8th floor of the Ritz-Carlton in Montreal in 1964.
For the first time. That's funny.
Well, I'll be damned. Here we go. Me and the missus were even talking about this the other day because we were just going, you'd think that they'd have this down as long as we've been doing this, and this just goes to show you we've been doing it for a while. So the highway line painting apparatus, the little paint striping device. Yeah, that was patented in 1994.
Oh,
So we've been using that
that's
for
cool.
a minute. You'd think we'd have that down where we wouldn't have some stupid zigzaggy shit.
Right. Right. That's cool though. 1994. Golly. You see how some places, like in parking lots, they don't even use paint. They use like a tape and they heat it up and it looks like
Yeah.
paint.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Well, okay. So I try to be fair. Hold on. I need a moment. I wasn't going to read it until I read it. And then I'm like, okay, well, I'll give credit where credit's due. As much as I despise shit, hey, man, somebody does something good. I'm like, okay, that's cool. We'll acknowledge the event, not the person. Due to President Barack Obama's presidential proclamation issued on February 28, 2011, flags were flown at half staff on this day of the interment of Army Corporal Frank W. Buckles, the last surviving American veteran from World War I, and in remembrance of the generation of American veterans of World War I in 2011. So,
Yeah.
I got to give the dude credit where credit's due. I think that was pretty awesome of him. Too bad he sucked at everything else he probably did in life, but hey, he had that moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'll be damned. Do y'all remember the show 8 is Enough?
8 is Enough. Is that one where about the woman that kept getting pregnant? Is that the one? Or
the Big Family?
Or am I the Big Family?
Yeah. That was premiered on this day in 1977.
Holy crap.
Man, you start feeling even older than you felt before. Shit, we got to stop reading that shit. The weather. Hey, a tornado hit McPaul, Iowa in 1938. And holy shit, on this day in 1941, a blizzard hit North Dakota and Minnesota and killed 71 people.
Wow.
Oh, shit. I don't know what all the little jet stream people are fixing to say about this, but this just going to throw a little wrench into some narrative, but I'm just saying I didn't write it. But apparently in 1950, way back in 1950, Dr. Wallace E. Howe was hired by New York City. I didn't make this up. To make rain.
Oh.
So in 1950, New York City hired Dr. Wallace E. Howe. Wasn't DARPA, wasn't HARP, wasn't NASA. Hired Dr. Wallace E. Howe to come make it rain in New York.
Mm-hmm.
See? Telling you, man, they used to think that was a thing back in the day. You can read some of these old town stories and shit, dude, where they would have people with the goofiest setup that they would fall for. Yeah. Like, you guys really thought that was going to make it rain, but then you kind of think back of what all they didn't know back then, and you go, okay, I can see it. Where somebody with an imagination, buddy, you could sell some shit.
Yeah.
Now, see, what are the odds, dude? The advertisements. So I talked about when Nikki was up here doing a little 10 by 10 type slab and doing the Diamond Dave page thing, and the yoga thing and all that. And I'll be damn, I look over and there's a flipping ass ad for 21-day chair yoga for beginners. And I'm really never seen a yoga ad before until all of a sudden I said it on the live and now I see yoga.
Oh man. What are the odds?
Damn the algorithm.
They're listening in, rescue. They're listening in.
Hey, man, you know what? And I flip them the finger on a morningly basis. Every time I sit at my desk, I even just look towards the camera and I just flip them the finger.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
That's all you could do. Hey.
I have been prone to flip the finger at it only to look up and realize that, oh, wait, I got the little cover thing on it. Well, shit, take the cover off, and then I flip the finger at them.
Yeah, I named the I gave a name to the FBI agent that listens to all my phone conversations. I call him Steve. I think Steve now is an alcoholic and a crackhead because of some of the stuff I say.
You know,
so make sure you guys name your FBI agent.
Bob. That's all. I'll just name mine Bob.
Yeah.
Dumbass Bob sitting down in a van somewhere.
Yep.
Shush, Brian. Shush, Brian. He's like, Tom girls like me love yoga. We love to watch the chicks twist themselves like pretzels. That's not a Tom girl.
That's not a Tom girl, man. That's being a man.
What is? See, Brian is either so stoned he no sabe, or he ain't smoked enough yet. So
he'll get there. He'll get there.
Hey, you know what? I'm fixing to shut this down, sir. I'm coming at 5 hours and 47 minutes.
All right. Yeah, man. Thanks for having me up here, bro.
You got it, brother. Always.
Appreciate
You're always
it.
welcome.
Yep. So I'll say a good day to everybody, and beware of the Ides of March, and have a happy St. Patrick's Day. If I don't see you guys, I probably will. I'll be at home.
Hey, you be safe. Yeah. Keep it between the mustard and the mayo.
Will do. All right. I'll see you next time.
All right, brother. Be safe.
Bye, everybody.
Peace. Yep. I'm going to call it, guys. 5 hours, 48 minutes. I'm going to go get me something to eat. And then depending on if it rains or not, if it doesn't rain, then I might go live this afternoon as I work on the coot deal. We'll see how that goes. If not, I probably might see y'all tomorrow. You know, well, we'll just see how tomorrow goes. We ain't promised tomorrow. We're just here for today. We make the best of what we're made available with. So hey, everybody, you make your day a good day. I appreciate y'all spending your day with me. It's a Friday. Hot damn. It's the weekend. It's the Cluckin Alamo, where roosters don't just sitting around playing with their pecker. We do things and stuff, right? I'd like to get the Cluckin Alamo Coot Gang logo there, or any other content creator you might go look at. Ghostdesigns.shop. Veteran, educator, man just trying to make a living.
I ain't here tomorrow.
Y'all make a good day of it. Hey, Indy.
If the good Lord says it's my time to go, I don't see that morning sunset. There's some things I need for you to know. The truck is yours if you want it. It'll run forever if you treat it right. When you think of me on some back road, that's because I'm right there by your side. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't
love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Hey, make it a good day. Choice is up to you. No matter what anyone says, just show up and do the work. Roger that.
Don't let life turn bitter. Don't be ashamed to bow your head. Take it easy on the liquor. Remember what it did to your granddad. Yeah, you're gonna get your heart broke. But a couple of tears don't make you weep. Gonna find that girl God made just for you. Knows what he's doing, wait and see. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Hey, if they praise you, show up and do the work. If they criticize you, show up and do the work. No one even notices you. Show up and do the work. Just keep showing up, doing the work, leading the way. Be the example that we want to see in others. You lead by doing. Make the day a good day. You're in the driver's seat.
Keep the shotgun in the family. Raise your babies by the book. And keep my picture in your wallet. Keep your car keys on a hook. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Please don't ever forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Hey, thank y'all for starting your Friday with me. Keep your head up. Enjoy your day. Take a good day. Find a moment. Take a deep breath. And just take them outside of the room. I appreciate y'all. Peace.